It's crazy you're drinking that and you have to work tomorrow.
Oh, dude, I'm a caffeine freak.
That was me.
I'll be alright. I'll be asleep by 9:30 tonight. It'll be okay. I used to go to the gym late. I used to go 9 o'clock, bro. When I worked at FedEx, I would slam pre-workout at 9 o'clock at night. Go to the gym, come back home, eat, shower, go to sleep.
That doesn't even make sense.
I don't know.
Turn this to your
Got a
face.
high tolerance, you know what I'm saying? But
So to start, I really want to start at the beginning because the whole idea is I want to share your journey through the Faith Farm.
okay.
But in order to do that effectively, I think we should kind of paint a picture of where you were first. So where did it start? Where'd your journey start?
Probably, really the first time I ever did anything like that, I was in 9th grade. That's when I started smoking weed. But I really wasn't like a pothead then. I just had smoked and dabbled, you know what I mean? My summer going to... No, I started smoking weed in the summer going to 9th grade. And the summer going to 10th grade was the first time I was introduced to cocaine. And I wasn't smoking weed all the time. That was the only time I'd ever done cocaine at that point, you know what I'm saying? But I think around 11th grade is when I really started partying, experimenting with all kinds of drugs. So, weed, little ecstasy, Xanax bars were big when I was in school then. And that was kind of it really till after I graduated. After I graduated is when I started doing opiates, and that's when things got real. I started out with Roxy's. You know what Roxy's are? They were pretty big around here. I knew a ton of people in high school were doing them. I'd never done them because I was always like, "That's crazy! You guys are getting addicted. What are you doing?" You know what I'm saying? But I was doing everything else. It doesn't make no sense.
What is it?
It's
Is it like Oxy?
yeah, it's 30 milligrams. It's but they were originally made for cancer patients. It's a pain med is what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a little tiny blue pill. We used to call them blues, you know what I'm saying?
crazy you're drinking that and you have to work tomorrow.
Oh, dude, I'm a caffeine freak. I'll be all right. I'll be asleep by 9:30 tonight. It'll be okay. I used to go to the gym late. I used to go 9 o'clock, bro. When I worked at FedEx, I would slam pre-workout at 9 o'clock at night. Go to the gym, come back home, eat, shower, go to sleep.
That doesn't even make sense.
I don't know.
Let me turn this to your face.
Got a high tolerance, you know what I'm saying?
But so to start, I really want to start at the beginning because the whole idea is I want to share your journey through the Faith Farm.
Okay.
But in order to do that effectively, I think we should kind of paint a picture of where you were first. So where did it start? Where'd your journey start?
Probably, really the first time I ever did anything like that, I was in 9th grade. That's when I started smoking weed. But I really wasn't like a pothead then. I just had smoked and dabbled, you know what I mean? My summer going to... No, I started smoking weed in the summer going to 9th grade. And the summer going to 10th grade was the first time I was introduced to cocaine. And I wasn't smoking weed all the time. That was the only time I'd ever done cocaine at that point, you know what I'm saying? But I think around 11th grade is when I really started partying, experimenting with all kinds of drugs. So, weed, little ecstasy, Xanax bars were big when I was in school then. And that was kind of it really till after I graduated. After I graduated is when I started doing opiates, and that's when things got real. I started out with Roxy's, you know what Roxy's are? They were pretty big around here. I knew a ton of people in high school were doing them. I'd never done them because I was always like, that's crazy, you guys are getting addicted. What are you doing? You know what I'm saying? But I was doing everything else. It really made no sense.
What is it?
It's
Is it like Oxy?
Yeah, it's 30 milligrams. It's but they were intentionally made or originally made for cancer patients. It's a pain med is what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a little tiny blue pill. We used to call them blues, you know what I'm saying? They were expensive too, man. They were $30 a pop.
Good Lord.
Yeah, and then eventually it went up to, I was paying $40. I'd pay $50 if I had to, you know what I'm saying?
Well, how didn't you afford, because I imagine you didn't just do one.
When I started out, I would do one every now and then, you know what I'm saying? But I knew the first time I did them, it was different from any other drug I've ever done. I knew I was I like this feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Opiates in general?
Yeah.
What's different about them?
So I guess you could say I'm a downer guy. So cocaine and stuff like that. And ecstasy, they're uppers. They're party drugs really. So if you're out heavily drinking at the bars or at parties or something, you might pop ecstasy or do some cocaine, man. It keeps you up. It keeps you going. You know what I'm saying? You're not sloppy drunk everywhere. You're here to party. But opiates, on the other hand, it's a slow ride, man. You're just chilling. We call it getting faded. We were trying to catch a nod. So that's the pills that are the drugs that make you nod out, being a zombie pretty much. That's the feeling that I was chasing. Crazy enough, the first time I ever did them, I got sick. It made me throw up. I was sick. But eventually, my tolerance was okay, so I just kept doing them. So I started doing Roxy in 2015. And for a while, like I said, it was every now and then it was daily, and then it was, I knew a bunch of drug dealers, so I was like, hey, let me get some till I get paid. And then eventually when I got paid, I'd already be out of money. I had to just start it over again. I used to sell weed and I would sell pills so that I could afford my habits.
Why do you think, I didn't really plan on asking this, but maybe think about, you're saying that opiates and everything are downers. What do you think, because there's a huge opioid epidemic right now.
Right.
And there's a million reasons why. But what do you think lends people to want to end up chasing those over alcohol or whatever?
I think it's a preppers thing, man. I know people that just can't drink. You know what I'm saying? And I know people that, you know, when they do cocaine, they go for days. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's a preference thing. I think I prefer to be down.
Do you think what? But I mean, like, you've got millions of people addicted to them right now.
Or, well, a lot of people. What happens to the body with a lot of these people? They get prescribed them at some point, right? What happens to the body when you're taking these pills is your body becomes dependent on it. That's what I was doing to myself, even though I was doing it recreationally. You ever heard the term being dope sick? Mm-hmm. So, like, one day I woke up and I just didn't feel right. Wasn't necessarily sick, none of that. I just didn't feel right. And then I noticed when I got high, I felt like Superman. You know, and eventually that built up to where I couldn't sleep. My legs were hurt. I could be in the middle of the sun at 100-degree weather, wearing a hoodie, sweating, but I'm cold. You know,
really?
Cold chills, yeah. You don't want to eat. You feel sick until you got it. So I think a lot of people end up doing that unintentionally because they just had a surgery or their doctor gave it to them, and their body just needs it because the doctor refilled their prescription 6 times. You know what I mean?
I bet people do it unintentionally, but recreationally too, kind of like you did, where they're like, "Oh yeah, I mean, I'll try
I'm
one.
sure that happens.
I'll try one,"
yeah.
And then it's like, "Well, that was pretty good. I'll try it again." And then before they know it, they're just stuck.
I used to find people with prescriptions of them, and they'd be wanting to get rid of them because, I take it and it makes me sick. Only the way it makes me feel. They were getting high. I just didn't know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's like I said, I'm just one of the guys that liked it. I like the feeling. So that's where that went.
So where did you end up? Like, you started 9th grade just with weed, and then by the time you're graduating, you're trying to find just more pills, or where did you end up before you realized that something had to change?
Oh, I knew for a long time that something needed to change. Like, I knew when I was smoking weed in 9th grade, this wasn't a good thing. You know what I mean? But anybody you talk to about an addiction and all that, they always tell you, like, I had to find my rock bottom. You know what I mean? And unfortunately for me, it took over 3 years to get there. Then it was a slow but steady spiral. You know what I mean? Like I said before already, like, it went from, buying a few a day to eventually I was getting them given to me, then paying them back. And then by the time I paid them back, I ain't had no money. So I'll be honest with you, bro, I was a thief. That's what I did. That was my thing. A lot of people have their own things, how they get money. I was taking it.
Really?
Yeah. Money. I would take stuff from your house, go pawn it. You know what I'm saying?
From people you're close with?
Yeah. A lot of addicts, we're like master manipulators, bro. I know you see me at work, right? Like, I'm good at talking to people. You know what I'm saying? I was good at talking to people then. I could probably get a stranger to give me $100 in 5 minutes if I needed to. You know what I mean? It sounds kind of bad, but you figure it out as you go. It's like, I'm going to get this money somehow.
You didn't have a choice. Your body craved it.
Right. Well, I hate the you didn't have a choice thing, because we did. But it's crazy, though. If I could explain it the best way is, I didn't care while I was doing it, right?
Yeah.
But once I stole something or got money for something, lied to somebody for something, you go, you get your pills and you get high. And after, when you're coming down, man, you just feel like I felt remorse every single time. It was terrible. And a lot of addicts are depressed too. It's like, I was depressed. Like, it's not a good feeling, you know what I mean? Like, I just lied to my grandma and told her some crazy story, and she said she'd give me $100. And all I did was go get high, and now I don't have any money, need gas. I just asked her for money, you know what I'm saying? She's gonna think something's up, but it was it's exhausting, dude. I would wake up in the morning, the only thing on my mind would be, how am I gonna get high today? What am I gonna do? Can I find something to take? Can I get money for somebody? Something. It's a never-ending cycle, dude.
Yeah.
It sucked. It sucked. But eventually it catches up to you at some point. Yeah. As soon as I graduated, I went to go live with my grandma, because my mom, she she bounced like just like that. You know what I'm saying? I was an 18-year-old kid. I didn't know what I was doing. You know what I mean? I was working, running food here at Harvest Moon, bro. You know, bar back in. That's all I was doing. I couldn't afford to live by myself. So my grandma was literally my favorite person on the planet, bro. But she took me in then, and I don't know. I was angry too. I was an angry person. My mom left. It sucked. It really kind of messed me up. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't care about anything. I would just go to work and I would party. That's it.
Did that feed the addiction, you think?
I think it was part of it. Yeah, a lot of all we're trying to do is fill the void, man. You know, we're empty somewhere. Something. And I didn't realize this till I went through the program we're going to talk about, but something happened to us at some point, you know, and it kind of messed us up. So we're trying to fill that void. We're just filling it with the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Like when you're high, you're just trying to escape reality. That's it. You don't have to. When I would get high, man, nothing mattered at that moment except that I was high.
Yeah.
That's it. And I felt good. Like it'd be a lie to say like, oh, I didn't like it. I liked it. You know what I'm saying? We all did.
If you didn't like it, you wouldn't do it.
Right.
I hate just hate your sin. Like, no, everyone likes their sin. That's
Right.
that's why they do it. Yeah.
But yeah, so like I said, eventually, you know, I was running out of money, and then, like I said, I was a thief. So eventually, stuff like that catches up to you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I went to jail. I think it was October of 17. I went to jail then. My dad came pick me up when I got out.
For stealing?
No, it was something else to do with the house. Kinda, yeah. That's a whole nother story. I called a charge anyway, went to jail. So my dad ended up, I sat there and had to go to court and all that. Then eventually my dad came and got me. I didn't know who it was. They just told me to roll up, and I was like, all right, cool, let's get out of here. And it was my dad, which is crazy because me and my dad were close in high school, but we just grew apart. Not really him, it was me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because he was the strict parent, you know what I mean? I wasn't going to be able to party if I was over there at his house. So,
Your parents were separated?
yeah, they were divorced when I was a baby.
Really?
Yeah, I never seen them together.
You lived with your mom?
Yeah. We had like every other weekend at dad's type thing, you know what I mean? But no, man, I walked out of the jail and he was there, and he wasn't aware at the time. He thought I had gotten in trouble for selling drugs because somebody had told him that's what I was doing, because I was doing that. I'd done that in high school, which is, I wasn't like a major drug dealer, you know what I'm saying? But I sold a bunch of weed and a bunch of pills. And then eventually I was selling a little cocaine. That all this stuff is just in stages. It just gets worse and worse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he thought I got busted with something.
What did it feel like to walk out and see him, not realizing that that's who came to get you?
Excuse my language, but it was like, oh shit, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Like bad?
Not like I was surprised. That's really all. That's exactly what I thought. I'm so serious. Exactly what I thought. Because I think from the time I graduated, up until this point, it's like 3 or 4 years later, I'd maybe seen him 5 times.
Really?
Yeah, that's it. I was out there. But now it's my best friend now, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're tight, we're cool. That's my boy. But yeah, he picks me up from jail, man, and he was like, okay, well, where are you going? I was like, I don't know. I guess I'll go back to Nana's, you know what I'm saying? He pulled up in her driveway, and like all my stuff's on the front porch, like packed. And that was kind of heartbreaking, man. You know, like I said, we were addicts are depressed, bro, and it's for stuff like that. But it's my own fault, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so I was like, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do, and
what did that feel like, seeing your best friend put all your stuff outside?
It's a terrible feeling, man. It's a terrible feeling. But you know, my dad loved me, so like I said, he didn't know what was going on all the way. So he let me come stay with him, and him and my stepmom. So my dad remarried. I was like 7th grade. She was always cool, you know what I'm saying? I had no problem with her or nothing.
You like her?
Yeah. But I knew there would be rules over there. You know what I mean? That was my thing. Like, I know there'd be rules, but Like at this point, I didn't have a car, I didn't have a job, I didn't have anything, man. I had a job, but I was shucking oysters at AJ's, you know what I'm saying, for like $140 a week. You know what I'm saying? That's not a job. But I went to go live with them, and I actually got fired from AJ's.
Really?
Yeah, literally, like 2 weeks later, bro. And so I was pretty much jobless. I called my old boss at FedEx. I used to drive for FedEx before. But I called him, and he gave me a job back. So I started working at FedEx again, driving trucks, man. And it was during the Christmas season, so it was busy. And then Christmas season ended, and then I got fired again.
Because it wasn't busy.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, because I was doing crazy stuff out there, right? Like I was so serious. Like it's not funny, but I was doing crazy stuff out there, and like they can watch you and stuff, man. Like I would go to Cordele and like turn off my scanner, the GPS, and come back to Albany and
Really?
yeah, get pills and stuff, man. It was crazy, bro.
Is it true FedEx drivers just throw packages? Or is that just a few guys?
It's a few guys. It's not everybody. I actually ended up working at FedEx again when I came back, and I was
Really?
a great driver then. Yeah.
When you came back.
Yeah, when I
from
came
rehab.
back, yeah. But I always worked though. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't. I guess they say like a functioning alcoholic. I was a functioning opiate addict. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
You think that's common?
I don't know. Not a lot. A lot of them that I've seen all work like doing odd jobs and stuff
Yeah.
where they can leave as they please and all that.
Yeah.
Get paid cash. You know what I'm saying? The boss man's rich, so he give you some money if you need it. That type. You see a lot of that.
Really?
Yeah. Not a lot of us working at FedEx, man. But yeah, I got fired from there. And then ended up getting picked up by another contract there. So I was right back in like 2 weeks later. But during that time, when we had me money, I started stealing stuff from the house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would take guns. Guns, man. Yeti, you used to get $75 for a Yeti cooler, man.
Really?
Yeah, and then whenever I get paid, I would get the stuff back. But then, like, power tools, all that. And then eventually, I remember one day my dad picked me up, and I thought I was running a route. And, like, he was pissed, right? And Ed looked at me, and he was like, where's all my stuff at? I was like, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? So he ended up taking, well, I told him, one thing about me, bro, I was honest, like as honest as I could be, you know what I mean? Like I would tell you. So he took me up there to the pawn shop that I took him to, bro, and like caused this whole scene. And
Can't blame him.
no, yeah, I'm not mad at him for it. You know what I mean? Then he told me, he was like, your next paycheck, you better get all my stuff out, or you know what I'm saying? I would call the cops. I would do it. I was like, okay, cool. So I did it. Got all this stuff back. I think it went like 2 weeks, and then I took it all back again.
Really?
Yeah. I think the most messed up thing was I took this guitar that I didn't know where it was from. I just found it, but it belonged to my stepmom's father, who has passed away. That was a pretty bad thing to do. Once they found out, it was terrible.
Did you get it back?
No,
Oh, man.
too late. Yeah, but once my dad found out that I took all the stuff again, man, he was like, you gotta go.
Yeah.
It was like 9:30 at night, random night. I had another buddy of mine that did drugs come pick me up with a bag, man. So I was staying in Dawson. And that didn't last long because he was working on his plantation or whatever. So he really wanted to have people out there anyway. So he called me one day. I was like, hey, man, you can't come back out here. So I didn't know what to do. I was working. I was driving. I was on route then. So I called. Oh, I didn't call then. I finished work and all that. And for some reason, when I got back, my boss said, hey, I need you to go help somebody else. I was like, I can't. I gotta figure something out, bro. You know what I mean? So I was driving around in my dad's truck, and he was like blowing me up. It was like 10 o'clock at this time. I was driving around the whole city, just driving around. I was like crying, you know what I mean? And then he kept blowing me up. It was like, can you like just bring my truck? You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. But I called my mom because I knew she would talk to Nana. But I told her then, like, that was it, bro. I was 22 years old. I was homeless. I didn't have anything, bro. I had that bag. That's all I had, man. I was finna take this truck back, and I didn't know what my next move was, bro. You know, Blake that we work with, my buddy Blake. The last night I stayed here, he let me stay with him.
Really?
Yeah. But I called my mom. I pulled over. I was on Dawson Road, and pulled over in the Big Lots parking lot. And then I called mom. I was like, "Hey, I've got to get out of here." You know what I mean?
You're good.
That was a tough conversation to have with your parents. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but it's not like they were surprised. You know what I mean?
How did it go? Did she say, "Oh yeah"?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So she's like, "We'll figure it out. I don't know when or how or what we do, but we'll figure it out." And but as always, but you can't come here.
Yeah. That's what everyone said.
Yeah. So, which I don't blame them, man. You know what I'm saying? I told them before, I was like, I'm gonna stop. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I'd be high when I was saying it. You know what I mean?
I mean, at this point, they think you're gonna grab something.
Yeah. Probably looking for somewhere just to eat and sleep and take something.
Yeah.
Which I don't blame them. It is what it is.
This episode is sponsored by Myler Management Group. Myler Management Group is a professional service that handles the day-to-day operations of real estate properties on behalf of property owners. They oversee tasks such as tenant sourcing, rent collection, property maintenance, and lease agreements. The group ensures properties are well maintained, tenants are satisfied, and the owner's investment is managed effectively. Their goal is to maximize property value while minimizing the stress and the workload for the owner.
Yeah, I called Blake. Just like, hey man, I need a place to stay just for tonight. So he let me come over there. Ended up, he let me stay there. I talked to him that night. You know what I'm saying? Got up in the morning, went to church with him. This is when he was at this church right over here. He's like the youth pastor there or something. I don't know. But I was so sick in there, bro. I like called my mom and told her, I was like, hey, can I come stay there for the day or something? You know what I'm saying?
How long had it been since you had anything?
I think I did something like 8 o'clock that night before. So it didn't take long for me, bro. I had to hit a pill every 4 hours.
Really?
Yeah, like I was doing a lot.
Did you
at least 4 or 5 a day.
Were you ever in a tight spot and do something random? Because I've seen like, all I was gonna ask is, I know
like a
it's,
random drug.
Yeah, I know it's not like new, but it's really, it's all over the internet right now. Guys like puffing aerosol cans and stuff like that.
I never did that. I never like did any like crazy drugs. I like never smoked crack or anything like that.
Yeah.
I think the worst that like I would, if I couldn't find pills, like sometimes you just couldn't find them, man. I would get heroin. I wouldn't care. If I couldn't find anything like that, I did this one time, and like they always say you can't do it one time. I did it one time. I snorted like a little bit of meth one time.
Really?
Yeah, and it's an upper. It wasn't for me. I knew. I was like, I don't want that. And so I would just be dope sick until I could figure it out.
Really? Until you find anything.
Yeah, any opiate. I don't care if it was a Perk 10. Let me get full rub. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I called my mom. I was at church. I was so dope sick, man. Wow. And like I said, I could talk anybody into anything.
You were that sick like 12 hours later?
Yeah, I was like sweating. My body hurt. Like it's like you feel like you had the flu is what it feels like.
Yeah.
It's just miserable. So I called my mom, asked her to come get me, and like just come stay for the day. You know what I mean? So that's what I did. Ended up taking a handful of hydros out of the cabinet just so I could feel all right. And we all sat there and talked. And my mom had said, I already found Faith Farm I ended up going to. She already found it. She was like, I just got to get time to take you there. So
how did it work? Did she just call and be like, hey, my son needs to go here? Or
yeah, there was a guy here. I'm not going to go into too much detail with him. I don't know what he's doing now, but he went there first before.
Really?
And he would bring people from here to there. Yeah, that's how she heard about it. I guess one of her friends knew him or something. So she had called him to get my info, and they called me that next day.
Okay.
And
Is there like an application process?
yeah, sort of. You don't have to do it. You could just call them.
Cool.
And they pretty much accept anybody. There's like $100 processing fee or whatever, but you don't have to pay it either if you don't have it. It's just, I guess, like it's run off donations, so they get it from wherever they can.
Yeah.
But yeah, I talked to the guy on the phone, and 4 days later, I'm on the way to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, dude.
Really?
Yeah. They had let me stay there. It was crazy. When I was staying there, I would tell them, I would convince them to take me to go get a pill.
Really?
Yeah, because I was
Those 4
like,
days.
yeah, I was like, I'm gonna be sick, man. I'm gonna be miserable. And I was like, I told him straight up, this is probably one of the worst things I ever said to my grandma. I was like, you can either give it to me and take me, or I'm still gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
I mean, it's true though.
Yeah. I wasn't lying.
Yeah.
Which is pretty terrible. But I was so messed up at that point. So they would take me, man.
Are you supposed to detox before you get there?
Yeah, you're supposed to detox for sure. I didn't have time. I had to go, bro. So a lot of times if you're from far away, man, and you show up there, you're not detox, they'll send you to the detox there. They'll take you. They'll come pick you up.
It's like a facility.
Yeah. I just told them I was detox because I didn't know if they would let me in or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was like, yeah, I'm detox. I'm good. Let's go. So I remember that it was a Saturday that I went on that Friday, man. I'd already quit my job at FedEx. I told my boss what was up. And my grandma took me to go get my last check. So I was supposed to pay the $100 to get in and like give my mom gas money. Dude, I took that whole check, convinced my grandma to let me go cash it, and then convinced her that I was just gonna go get one more pill. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I spent $600 right there that instant. Spent it.
Really?
Yeah, I'm getting high the whole day. I don't care. And then that same night, I said bye to everybody. My dad actually took me out to go eat, and like I said, I was so messed up, man. I had the dope boy pull up, tell Myers while I was there. Like I was on a phone call, you know what I'm saying? I had put money in a mailbox before I left for one of my homeboys to come get it and go get it and bring it back. You know what I mean? Because I was at the house, man. They would lock the doors and like take the key to sleep with them, bro. It was crazy. That's not funny. I don't know why I laughed, but it was crazy, man. But yeah, that was the worst dinner of my life, dude. Like I was sitting there, I just cried.
Really?
Yeah.
Because you just felt bad, or just all overwhelming emotions? What?
I think the worst thing was like I just felt like the biggest disappointment of a son, and that sucks. And like I mean, I'd already hurt them a lot. I don't know, man. I can't believe they still wanted to, even take me to go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? But
Showed their love, huh?
yeah. But yeah, man. After that, I spent my last like $20 on some weed. Got back to the house, packed my clothes, man, and the next morning we was out of there, dude. It's on the way to Fort Lauderdale. It was like an 8-hour drive, bro. But I remember I told my mom in the car, like I said, I still had stuff left over. So I was smoking weed and snorting pills in the car, and whatever. My mom was just super upset.
Your mom was driving you?
Yeah. I was like, I mean, what are you going to do, not take me? You know what I'm saying? Let's just go. Like, it's bad to say, but this car would be a lot better if I can do this. So we went, man. We made it. I remember, one of the main things I remember is crazy. It's like a different world down there, right? It's like the temperature and everything. So it was cold here.
Yeah.
And I was in a hoodie and like sweatpants and all that. When I got there, man, it was so hot. I remember it being so hot. And she took me to this Mexican place to eat before I went. Took me to the store because I used to smoke cigarettes. We could smoke cigarettes there. So I got a carton of Newports and then rolled into the office, dude. And it was, I don't know, man. It was I I didn't know what I felt at the time. I didn't know. I didn't know what to expect or what to think. But this guy named Nash, he was doing the intake that day, and I was always like, I grew up in church, man. 'Cause, this is a faith-based program, so like I grew up in church. I never like didn't believe in God. I just thought God hated me. A lot of us do that, and it's like, why is this happening to me?
Yeah.
But I did it. You know what I'm saying? It was my fault. But I was in there, and I was like looking at this intake paper, bro. We're going all the stuff I brought, make sure I didn't bring anything in, all that. You know what I mean? And I remember I couldn't sign it, bro, because all my tears had dropped on it, and it was like. It was all messed up, the paper, and he just stopped and he was like, "Hey man, can I pray for you?" And at that moment, I don't know, man, I just felt like everything's gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to explain it. I just felt like I had the weight of the world was on my shoulders, and then it was gone. And I was like, "All right, well, I'm here." I was like, "Let's do it."
When you were signing it, did you think, I know you probably know the statistics better than me, but I know a lot of guys don't make it through rehab. Did you think you weren't going to make it out? Like, when you were signing that paper, did you think this could be the last time you saw your family?
I mean, yeah, that crosses your mind. So it was a weekend, so I couldn't get intaken into the dorms until Monday. So they had this room called hospitality. It was like 2 beds and like a shower in there. And, you just had to sit in that room, man. So I thought everything possible for those 2 nights. Like it was miserable, bro.
Just you in your head.
Yeah. I was trying to read books and stuff, but I was detoxing too, so I was just miserable, bro.
How long does detox take?
It took me like almost 2 weeks fully. Like I didn't feel fine until like almost 2 weeks later.
But those first 2 nights were the worst.
Yeah, it sucked. I didn't sleep. I was up the whole time. And plus I was sober then, so I couldn't cover anything up. You know what I mean? A lot of emotions, a lot of thoughts. I didn't know what to expect. What was going to happen? Am I going to leave here or what? Because like at that time, I can honestly tell you, like I could have met a stranger in there that's from there and be like, "Hey, we can leave. We can go do this." I probably would have done it, and then I'd have been homeless and stranded in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But that felt like going through hell or purgatory or something. Those 2 days. Were you completely alone?
No, there's one guy there named Kevin. There's actually a cool story about Kevin. So he was an older guy, whatever, and I was giving him cigarettes and stuff. And like, I guess because we were in there together, we kind of like hung out together for a little bit. He ended up getting kicked out because he had somebody got pills in there. But he ended up going to another location, right? So Faith Farm does this homecoming every year for all the alumni and the students that are there now. They go to the main campus and like have this cookout, like a softball tournament and all that. And it was like over a year later, I went to the homecoming, and Kevin was there. He had made it through the other one. He was like, "I did my 30 days and went back to Point Beach."
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
But yes, that's how I got there. That's how I ended up there.
So, how does I guess first, could you tell me a little bit about the statistics of rehab itself? Because I know when we talked before this, you said that like a small percentage of people actually make it through. Like,
right. I don't know. I don't know the exact numbers, but I can give you an example. Our very first day in phase 1, the director of the place then, he was teaching that class. I think it was like 80 something people in there. And the very first thing he told us was, he told me how many people were in there, and he was like, "Almost all of you are not going to make it." So, for perspective, out of that 80, only 12 of us made it all the way through. Yeah, that's it.
How long is the program?
10 months. 10 months to a year. So if you come into a middle of a phase, before it switches, you have to do orientation for like the duration of the phase. So some people were there. Some people were already there for like, I don't know, 6-7 weeks and started the program with me at the same time. Yeah. It just depends on when you get there. But they say it's 10 months to a year. But during that time, though, for like the first 4 weeks of the program, you can still enter into a phase. So like we were getting people in through there. So it's actually more than end up coming and not making it. But it's a very low number. And I think out of all of us that have graduated, I know one of them, one of my really good friends, he made it, relapsed, went back, and he's doing fine now.
Good.
I know there's 3 more of us on top of him, so that's 4. I only know for a fact that 4 of them are alive. Wow.
From relapsing?
Yeah. I know a lot of them, not even just from my class, but just a lot of people I met down there in general. They died. I got a list on my phone. Well, I used to. I stopped making it because it grew, man. There was one point, like in a 4-day stretch, I lost 6 people that like I personally knew and talked to and hung out with.
All from relapsing?
Yeah. Two of my very best friends down there. One of them died literally right after we got off the phone one night. Then another one died on Christmas Eve 2 years ago. So the numbers aren't great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's tough because they have numbers for everything. They have numbers of people that make it, how many of them will come back, and how many of them will actually die. And then how like the smallest number of them all is the ones that don't ever come back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What's the deciding factor? Do you know, or is there one? Like,
I don't know how to answer that. I don't know. You see people in there that, I mean, they stay the whole time, but I guess it could be a mindset thing. They had nowhere else to go. You got free food. You know what I'm saying? You got somewhere to sleep and shower and all that, and you just stick it out for 10 months and don't really learn anything or don't change anything.
keep your mindset the same.
Yeah. I got to a point, so after I graduated the program, I volunteered there for 6 months. Dude, I could have people that were under me, and I would know, like, this guy's not going to make it.
Man.
Or this one is. And you have some that you think, oh, I know, surprise you, man. They just leave.
Why do you, like, if you know they're not going to make it, what is it? Is it the way they speak? Like, what is
their
it?
attitude and their ability to learn. Like, you have some people that come in there, man, and just just got there, want to tell people they should be doing this, doing that, or just quote the Bible nonstop. And I said, it doesn't mean anything, bro.
Yeah.
Why are you here? If you already know that, why are you here? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You obviously haven't grasped why you're here.
Man, that's a way to look at it.
Yeah, it's
You can know all you want, but if it
Yeah.
hasn't actually taken root,
Right.
it doesn't do anything.
right. And you have people that really trying to dig in and do better and concentrate. You know what I mean? And come talk to me and ask me questions and all that. They're actually trying.
Yeah.
I didn't really start trying until like phase 2 though. For a while I was just coasting, you know what I mean? I couldn't really leave. I knew my mom was coming at some point. I was going to try to convince her to like take me back, you know what I'm saying, all that. But I was already in phase 2 before I decided, like, I wasn't really praying or journaling or none of that. I just decided to do it one day. So I said this prayer, and I'd ask God. I argued with God, I would say a lot. It's like, why am I still here? You know what I'm saying? Why did I have to go through all that? You know what I mean? I was still blaming him. But I prayed this very specific prayer one time, and I wrote it in my journal. And I was pretty much just telling him or asking him, I was like, show me that's like you are real and that you actually care about me. Dude, I was outside. So like Faith Farm, you work on the compound. Like you have to work there. But I was out there and Just randomly, this guy was just like, "Hey man, can I talk to you?" I was like, "Yeah, what's up?" I thought he was trying to like buy some furniture or something. You know what I mean? And but nah, he was just like, "So I don't know why, man. I want to tell you this, but you know, God loves you, man. He's not mad at you." It was literally the next morning after I said that prayer, dude. It was crazy because nothing like that's ever happened to me. I never had those conversations, never talked about it, nothing. And I was just like, all right, cool. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna, you know me, I'm competitive, bro. So part of that helped me, but I was like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be here. So I pretty much locked in, did what I was supposed to do. Tried to learn as much as I could about why we act the way we do. You know, you have to uncover your issues. Like we did this incredible exercise called houses. So once you make it to the final phase, you put your whole life on the board, man. Everything that you've ever been through, that's happened to you. And you go over your life with people that are left in your class, and they sit there and they pick you apart. But it's freeing though, because the people that really want to change, you know, they put everything, your deepest, darkest secrets, all up there, man. You got to get it out. I remember doing my houses, and when I got done, man, I just felt light, like I was floating. It was crazy. That was like, you know, like he breaks chains. Like that's what it felt like, dude. Like it was crazy. Like I don't know. I felt a high that wasn't from drugs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, I did my 10 months. Man, a lot of people came, a lot of people left, a lot of people came back. But after that, I stayed on. It's called an AS1. It's Advanced Student 1 year. What's what it used to mean, but they were doing it 6 months at a time then. So I stayed there, volunteered. They give you, so like it's a huge compound, man. They got like apartments on it and everything. So they give you an apartment with a roommate, and you go and work in one of the places they have to work in. You're kind of like a leader there. Like every department has an AS1 there. So I had to use furniture place, which was all the people that didn't know how to act. You always put them in as is, and if that don't work, then you put them in the kitchen or maintenance. But I don't know, it was cool, man. It was cool. I got to see a lot of people grow. Got to be a part of their journey, you know.
Yeah.
It got to the point where like they would ask me to come be in their houses. I don't know, man. Like I'm grateful for it now. I ended up staying down there for 2 years. So like I did the full program, I did the full experience, and then I did the halfway house after, you know what I mean, and the work program after, and then I came back after pretty much the middle of COVID, really. They had this whole, like obviously they didn't want people going out and bringing it back, you know what I'm saying? We didn't know what it was at the time. So they were like trying to quarantine us, and I was like, I got to work, dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't. So they let us work, and eventually, like they shut Fort Lauderdale and South Florida down, but we couldn't do anything. I didn't have no choice but to not spend money.
Really?
Yeah. So I just had the money. I was like, I'm gonna come back. So they didn't want me to come back at first, which I get it, but I knew, you know what I'm saying? I knew I was fine.
Real quick, I'd love to know a little more about the houses thing. I do want to go through like how it's structured and the whole phases.
Yeah.
But what exactly is, like, you said you lay out your whole life. What do you mean exactly?
So you're in a room. There's a row of tables here. There's 2 rows of tables, and so there's this huge whiteboard on the wall. So they call it houses because you would break it off into sections of your life, right? And that'd be like house 1, house 2, house 3. I'm not sure where that model come from. That's just what we did.
Like infancy? Like what do you
Your
mean?
first memory.
Oh,
whatever
really?
the first thing you can remember is, man. And like you don't put down like, I went to McDonald's today for the first time. You know what I'm saying? But like the first thing you can remember in anything significant that happened to you at any point.
Really?
Yeah. Like mainly like childhood traumas and all that stuff, and hardships and anything like that, man. You put them all out there. And then
What do you mean they tear? Like after you do that, you said they.
oh, so when you walk through, so you go through everything on your board, and then the floor is open, and they ask you questions. They're like, okay, well, you did this here. Let's go back to here, because this is probably why you did this, because you did it again here. You know, stuff like that. You try to learn where your habits come from. Like the way we act, we all learn from somebody.
Yeah.
And whether we like to admit it or not, it's our parents. and they learn from somebody. And you know, we all did the best we could with what we knew, but the idea there is to find it and break it. You know what I mean? Like part of that program was to make us better men and prepare us to be good men and good husbands and good fathers and all that.
Yeah.
So it stopped with us. That's the idea of it.
Oh, it stops with us.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's the idea of it.
Like generational curses.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
They talk about there and everything. It helps you learn how to not deal with something. Like I used to deal with this way, and now I don't.
Yeah.
Because that's going to cause this to happen. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? So you want to stop. You want to find all the patterns you can and stop them.
That sounds powerful.
It's bro, being in those room. That room is crazy.
How long does that take to go through everyone?
We did it. We did one person each week.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
I bet it takes forever to
yeah, it's a long session.
go a few hours.
Yeah.
But what's it like to spend 3 hours? Like, I'm sure you weren't the first guy. So first you're like, hey, well, I guarantee that's because of that. What's it like to sit there first and be like, no, you're thinking about your story and you're like, I guarantee you that I know exactly how I ended up where I am.
Yeah, you just
And-
you think that.
But what's like, were there similarities between everybody?
Yeah. A lot of us, majority of the ones that at least I saw and I witnessed, and this is crazy because like I don't know, the statistic they went over with us too was either some kind of like father issue, abandonment issue, or some kind of sexual trauma.
No way.
Yeah, that's the majority of them. But you sit there, man, and you watch. So you've been with these people already 8 or 9 months, you know, before you even get to this phase.
So you already know everybody pretty well.
You think.
Yeah.
And then they do their houses. And then you see that this person in a completely different way. Like that guy might have pissed you off 2 months ago, but now you see why. You know, you learned it from there. You know what I mean? That's why this guy acts like this.
We did premarital counseling, and everyone's like, "You've got to do it." We were like, I'm sure we're fine.
Yeah.
And then we did it, and they take you through this. They call it the temperament test. We did it with, I think it's called Cornerstone Counseling here in Albany.
Yeah.
And they walk you through this temperament test, and it breaks down like, you know, you have stuff like Enneagram and stuff where it's all based off of your trauma, but the temperament test is all about your, like, the way God wired you. Like, you're already designed this way, and there's a few different categories, and it breaks it all down. And it wasn't until I got the results back and they're like, well, Blake, you're this, and do you do this? I was like, yeah. Do you think like this? I'm like, yeah. And it wasn't until then where I was like, I'm not actually mad at Logan for things she's doing.
Right.
I'm just wired different.
Right.
Was that a similar experience?
Yeah, pretty much. So like, that's when you watch somebody do their houses, you're like, okay, when he did this to me, it's not because he's a jerk. He's done this his whole life.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because he learned it from here, or this caused him to act like this. So a lot of it's like self-defense mechanisms. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Like
your
the
experiences-
manipulation you talk about.
Right.
All self-survival kind of things.
Right. So like a certain trauma happens to somebody, they're going to respond this way so that doesn't happen again. And it doesn't matter what it takes or what it costs, none of that. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
Do you start to work through that stuff after? Like personally?
Yes, I mean some people do. I knew I felt different after I got out. And a lot of that stuff I'd already discovered on my own. Like I did a lot of work on my own there.
Yeah. And it's a biblical principle too. Like,
Yeah, confess your sins.
yeah. And there's freedom in your testimony, you know?
Right.
And there's breakthrough, and you
Right.
can help other people.
Right. Because there was a lot of people in there that went through almost the same kind of things, so it helps. You know what I mean? But yeah, houses was a crazy experience. But there was so much anticipation to it too, and then like it delivered. Like
Yeah.
it was what it was, because you would see people that were ahead of you in the program already after they do their houses. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, where's he at? What's going on with him? Oh, he just did his houses today. And it's like, well, so what? You know what I mean? But until you do it,
Yeah.
it's it was one of the most important days of my program there, for sure.
Would you save your life?
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, for sure. One of the most important days of my life. Absolutely. It was a very powerful thing to do and to feel and experience.
Was it? Would you say it was as powerful as the moment you signed that paper and were walking into the facility?
I never thought about that. I guess looking back, yeah. I mean that's really the day that my life changed. You know, and then it changed again. Then,
Oh, it's almost the completion of it.
right? Yeah, pretty much. Once you do your houses, you're pretty much done. You're coasting to graduation,
Yeah.
because all you're doing is waiting for everybody else through theirs.
So what's your what was your experience like? Well, first, like how are the phases broken down, and what was your experience like going through each one of them? Because you said you really experienced like freedom in that second.
So, phase one, we're just figuring out pretty much like why we're there. A lot of like self-searching questions, and
Are there like counseling sessions? Like how do they do that?
there was one counseling session,
Or is it like
in the first
classrooms?
phase. Yeah, it's like they're all the phases divided in classes. So like phase one was in the chapel, and phase two was in this classroom over here. Phase three was in the same room as houses. We would just move when they did houses. And then phase four was a lot of like classes on like how to be better men, like from every standpoint, and then houses. But the first phase, you're just trying to figure out, you know, why are you here? We're learning that, you know, we're doing these drugs or because we're filling a void, trying to figure out what that void is. A lot of self-searching work. Phase two was called, it's a book. It's like a workbook. It's called the Alpha Series. It was a lot about how we need to get to a point where like we allow God into our heart and allow him to work in us, and then we reciprocate that.
Yeah.
Phase three was a book. It was called A Power to Love. And that's just learning once we learn to love ourselves, you know, how do we love other people? And then, like I said, phase four was mainly houses. Obviously, it's a lot deeper. Each phase is 10 weeks.
Yeah.
A lot of homework and stuff to do, but
It's mostly like classroom kind of work.
yeah. So you were in class. You would have wake every morning. Well, wake up, lights on at 5, breakfast at 6, chapel at 7, and then you would do your classes until around 9, and then the farm opens up. Then you go to work.
Okay.
Phase 4, you did your classes until 12 when you started houses. Houses was pretty much 8 to 12.
What kind of jobs are there?
So the whole place is run on donations, right? So they have a used furniture store, which everything in there is donated. They have a new furniture store, which obviously they buy that stuff. Above it, it's like a Goodwill. It's called Brick Brack, but it's like a Goodwill. Everything's donated up there. And they had the kitchen and maintenance. So usually when you get there, you start in kitchen or maintenance. And then they had the daggum. I just slipped my mind. People that worked, like say somebody brought a fridge in and it didn't work. There was a shop that would work on them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, appliance repair guys. Yeah. And then there was the trucks. Everybody wanted to be in the trucks. So if you were lucky enough to have a license still, because a lot of us didn't, which I had a license still, you would get put on their insurance, and you would get to leave the farm every day and drive
Really?
the trucks. Yeah, and go pick up furniture. So I spent a lot of time moving furniture up and down 30-floor condos. Like that's tough work, man. But and we'd bring it all back and we'd unload it and they'd sell it.
Really?
Yeah. So
Is having a job, is it supposed to be busy work, or what? What's their reasoning behind it?
well,
Give you purpose?
I guess, but the main reason is it's a free program. So somebody has to work these jobs. That's how the farm runs.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
you have almost unlimited manpower there. So if you're going to be here, you're going to work.
Yeah.
But I mean, it teaches you, good work ethic and all that. And depending on how you were and how you worked and stuff, would depend on where you worked at. Like if you had one of the crappy jobs or you get work somewhere cool.
Yeah. So
like people that were good students and all that, they got to be on the truck. They didn't have a license. They could be on the truck as navigators and helpers.
Really?
So yeah. Like I said, that was the job to have. You got to leave.
Yeah.
And you would get tips out there, man. So like you can get to go to McDonald's and stuff and not eat the food there. You know what I mean? But while you're there too, everybody gets put on food stamps, and then the kitchen gets donations from Trader Joe's, Target, Panera Bread every day.
Dang.
Yeah. So that's how we ate.
You ate pretty good, huh?
It was alright. You get the same thing for breakfast every day. So like I don't really eat eggs a lot anymore because I ate them every day. And we had chicken leg quarters all the time, so I don't really care to ever eat that again. They ruined it for me. But
I worked at a quail plantation in the kitchen,
Yeah.
like a line cook kind of thing.
yeah,
Basically, like a glorified dishwasher, essentially.
right.
And everyone always talks about eating quail. I can't eat quail anymore.
For real?
We had
I like
quail. We had quail 3 or 4 days a week for a year and a half.
Yeah.
I just can't do it anymore.
Yeah, we had chicken leg quarters every Friday, bro. I don't want it. I don't care. I don't care how good. I don't care who cooks it. I'm not eating it. So I'm done with it. And eggs. I'll eat eggs every now and then, man. But I don't want no eggs. Yeah. So you worked there. Everybody had to work. Pretty much earn your keep. We had a canteen. So like we would technically get paid with a canteen card. It was $7. So each punch was 50 cents. So you get 14 punches. But every morning it'd be open. You can go get coffee, and that's why we had like snacks and stuff in there. And it would open during lunch, and it would open at nighttime before everybody had to go up. So you can get like snacks, like little frozen burgers and stuff, and noodles and chips and sodas, all that.
So, what do you think makes the Faith Farm so successful? Like, I mean, I don't know how many people actually come out or anything like that, but it worked for you, and it seems to have worked for some of your friends as well. Like, what do you think
I think the main thing is, man, there's like NA and AA and these other programs, that are secular and all that. At the farm, man, we were taught about we were missing something, we're missing a void. We're really missing Jesus. A lot of AA and stuff talk about like your higher power and this and that.
Yeah.
And like, oh, your higher power could be a doorknob. I was like, that's fine if you don't do that, but it's not going to work long term.
Mm-hmm.
But, I just accepting Jesus as my savior and trying, like, I'm nowhere near perfect now at all. But, now you could say like I have more of a conscience. I try to do more of what's right. I try to help people. If I can, I will. I try to do right from wrong more now. Like I said, I'm not perfect, but that's only because Jesus came in and changed me. I used to not care about anything. I didn't care if I was going to wake up the next morning. You know what I mean? Whatever. I didn't care. But you have to learn that's what we're missing.
Yeah.
And then that's the whole thing of a new creation. You know what I'm saying? Accept Jesus, now you're a new creation. So I believe in that wholeheartedly. The people that go there and actually receive that and actually change, that's why it works. That's why I'm not a fan of NA and AA. Like, it works for people, great. You know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking it. Yeah. I'm not saying it don't work. But when you're in those rooms, man, it starts out like with, I'm so-so and I'm an addict. I'm not saying that, bro. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? That
I'm a new creation.
Right. So I don't want to sit here and tell myself I'm an addict all the time. You hear the, once addict, always that. It's so negative to me. Mm-hmm. And I'll catch some slack for that. I don't care. I've said it before. I'll say it again. But being that new creation and that new person, you learn a lot of ways to live like that. Mm-hmm.
Live like
more like Jesus would. Because through the program, there's a lot of forgiveness and a lot of love in that program.
Yeah.
Which is super important. I feel like the hardest thing is forgiving yourself. But all that's easier. But like I would journal You know, I read the Bible, I pray. Like I pray a lot now still. That's I learned that there. I know that I can't ever turn my back on God because He never did on me. You know what I mean? And I know what Keaton looks like without that in my life. You know what I mean? So we're just not going to go back to that. And like I said, it works because of Jesus.
Do you think that's kind of what separates the guys that make it and don't?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can tell when somebody actually wants to change and actually wants to accept Jesus and wants, you know, you don't even have to do anything. You just have to accept Him. You know what I'm saying? And you have to, well, obviously you have to mean it. But I started moving differently on my own. I did it without even thinking, you know?
Really?
Yeah.
How?
Like, so we're not allowed to play cards and gamble there or whatever, but I did anyway. You know, once I decided to lock in and actually do this and go forward with it, man, I wouldn't want to be around it. I wouldn't want to be a part or near anything that could jeopardize what I had going on. Like I said before, I wouldn't care.
Yeah.
I was just doing it last week. You know what I mean? And you'll see people that, like I say, talk a big game, but they're the ones sitting out there gambling too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't do that, man.
And I guess it's not really about following rules exactly, but it's more about
what would Jesus do? You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And one of my favorite things that we was taught there was, you know, a lot of people struggle with like, why would Jesus want to help me? You know what I'm saying? I've done this, and this, or I'm this bad. You know, in the Bible, Jesus was with sinners. Why would He be with people that didn't need Him?
Yeah.
They didn't need Him. You know what I mean? We're exactly where we're supposed to be because He's where He's supposed to be.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
it says that He came for the sick and not the
Right.
healthy.
Right.
He said the healthy aren't in need of a hospital.
Right. Yeah, exactly. There
Yeah.
you go. Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, so it's hard to explain, man, because like I said, everybody's walk is different. You know, your walk's different from mine. I knew that I changed.
Yeah.
I knew that I did.
Was it that moment where that guy, after you prayed, that he said Jesus loves you? Was that really?
That's where it started, but I knew that I changed after the way I felt about my houses.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 'Cause I was angry. I was mad at a lot of stuff that happened to me. You know what I'm saying? I felt a lot of stuff was unfair. I was angry. Like I said, I thought God was a bully. But I didn't feel none of that no more. At that moment, like I said, I got everything off my chest. I was ready to be different. I wanted to change. I wanted it then. But I was changing the whole time.
Yeah.
But I think I accepted it then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
The completion of
right.
walking through all of it.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and that's why I decided to be an AS1 because I wanted to help people that I could.
Yeah. You ever just shake somebody, grab them by the shoulders, and shake them like, "Dude, wake up"?
I would do it in different ways.
Oh, well, yeah, not literally.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know. I literally like, you know what I'm saying? We're all pretty much hardcore dudes. You know, throw in a few choice words and a couple analogies, you know what I mean? It's like, come on, dude, get it together, bro.
Yeah.
But that's how a lot of us had to be talked to. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're used to. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it's what gets through.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you're trying to save somebody in addiction, man, you have to do what you have to do. It's a tough thing to do. It's much easier to want it for somebody else before they want it. Mm-hmm. And that's so frustrating. Man, that used to really, sometimes it would piss me off, man, because I'm like, dude, you have no idea how much better your life could be. I was like, I'm still here as an AS1. I don't have anything still, but I'm a much happier person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm excited for my future finally. There were times before I went, I didn't care if I got caught stealing anything. I didn't care if I was getting locked up. Like when I was in jail, I was like, whatever, I'm just chilling, I guess. You know what I mean? There were times when I would get high. I'm like, okay, is this it? You know what I'm saying? And that's it's such a terrible way to live. Like I said, it was depressing. We were just depressed. But by the end of my program, my houses, I was free. And I knew that I was different. I was ready to go back out and live life.
Yeah.
So
I mean, as an AS1, you were kind of in the same seat your family was.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I never thought about it like that.
You were looking down at someone else just like they were looking at you, like, dude,
Right,
your life could be so much better than this.
right. Yeah, I never thought about that. That's a good way to put it. Like I said, it's frustrating. But, you know, I got all my relationships back. You know what I'm saying?
How hard was that?
My Nana was all right. That really wasn't hard. Like I said, she was like my best friend, man. She never gave up on me. I think my dad was the hardest one. There was obviously trust issues and all that. And I would come back, man. Well, when I came back, like we were trying to work together and do this and that before I went back to FedEx and all that or whatever. And we would have times where we would disagree and have these yelling matches. It's because, you know, I know that I hurt him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I couldn't be mad at him for being mad at me. But I'm sitting over here like, dude, I'm different. You know what I'm saying? I just got back. I know you don't see it, but I'm trying to tell you I'm different. Like, it was stuff like that.
Yeah.
It just takes time, man. All that takes time. They gave us an analogy there. It's like, so you walk 25,000 miles into the woods. You don't just get to jump out. You got to walk them back, man.
Wow.
So the healing process is a lot longer than the program itself. You know, the program's not over once you graduate, bro. You got a long way to go.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well, thank you for sharing your story.
for sure, dude. Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, dude.
This is the first time I actually shared it like this.
Really.
Yeah, kind of nervous, but it's all good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think it's good just because, like, how many guys are looking at the Faith Farm or somewhere like it and they're like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah,
They're either in the same situation you are, where they're like, I'll go, but I'm taking pills the whole way there.
yeah,
Or they're in the middle of detoxing and they're like, I don't want to do this anymore. How many guys are in that same situation who could see your story and be like, you know, maybe it is possible for me?
I'm sure there's plenty, but it has to get to a point where they're ready.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the hardest part. Is they got to find they've got to have enough at some point. I'd had enough, and there's a difference between people there that have had enough and the people that are like court order, like have to be there. They don't care. They haven't had enough. They just have to be there. You know what I mean? Everybody has a breaking point, and it sucks. It's unfortunate, but you have to get there. You know what I mean? Like I said, I was 22 years old and I was homeless. I didn't have anything but a bag of clothes, dude. And that sucks. Not knowing where you go. I didn't have no money. I didn't know I was going to eat. You know, I didn't know we were going to stay that night. I didn't take a shower or what. Like, I might even go to work tomorrow. That sucks. But it can happen, man.
I guess we should very quickly say something about where you are now. So you came back, and you lived with your Nana?
No, I live with pretty much my godmother. Her name's Amanda Hall. She had went through the same thing before me, though.
Yeah.
So when I came back, her and her husband and her family let me stay there for 6 months. And then, which I'm very grateful for. They're great people. She's very active in the recovery community here.
Awesome.
I was there for about 6 months. Like I said, then I got my job back at FedEx. Then I got an apartment. Then left FedEx, came to Cintas. I've been at Cintas ever since, man. But I mean, life to me is great, man. Like I'm not struggling. I get to play a ton of golf. I got a dog that I love. You know what I'm saying? I get to have fun.
Yeah.
And I'm not worried about where I'm gonna eat or sleep or none of that. All my bills are paid. You know what I mean? I don't really want for nothing.
Yeah.
All my relationships with my families are good. I've been fortunate enough to be able to help people get down there and see them change and live better lives, man.
Yeah.
And it's great. I wouldn't be here if I never would have went there. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So
I think there's a lot of people that are in similar situation to you now. Not that they've come out of rehab, but they're just, you know,
Right.
they're working a job and they've got a house and everything, but I think it's really easy for people to become ungrateful when they haven't walked through a journey like yours or seen
Right.
it, you know?
right,
If you see something like that firsthand, or for me, it was going to India where I was seeing the way people, you know, their everyday life,
yeah,
literally sheets on sticks on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere, or people everywhere, but you know what I mean. And it's like, this is their house, and people are here. That this guy goes to the bathroom next to the street and busy dirt road. And you're over here complaining because
Wi-Fi's out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mediacom sucks. You know what I mean?
Oh, sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, eggs are $7.
Right.
Oh, at least you paid it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. It's tough if you've never experienced it. Like, I'm not trying to say I went through the worst time ever.
Yeah.
But it was hard. It was tough. It sucked. But I'm now at a point where I'm grateful for it. I know where I don't want to ever be back again. And I've learned how to deal with life without trying to cope. You know what I mean?
Does that drive you to stay successful, or I don't know, in church, in a job? Like, is that your driving factor now?
It does. So like I don't go to church a lot, but I know that I should. Like, I feel convicted about it. I want to. I started going to Grace City now. You know, so I've never had like that home church experience. You know what I mean? I never had it. So
Except Faith Farm, I guess.
yeah, pretty much. But it definitely. I just try to be now, man. I just try to be the best man I can, and I fall all the time. But you know, if I pick myself up from that, then I can do it here again. I'll be fine. You know what I mean? You know, when times get hard or something bad happens to me, you know, I don't have to go and find drugs and none of that. You know, what I do now, I pray. I just pray. I pray and I wait because God never let me down then.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's not going to now. That's something that I know.
It's powerful.
Yeah. So that was it, man.
It's a good place to end it right there.
Yeah.
I felt that he wasn't even hearing me. He was just quoting something out of some textbook that he had heard. And so I stopped him and I said, "Do you know where I have been?" "No." "Have you ever been in combat?" "No." "Have you ever been in the military?" "No." He's working for the VA. He's working for the military. He's a psychologist that has obviously went to school. He says, "Well, I've had schooling. I've worked so many years doing with PTSD victims and so on and so forth. That's why I'm working for the military." But he's never been where I've been. And I told him, I said, "You have no business telling me what I should or should not do. You haven't walked in my shoes. Yeah, I'm sure the book says something. But until you have felt what I'm feeling, until you understand or even comprehend what I'm going through, you have no business telling me what I should or should not do."
Well, this morning we're about ready to go over and open up the chickens and get them fed. They like these things called mealworms, kind of like crack for them. They just really like them. Starts them off in the morning. We're check our little baby chickens. We got 14 little baby chickens, and a couple turkeys, and then about 3 or 4 guys are going to go do that, and then 3 or 4 guys are going to go feed our horse Riella, and then we have to go to the backfield to check on the 4 cattle that we have and feed them and water them. All right.
Where's Grant and Devin?
I'm not waking people up.
Are they still down there asleep?
All right. Well, let's just let them sleep.
Let them sleep.
That's all right. All right.
I'll get them after dinner.
Okay. So you got a half an hour. Well, maybe I didn't. Oh, I got my phone on me today. So we got time. We got an hour and a half for our devotions and coffee and breakfast. So it is 5:52, getting a little bit of a late start, but that's all right. We got a little bit more light. So let's hurry as quickly as we can. You guys are going to be done a lot earlier than us because we got to walk all the way out to the field. And the girls are already starting breakfast, and we've got biscuits and gravy with sausage in it, bacon, eggs coming. So that should motivate some stomachs.
Yeah.
All right. God bless, and we'll see you back for breakfast.
Good.
When you have a dream about something, Kim and I when we were in South Carolina and God began to show us what we were supposed to do, I envisioned something like this, and it became a drawing on a piece of paper, and then it became kind of a plan, and now you get to this level and it's like it's almost surreal, like what happened to what we thought all the way back in South Carolina and Georgia is sitting in front of us. Yeah. And it's starting to take shape. BJ, come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. There you go. Come on. Come on. The long-term vision for Peace Mountain Ranch is that it becomes a place that people come to partake of what they need. Think of it like a refrigerator. When we are hungry or we are thirsty, we go to the refrigerator, we open it up, and we reach in there and we grab that something to drink, or that piece of fruit, or that sandwich, or that steak, or whatever it is that we want in that refrigerator. I want people, veterans, people in need, families of veterans, families of active duty people. It doesn't matter. When they come here, I want them knowing that they can't wait to get here to open up the refrigerator because they need A, or they need Z, or they need S. They just come and open the refrigerator. Yeah. Yeah, good girl. Here comes the big ones. Hey, Baldy. Hey, Baldy. Hey, buddy. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yep, he's going to come in. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. It literally is giving us the ability to keep the cows out here by themselves, but the backside pond doesn't always get a full flow of water. Back there's the pond, and it's a spring, so it's fed. It just isn't fed so forcefully that it's rushing, right? So it's probably not the best source of water for the cattle. So we try to get clean water from up there. Good power.
When did you start accepting people, and how many have you had?
So last year we had 23. This year we have already had, I think we're over 24 already. And this is May. That's kind of amazing. We haven't even advertised. We're having our grand opening in June 11th. We haven't even advertised one day. We've not put anything in the newspaper. People are just coming out of the woodworks to help and to be a part, and it's been amazing. These are just people that are just contacting, and we've had them from Georgia. Right now, the guys are from Albany, but we've had them from South Carolina. We've had them from North Carolina, Colorado, Oklahoma, Texas. They say that their eyes have been opened to something different, that what they felt here, they were not expecting. They were not expecting what they, when they came here, that they were going to feel. Two, many of them say that when they came here, they were going through something in their life, and that had been lifted, or that had been changed, or they had a different view of it, or they had clarity of being able to go and make decisions in a different way. And that's exactly what Peace Mountain Ranch is about. People that are, I call it the fog, right? It's the fog of life is happening, and they can come here and the fog gets lifted or the fog dissipates, and all of a sudden they can go, oh, that's what I need to do. If it's their own life, if it's their friend's life, it's about a job or whatever it's about, that's what they can do.
The sun just a little bit higher than this, but not much. Almost peeking over the top of the hill, and then it's gone again. That's the shortest day, and then the longest day in the perspective. Anybody like on it?
So, and Johnson City is, you know, it's got everything.
There's the Song of Copperhead.
Well, so I really want people when they come, veterans and whomever, when they come, to really feel at home and at peace, and just that they can just relax and they can breathe. I want to create an environment like that, a home, the carriage house, you know, every place that they will come and see and experience. So because I've been to places where you just kind of feel uncomfortable and you just feel like, okay, I'm kind of in the way, I'm kind of being a bother. I don't know if I can really do that or go there. And that's not what I want. And because I want people to feel, you know, comfortable and relaxed and invited and welcomed and warm and all those wonderful adjectives that describe, you know, what people really, really want. And that's comfort and to feel welcomed.
Okay, here's Riella's. Remember, Riella likes her treats before she gets her scoop. Who's doing that today? You want to do it? Okay. So when you meet her at the thing, these go first. Who's going to give some hay? All right. There we go.
You know?
I want you to stop for a second and just listen. Isn't that amazing? The birds, you don't hear cars. You hear nature, hear the gobble. Turkey's talking. You hear the gobble? Isn't it beautiful? I love it.
So in 2014, I had a massive collapse. And I had this wonderful counselor that they gave me right away. And I personally feel she saved my life. I was in a very, very dark place. I don't even remember much of a year during that time. But what I do remember is that she went on some training or something for like 3 months. During that 3 months, they gave me a different person, and it was this guy. And they said, you know, at first I said I wasn't going to see anybody. You know, I'm connected to her. I don't want to talk to anybody else. I'll talk to her by the phone or whatever. And they said, well, she's in a situation, she can't do that. So here's this other guy. Just talk to him. And as I was talking to him, throughout our conversation, he would use these words, "You just have to," and then he'd say what I had to do.
You can never fully understand what is going on inside of them. And to say that, you know, you may think it's bringing them comfort, but it doesn't. They know that nobody can understand what they're going through. Stories are similar, experiences are similar. So, you know, I listen, and I try to put myself in his situation, or try to see if he's being triggered, what's going on, if he's having anxiety, what's going on, if he's uncomfortable, you know, is it something I can change, the environment or the surroundings or whatever. So it's just a lot of listening, a lot of putting yourself kind of in their shoes. But it just takes its time. And it may never go away. And you know, it may change a little. Circumstances may change, and your environment may change, and so it may calm down a little bit. But it will always be there in one aspect or another.
And it just ground into my heart and my mind, and I just couldn't handle what he was saying. Not because of the suggestions, but that he was telling me what I needed to do. The next time I went there is a couple days later, same thing. By the third time I went to meet with this guy, he said it again, and he didn't. I felt that he wasn't even hearing me. He was just quoting something out of some textbook that he had heard. And so I stopped him, and I said, "Do you know where I have been?" "No." "Have you ever been in combat?" "No." "Have you ever been in the military?" "No." He's working for the VA. He's working for the military. He's a psychologist that has obviously went to school. He says, "Well, I've had schooling. I've worked so many years doing with PTSD victims and so on and so forth. That's why I'm working for the military." But he's never been where I've been. And I told him, I said, "You have no business telling me what I should or should not do. You haven't walked in my shoes. Yeah, I'm sure the book says something. But until you have felt what I'm feeling, until you understand or even comprehend what I'm going through, you have no business telling me what I should or should not do. You walk with me. Let me experience and work through what I need to work through, but you don't tell me what I'm going to do or what I should do or shouldn't do. Give me assignments, fine. Give me something I should work through, okay. But tell me that I should stop something, or I should stop doing this, or I should stop doing that. That's not your job. You haven't been where I've been. My brother, who bled with me and walked through the same mud with me, we can talk to each other like that because we've experienced the same stuff. But you haven't been with me. You haven't even experienced what I've experienced." And I walked out because I was so angry inside that someone who hasn't even been there had the audacity to tell me what I should or shouldn't do. And I never went back to the guy.
So I'm Jim Bogus. I spent 36 years in the Army, 24 of that on active duty. And before becoming a chaplain, I was enlisted for 6 years in the National Guard. And then I was an engineer officer and a transportation officer. And then I had a break when I went to become a chaplain, or went to seminary. And then because of 9/11, I came back on as a chaplain and spent another 10 years until I finally retired as a colonel. So that's my military background. On the civilian side, I have a master's of theological studies, a master of divinity, a doctor of ministry. I have 4 units of clinical pastoral education, which is what you are required to have to work as a hospital chaplain, to work in a hospital. And I also have a degree in strategic studies. So all of that comes together to help me to understand the military from private, because I've been to basic training. A lot of chaplains never went to basic training and enlisted basic training. I've spent time as an NCO, I've spent time as a line officer, I've spent time as a company commander. So I know what it's like to send people into battle. As a transportation officer in Iraq, there are no front lines. So when I sent my troops out the gate in that truck to transport stuff, they're getting blown up with roadside bombs just like everybody else was. So I've been there, I've done some of that stuff. As a chaplain, I supported mortuary affairs. So I knew what it was like to see those soldiers who were going home in a box. And I worked with the people who had to put the pieces together and put them in that box. And so I've seen the horrors of war. I've known people who have suffered tremendously because of the horrors of war. And so my heart aches for everyone who's ever had to go through that. And I want to see those who are having trouble dealing with that find hope and healing.
And one of the visions and dreams that he has for a program is that when family comes, he envisions a time when maybe instead of just veterans coming, it may be the spouses coming, or it may be the children coming, a family's coming. And that's where he has approached me more with, as you say, maybe being more invested in the conversations and stuff, is when they might be here, because that's what I lived through. And Harvey didn't live through that. He was on the other end. So for him to identify that way is a little bit difficult. But it's not difficult for us who lived here, who day in and day out went to our closets and opened up the doors, and there's our spouse's stuff all the time there. We're setting the kitchen table minus one plate. So everything was a constant reminder day in and day out that husband's not here or your spouse isn't here. Disciplining children, I've got to do this myself. The car breaks down, I got a flat tire, I need a windshield wiper changed. You know, those are things that now we had to take care of or find somebody to do, and it wasn't always the easiest. We second guessed sometimes. Is this the right person to go to, or who do I go to get this done? And so that was the stress that we were experiencing on the home front, besides having it on the news or in public speech or, you know, public places. You overhear conversations of, oh, did you just hear that this and this was attacked, or this, and it's like, you don't know where your spouse is. They may be there, because I wasn't told. He didn't call home every day and say, oh honey, by the way, I'm going here. Ed just didn't get phone calls for a couple of days. And then after he would get back and he goes, so yes, I was down in this war zone. And I was like, well, thank you for not letting me know, because at least I can just imagine you're safe tucked in your tent, and not driving in a convoy looking down and seeing a bomb right beside the door. That if you would have opened up the door and stepped out, you would have lost your life. So that's what we lived with at home. And I'd miss him terribly, and some people would say, well, it's just like he's he's just gone for a couple of weeks, or like an over the road truck driver. It's like, well, yeah, he's gone for that long period of time, but the over the road truck driver, yes, has to worry about stupid cars cutting him off and all that type of thing, or the dangers. They lay their head down at night and they have to keep an eye open, an ear open, or whatever, because they got bombs flying over their heads. So it's a different scenario. It's not the same.
We understand that people can get to the point where they can feel hopeless, but they should never feel helpless. There should always be someone who can come alongside of them. Unfortunately, suicide is a big problem in the veteran community. They had that battle buddy, they had that person with them that was able to share hope with them, help them get back. But now that they're out, sometimes because they don't feel like they fit into society, having trouble adjusting, they often will gravitate to rural areas like this and kind of be off by themselves. And they need a place where they can find help so they can have their hope restored. And so I think that's probably the most important thing I'd like to see happen here, is that ability to reach those veterans and give them a place where they can come and have their hope restored and find the help they need so that they can start that healing process and have a purpose again. We've seen that a lot of veterans that spent 20 or 30 years in the military, their whole identity was wrapped up in who they were in the military, and then they kind of lose that identity when they get out. And if they can't find a new purpose, that can be very devastating. So we want to help them find that hope, find that healing, and get that new purpose in life. And so whatever we need to do here to get the word out, whatever facilities we need so they have a place to stay, that's what I want to see Peace Mountain Ranch grow into.
So the property would look like this, the ultimate down the road dream. We have enough horses here that we can do some horse therapy with the individuals who need horse type of connection. We have cattle. The cattle are going to be here every year. There's going to be 4 to 5 head of cattle every year. We will have them growing here, and that is going to be the food that will be provided yearly and around the clock. Right behind me, there will be a 104-foot by 24 feet by 2 stories tall, with a balcony that literally walks right behind me over the top of the building, overlooking the arena that is right behind me, so that they can watch the roping or the riding or a couple of the rodeo type event. So we're talking about team roping and calf roping that'll be going on down in the future. So people can come and sit out on the balcony, or they can go down into the 4 ADA rooms. Downstairs will be 5 stalls, horse stalls, a commercial kitchen, and a commercial dining for the veterans and families that come. And then way back in the trees that's back there, there's going to be a log chapel and a kind of a connecting garden, a prayer garden, a meditation type of garden, just to be able to go and sit and reflect. That's back in the trees. Also back in the trees is going to be an archery course. Archery is an amazing thing that you have to be in body, soul, mind, and spirit for you to actually hit something. You got to calm yourself. You can't have high anxiety and shoot a bow because you're all over the place. You're shaking. You got to calm yourself to release that bow to hit something. Now, if it's 10 feet in front of you, you can hit it. But if it's 20 and 30 and 40 feet away, yards away, it becomes very difficult to do that if you're not calming yourself. So archer's a great thing to calm people down. Horses are great. We can, because we have our next door neighbor, Benny, and the lamb beside him and the lamb back behind us, his name's Bob. Benny and Bob are on the board. They are allowing us to use their property for trail rides. The horses will be here for therapy. The horses will be here for trail rides. All of this sets up an opportunity for people to glean and gain every need that they need. They open the refrigerator and they grab whatever it is that they need to be able to sustain their life for that moment and for the future yet to come.
I close my eyes and all the things that race in my head just go away for that just a moment.
And talk with other veterans that have gone through the exact same thing they have.
Have y'all talked to the guy who lives up here on Iron Mountain? I think it's called Area 7.
Otherwise, it was 100 and...
Welcome to the 1334 podcast. My name is Blake Barlow, and today I'm joined by Josh Cochran. He's the lead pastor at Grace City Church in Albany, Georgia. He's an author and leader. How are you?
Doing great. Glad to be here.
Yeah.
First time on the podcast.
Yeah. Hopefully not the last.
Yes.
Maybe I won't screw it up too bad. So I have an icebreaker. I've been trying to figure out the format for these, and so I was like, well, let's just start this one with an icebreaker and see how it goes.
All right.
What's a skill you're absolutely terrible at but wish you could magically master?
Music, guitar. I wish
Really?
I could play. When I was in, I do college, I had to take like an elective course. So I was like, man, why not like something useful? So I took a guitar class because I just wanted to be able to like jam out on some worship songs, but it was like guitar notes. It was terrible. My fingers hurt. And so after a full semester, I was no better at the guitar. I was absolutely terrible. So I wish that I was either a musician or could sing, because like most pastors, they'll like come up, close out worship, and they'll like just start like singing
In the middle of it?
Yeah, in the middle of it. They have those skills. I don't. I got one skill, and that's it. I talk. Yes.
I can't believe how fast you answer that. You were ready for that one. So today I just want to go through like your new book, Path to Purpose. After listening to your message series, I knew how much this could relate to nonprofits and then really just other leaders. Whether you're Christian or not, I feel like these principles, the same way Proverbs applies to everyone, whether you're Christian or not, I feel like this is great wisdom that should be shared. And so I figured, why not have you on, talk about it a little bit?
Yeah, that's great.
What inspired Path to Purpose?
Well, it's actually the second book, so another book plug. The first book I wrote on purpose is called Discover Purpose. Just really wanted to help people find the thing that they felt like their purpose, their reason for being, the thing that God had called them to do. And so that one was really more about helping you discover what that thing is. And then I ran into a bunch of people who they kind of felt like they knew they had an idea about what God had called them to do, but they just had no idea how to get started. Or I saw a lot of people who found out what that purpose is, ran headlong after that thing, but then they ran into obstacles and challenges and things, and they ended up quitting, and so they've since started 9 different businesses, everything is continually changing, and they always run into the same obstacles and quit and reinventing themselves and going in a new direction. So just wanted to kind of give somebody a practical blueprint of some things to look for and to help them, get moving in that direction, and some things that everybody encounters as they're seeking to walk out their purpose. Because I think when you hear that, other people have experienced that same thing, it lets you know that, hey, I am doing the right thing. I am going in the right direction because I'm not the only one who's experienced this.
And that really ties in perfectly for what this podcast is for. Like, honestly, I want to say between me and you, but I'm recording this. I didn't want to do a podcast. It was like one of the last things I wanted to do. I didn't want to be on camera. I didn't want to talk to people. I just want to make videos and edit and try and help people.
Yeah.
But I really kept feeling a pull, like, you have to start a podcast. You have to start. And then, now after a few episodes, like, our YouTube's growing, like, our social media is growing, everything's growing tremendously, and we're actually helping share other people's story. But, it's just like with anything, any nonprofit, any leadership, any entrepreneurship, like, it's just obstacle after obstacle after obstacle. And it's just like, not
yeah, but I think you said something that was great, is that you talked about how you didn't want to do this, but you kept feeling like you had this leading to do it, and then you did it, and now it's caused all these other things that you've been working on for a long time to start growing.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's, that's one of the things, is like, you feel like, man, this is like another, tangent. This is kind of like off mission, off brand, but you know what? Hey, I'm going to do this anyways. And that ends up being the thing that causes these other things to grow.
Yeah.
So many times we stay stuck. We keep doing the same thing, day in and day out, expecting things to be different, expecting things to change. But you have to do different things. You have to try new things and see if they work. And experimentation is a huge part in the path to purpose, is just trying things out and seeing if they work, or they might flop and fail, and nothing ever comes of it, but at least you tried.
How long would you try?
Ooh, I guess it would also be, how much money does it cost? To experiment.
Yeah.
So, is this just like time costs? To where I have the equipment, you got the lights, you got the cameras, you got the mics, you have that stuff, and so it's just the time now that you invest in it. But it's tough to know when to let something go because it's not working, and when to pick it up. I wish that was like an easy answer, I think there is times when it's just like, okay, I need to let this thing go because it's not, producing the results that I'm wanting it to, and the time I'm putting into it versus what it's actually generating. Sometimes it's time to switch gears and try some new things.
So how do you avoid waiting for those perfect circumstances? Like, for me, like, I had the equipment, but I don't know, maybe it's personality type. I just didn't wait. I just started. I found Farmer Fredo, and I knew the guy talks, and he talks really well. And I was like, hey man, you free in about 2 weeks? But how would you recommend someone avoid like waiting for the perfect time? Like, I think parents do the same thing. Like, I'll have the second kid when I'm ready. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, how do you try to avoid those perfect circumstances?
Yeah, I think it's when you come to the realization that if you wait for the perfect circumstances, you'll be waiting forever, because they're never going to come. You're never going to attract the resources, the people, the team, the momentum you need sitting still. And so there's never just going to come some moment where it's like, all right. And I know that better than anybody, because God spoke to me about, writing books a decade before I wrote a book. And so like, it was one of the most, it was the clearest encounter with God I had where he spoke to me. I heard his voice. It was as close to like the audible voice of God, like inner audible, that I've ever come to. And he said, you know, you're going to write a book. And it's one of those things I knew was God because I have no desire to write at all. But I knew it was God. And then, 10 years later, I thought, I think it was like I was waiting for just the perfect time to start writing, to start doing something. And I realized that time is the only time I got. So I need to do something now. And so I think when you realize that there's never going to be the perfect time, you just have to start moving.
Yeah.
And as you get moving, you get going in that direction. That's when, God brought editors and things into my life to help, me with my English, my grammar, and all those things. But they didn't come while I was just sitting there. It was like I finished a manuscript and I was like, hey, I need somebody. And someone said, oh, my son actually does that. And he's actually a great editor. And so I was able to hand it to him, who handed it to somebody else. And next thing you know, it became, something. But I didn't make those connections until, I actually started moving and started doing something.
Well, how would you say that if you waited a decade, how would you recommend someone avoid not stepping out because of uncertainty?
Yeah, I think, I think that there's two kinds of regret. There are regrets of action and there are regrets of inaction, and so, there's always going to be an element of uncertainty. There's always going to be I don't know if this is going to work out. But I think when we look back at the end of our lives, for most people, I think there are some people that their biggest regrets are things that they've done, especially people in prison, people, that are in jail right now. It's it's this thing that I did. But I think for the average person, when they reach the end of their life, their greatest regrets aren't about necessarily the things that they've done, but the things that they didn't do, those things that they felt like, those dreams they had in their heart to start that business, to launch that nonprofit, to do something, and then they just stayed in their comfort zone and didn't do anything. And so I think even if you launch out and fail miserably at it, it's better than just sitting around wondering, what if I would have had the courage to do something? A good friend of mine felt like, there was this thing that God had put on his heart to do, felt like he was called to do this. And so he launched out, did it, invested tons of money, which I don't recommend doing that at the first hand, invested tons of money, tons of time in this thing, and it ended up flopping massively. It was a complete failure. He lost thousands of dollars in the process, and the thing just ended up, being the biggest flop that he'd ever done. But I don't think it's even a failure, though, because at least you could say, hey, man, I went for it. I gave it everything that I had. Now there are some wisdom that he could have learned along the way before he invested, thousands of dollars and all those things into those things. And so that's where, we want to take calculated risks. There's always going to be an element of trust. There's going to be an element of risk, but we want to take calculated risks. There's a biblical principle that I think can apply to any business, any endeavor that you do. And it's found in Genesis chapter 1, where the first command that God gave to mankind was be fruitful and multiply. And the fruitfulness comes before the multiplication. So you have to learn the fruitful stage before you start to multiply it. And so where my friend messed up is that he had an idea and he went into the multiplication, the distribution of a product that was untested, and there was no market for it. To where there's other ways that you could have accomplished that and known whether or not there's actually a market for this thing you're wanting to do. That were a lot cheaper. That he could have sunk $200 into it instead of a couple $1,000 into this thing. And so that's where I tell people, just step out and start doing it, and then you can learn. And once you get something that's fruitful, that's this is working. There's a need for this. There's a demand for this. People are drawn to this thing. Well, now we move into the multiplication phase. How do we take this thing that I'm passionate about this thing that I love to do, and now multiply its reach, multiply its production, and then you begin to scale it. But a lot of people, they want to jump to the finished product and to begin to multiply something that was never fruitful to begin with. And so that's where I say, get out there, start doing it, embrace the uncertainty, take a risk, calculated one, invest a small amount in it. And if it flops, you're out a few $100, but in some time, but at least you've done it versus I wonder what would have happened if I had done that.
I have never thought of that verse like that. That's cool. And it made me think of, do you know what T-Rex Arms is?
Yeah, I know, I know what T-Rex Arms are.
It's a company that makes holsters.
Okay, I didn't know that, but.
So he's the guy that started it, he was like 16 or 17 at the time. And he just went to his parents' garage and started making holsters and designing a product that he liked. And then he would take the money he got from selling them to buy ammo. And then he just started shooting. And then he would do competition shoots. And he would just film himself shooting as fast as he could. And then he had a YouTube channel that just grew and grew and grew. And then he started selling more holsters. And he built this giant company that has over 100 employees and stuff now. He's like 28, 29, built this huge company completely debt free because he did that. He saw that it was fruitful, and then he started to scale it.
Yeah, exactly. That's a brilliant idea. And they started expanding and adding the YouTube channel and these other things that he started doing. And so that's a lesson that I wish I would have known a long time ago. But it's one that I'm still, currently learning.
Yeah. He was on, I think it was Dave Ramsey's podcast talking about it. It was really interesting to hear his business mind, because I'm about the same age and I'm trying to build something too. So it was really cool super inspirational for me, for sure.
Yeah.
Even though it's an incredibly interesting company.
Different niche, man. That's where it's like, hey, there are people who are interested in this. Like, you never know until you actually do it. I don't know if people are interested in custom gun holsters for T-Rex Arms, you know? But, you don't know until you actually try and go, oh, well, there's actually a huge market for this thing, or this is a niche that nobody else is doing.
So how would you recommend someone find their next step? Like, I think it's really easy to have, like, paralysis when it comes to this sort of thing. Whether it's you have, like, 400 ideas and hundreds of things you can do, but how would you recommend someone take that very first step? I know you say just go, but what is that first step? What's that go? Like, how do you identify exactly what the first step you should take is?
I think as long as you're taking a general step in the direction of your purpose, any movement forward is good movement, even if you find out, all right, hey, this is not the thing that I want to do, that any step is just in that direction is going to be beneficial in the long run. Because that's the thing, you talked about the, paralysis of analysis, which is like, there's so many things that I could do. There's so many, directions that I could go in. And so you feel overwhelmed because you don't know which direction, to go. And so, like, same thing with, like, okay, so take book writing, for example. You feel like God's called you to write a book. Well, the first step is just to start writing, to get a manuscript, and then you could hand it to somebody and they could say, this is trash, which is what happened with my first manuscript. They're like, this is terrible. This doesn't resemble a book. This is like a bad book report, That's what it looked like. And so, go back to the drawing board, and I was able to, rehash that and rework it and stuff like that. But you had to move a step in that direction. And so whatever that thing is, if you feel like it's, it's a podcast or a YouTube channel, and this is like my idea for it, man, just start uploading content. Don't wait until you get all the fancy stuff that you have here. Like, do it on your phone and see if it generates any traction, and just start moving. And you go, you know what? Actually, I don't want to do a YouTube channel where it's just me. In fact, I think I'm a better conversationalist than I am talking to a camera. And so maybe I just, I bring somebody else in, and don't be afraid to experiment and to try, new things, because sometimes that's that key to innovation. Is when you don't have a budget or all these other things, and so you really have some freedom to innovate and to do things differently. And so it's like if you have like a big target that you want to reach to, just start taking those small steps towards that thing, even if it's just all right, hey, I want to start this business. Well, go interview somebody who's actually in that field, who's actually done that, and learn from their mistakes, learn from their wisdom. And so even just small things like that can help you versus you just trying to figure out all on your own.
Yeah, I mean that's what I've had people ask me, like, hey, I want to start doing videos for this, but how do I do it? I said, what kind of phone do you have? Like, your phone camera's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to shoot 4K and all these fancy things. I said, go to a window around lunch and film with your phone. It's perfectly fine. Like, I started everything I do now with a really cheap camera and cheap lenses, and I just figured it out.
Yeah.
You don't need anything fancy. You just figure it out. And
Yeah, I remember you told me that same advice when I was doing, the YouTube stuff. You're like, dude, you don't need all these, fancy lights. I think I had some like, $50 newer set, and just, opened up the blinds and started filming, with my phone. And it's,
it worked, didn't it?
Yeah, it worked, And so, we think we have to get all these other things before we do anything. And so that's where I just say, man, just get moving, just start heading in that direction. And then you might get in that direction and go, you know what, this was like an idea that I had. This is something I thought that would be cool, but this actually sucks and I hate it.
Yep.
And that's okay. So now you've crossed off one thing off your list that okay, I don't want to move in that direction. It's like people who are like, all right, man, it kind of sucks the way our education system is lined up, because it's like, all right, I want to go be a teacher, but then it's a really long time before you actually are in a classroom with kids.
Yeah.
Let's get them in the classroom in the first semester of school.
See if you actually like it.
See if you actually like it. Because so many people get in there and like, this is terrible. Tell them what they're going to get paid.
Yeah.
And then put them in a room with kids and be like, is this worth it for virtually nothing? And they're like, you know what? No, I'd rather make money and not wipe snotty noses all day. It would help a lot of people out.
Yep.
Or, versus like this whole thing of where you just go and you learn all this information before you actually do anything.
Yeah.
So, there's like the saying like, ready, aim, fire. I just fire, ready, aim.
Yeah.
And just shoot and figure it out later, but just do something instead of sitting around and trying to wait for everything to line up perfectly.
Yeah. I think it's really easy to. I heard someone say something along the lines of, you say an idea and it feels like you did it. Like someone says, oh, I'm going to start going to the gym. And then they feel good about it.
Yeah.
And then they don't go to the gym.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's one of the things, like when I was starting this podcast, I didn't tell anybody. I told my wife and I told my board, and that was it. And then I just started. And I know I'll end up learning and growing along the way. I'm pretty sure the last podcast I did is not very good. The guy's great, super interesting guy, but I tried something new and I added music to it.
Yeah.
And I had some feedback that was like, oh, I understand what you're doing. And then one of my board members was like, wasn't great. So it's like I can start adapting that a little bit and add music here or there and try it, or just cut it out completely and try again.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. Do you think it's more of a personality type, or do you think it's just willingness to fail? What do you think it is that causes someone to be okay with sucking?
Yeah. I think what you were saying with, that people, if they have an idea, they act as though they've done it.
Yeah.
Like I got a family member who's like the biggest evangelist for like keto carnivore, but they don't do it.
Really?
They eat like generally like somewhere in the vicinity of that, but then they're having carbs, they're having sugar, they're doing all these things, and they're telling other people to do it. They're telling people that it'll cure whatever ailments you have wrong with you. You know, it's the cure all for everything. But I'm like, but you don't actually do it. And so I think there is something about having the information and how we're sometimes content knowing the right things instead of actually doing anything with it. But it's like in the end, the goal, and when we stand before Jesus, we want to hear him say the words, well done, good and faithful servant. It's not going to be well thought, well planned.
Well, almost.
Yeah, almost. Like, man, that vision board was awesome. Like, man, you really put it together, a great vision board. But it's like, well, did you do anything on the board? And so I think that's where, and sometimes I think it lights a fire when you actually see somebody else living the dream and doing what God's called you to do.
Yeah.
So when you see somebody else that, stepped out and did that idea, and you're like, man, I could have done that.
Yeah.
There's a Christian filmmaker. He does documentary style videos and wildly popular. He always talks about how, God asked him to do it. He's like, God, I don't know enough. I'm not good enough. I can't do this. And God's like, I know you weren't my first choice. And he was like, what? And I could be getting the number slightly wrong here, but I think God said something like, you're the 11th person I asked to do this. And so he wasn't even like God's top 3. He was number 11.
Not even top 10.
Yeah, because he didn't know how to do like the video and the editing. And he's like, dude, I don't even do this stuff. And so he had to like learn all of it, but he just decided to say, yes to God. And so I can't imagine what it's like to see the other 10 people that God asked to do that thing, see what he's doing and go, oh my gosh, I had that same idea. God spoke to me about that. And now this guy's living my dream and what I'm supposed to do. And to me, that's haunting.
Yeah. I think that's kind of what drove me to do this. Because I was like, in 2018, I went to India and I filmed with Andy, who was running a Christian orphanage in India, very hidden. He didn't tell anybody where he was. Super persecuted place. And I was like, I'll go try to tell your story. Why not? And then it just sparked a fire in me to help as many people as I could, because this guy was flying back to the U.S. and driving around for 3 months every year away from his family, away from his kids, and was just trying to fundraise. And I was like, if you could do this online and really tell your story, how much more time could you spend with your family,
Yeah.
And it just sparked this whole thing, and now we just came back from Thailand and did this whole documentary, and it's like, I know I'm moving in the right direction. Of course, I don't know, I just felt peace to go to Thailand and film with Enoch, so this is what I did. Like, it's just step by step. This is the same thing, exactly what I'm trying to do with this, and I think that's what made me really want to talk to you about this, because I was like, this is exactly what I'm doing. Like,
yeah, and you're doing it though. You're like living it, because I remember you sent that post out. You're like, hey, tell me about a nonprofit. Somebody's doing something that I can use my skills to help. And I think I mentioned Enoch and what they're doing in Thailand. And there were probably 20 different submissions at least on that post.
Yeah.
But then you just felt like that's the one.
Yep.
And so that's what I tell people, man, follow that peace, follow that thing that sparks joy, that gets excitement, even though it's like, that's a pretty like big jump for you. I know you'd done the one in India, but then you traveling to Thailand, taking a team and doing that, like that's a huge step of faith, a lot expensive.
Oh yeah.
Going to Thailand and doing all that stuff. But you just went for it, and so kudos to you for, stepping out and just going for it, and not just, waiting until you had everything. You didn't have the money to go. It was like, hey, we're going.
Yeah.
And then it's like, we're trying to raise money, you know? And then I talked to you, it was like just a couple weeks before you guys left. You're like, man, I got everything but, the money for the hotels. And I was like, well, we'll help out with that, and the money, the people, all that stuff came.
Yep.
But it came after you made that commitment to do that thing. And so, and I think that there's something to that. I think that's when, if you're, a believer, you're a Christian, I think that's when God gets involved. He doesn't get involved with your planning per se. He gets involved when it's like, oh, this guy's serious about doing this. He's going to need my help.
Yeah.
And it's your action that provokes God's involvement, in your story and in what you're doing.
Yeah, we we raised nearly $36,000 last year.
Wow.
And 9,000 of that was in 3 months trying to go to Thailand. It was mind blowing. Like, we had no money for it. And then we just started posting on Facebook. We were like, somebody's got to help, right?
Yeah.
It was one of those things, like, I knew we were going. I didn't know when. I was like, maybe we'll go 2025. Like,
Yeah.
whenever we get the money, we'll set a date, you know?
Yeah.
And then the board, so we started looking at it. We started looking at the prices after we said we were going, and we were like, well, we might only need 4,000, and then the tickets jumped. We're like, oh, we're gonna need 7, and then tickets jumped. Oh, we're gonna need 12, and the tickets jumped. And so we were like, okay, well, we're not bringing 5 people, we're not bringing 4, we're not bringing 3, and it was just me and Corey. We're like, this is all we have money for 2 of us.
Yeah.
But it turned out great, and we're still promoting the documentary and looking at other festivals to put it into.
Yeah. But it's great because like the provision for it followed the vision. Some people want the provision to come before they execute the vision, but it's like, no, it only comes, as you're going.
What biblical principles from your book and this message series can nonprofit leaders apply to their mission work, whether they believe in the Bible or not? Like, because I believe books like Proverbs, whether you're Christian or not, has great wisdom in it to live by. Especially the first, 6 chapters of Proverbs? 7?
Yeah.
So what biblical principles can apply to other nonprofit leaders?
I think really the whole book, I think biblical principles work in every aspect of life, because they're founded in God's truth and God's reality, which transcends just the Christian space.
Yeah.
Even sometimes people might not be able to recognize them. Like there's a particular pastor who is friends with some of the guys on Shark Tank. And one of the guys, Damien, I think it is, and he was talking about something. This guy goes, man, that's like biblical. And so this guy was talking about how when you write your goals down, you're, whatever percentage more likely to fulfill them once you actually put them on paper. So that's what he teaches in his workshop. And this guy's like, man, that's from the Bible? He's like, no, it's not. He's like, yeah, Habakkuk, write the vision, make it plain so that those who read it may run with it. And he was like, man, I had no idea. And so he went through his entire talk that he gives, and he showed him how all these things are based on biblical principles, and he didn't know it. And so even if you don't know it's a biblical principle, it'll work. Sowing and reaping works for people who know the Lord and don't. And so like, hey, if you have a dream in your heart that you want to see happen and, you don't have the funding for it, man, I give into somebody else who's doing it, and then it comes back to me, And so I think all those principles apply. But I think one of the key things for any business, nonprofit, whatever you're doing, is the chapters on adversity, and how every single person who set out to do something for God, or just any person who set out to do anything, period, they were always met with resistance, regardless of how noble, beneficial, altruistic your purpose may be. There's going to be somebody who has a problem with it. So if you think, all right, I'm going to go, rescue children out of human trafficking in another nation, they're like, well, there's people here that need to be rescued. What about the people here? And it's like, yeah, there's people are going to do all of it, but I feel like I'm supposed to go over here and do this. So no matter what you do, there's going to be critics. There's going to be people who come against you. There's going to be people who say, we don't need another one of those. There's already somebody else doing that. We don't need another church. We don't need another nonprofit. We don't need another coffee shop. There's always going to be somebody who's trying to talk you, out of something. And that's one of the ways that, I think sometimes you're on the right track is that adversity and hardship and knowing that you need to persevere. Every single, incredible story, there was always that adversity. There was that moment where it's like, man, we almost shut everything down. Thankfully, we didn't. We almost gave up. We almost quit. We almost threw in the towel. But, hey, we hung in there, and so it's knowing that it's not going to be just easy. Even if you believe in God and you feel like God has really spoken to you about something, it doesn't mean that, oh, because God told you to do this, that it's not going to be without challenges, without, you had to do, like I said, you had to use your entire budget, on, all these, because of inflation of a price of a ticket, how everything shot up. That was something completely outside of your control, but yet it impacted you. You didn't go, well, it's just too expensive, and so we'll just, we'll just go somewhere closer, go somewhere where we can drive. But you still persevered. You still, sacrificed and went.
You said that you still work. You still did the work, and it just immediately reminded me of in Genesis, the first thing Adam does is work. The very first thing he's called to do before anything else is work. And I think it's so easy to, especially in America, to feel entitled to be like, well, God said I'm going to get this, so I'm going to sit down and wait for it.
Yeah.
And I think it's really easy to just sit down and wait for something without realizing that if you don't get up and work, nothing happens.
That's right.
You need to miss sleep. You need to work harder. You need to spend your money a little bit wiser, eat out a little bit less, and just try to make stuff happen.
Yeah. Some people, expect, God to do it all, or somebody else to do it all, or, some benefactor to come along because they think you have a great idea and just, fund the whole thing. And that's awesome if you get that.
Yeah.
Fantastic. But that's most of the time that's not, how it is. There's a hustle and there's a grind to it, especially in the beginning, when you're trying to build something from the ground up, that there's going to be sacrifices. It's not going to be easy, even when God's in it. It doesn't mean it's going to be, effortless.
And I think a lot of nonprofits end up struggling with like that daily grind, whether they are doing it full time, or I know there's a lot of people locally that work full-time jobs, and then every weekend they go out and they're serving their mission. They've created a nonprofit and they're doing what they can, or they're serving in churches or whatever it is, serving in rehab facilities, or there's a nonprofit called Open Arms here in Albany that they have people come in that just help. Open Arms does a lot for homeless and trafficked youth, and they have people just volunteer and come in and help on the weekends, and even if it's just clean up stuff,
Yeah.
But how would you recommend someone take those? I think it's really easy to lose the big vision when you're worried about, oh, I got to go get gas for this van and help so-and-so do this. Like, how do you not get lost in the weeds, lost in the daily tasks?
Yeah, I think that's where the chapter in the book about, teamwork, where, you don't go as far as your dream, you go as far as your team in life. And so it's having a good, solid group of people around you who can help you execute that thing, And so I was listening to this guy who was talking about how he had a staff, people who were paid, so it doesn't, just apply to, volunteers.
Yeah.
But he said, I've delegated all of my weaknesses.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, man, that's brilliant, And so this guy was like, man, I don't like being the guy who like goes in the office and like drops the hammer on people. So I hired a guy who is that guy. He just goes around dropping the hammer, correcting, getting onto people when they misbehave. And so it's like, man, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And so I think it's bringing a team of people around you who can help you so that you can focus on that thing that makes you come alive, that thing that you love about what you do, because all those things need to get done.
Yeah.
The van has to be gassed up, the videos have to be edited, whatever that thing is. But for some people that brings them joy, that gives them life, that's purpose for somebody. And so what is a dreary for you to do that just brings you down, like, oh my gosh, I've been putting this off because I don't want to do it. Man, that makes somebody come alive, spreadsheets and administration. Some people get excited about that stuff. They're weird, they're
crazy.
nerdy, they're crazy, but they get excited about those things, like opening up, Excel and they love that stuff. And so I'm like, I let those people have at it, And so bringing those people around who can help do those things, because it brings them a sense of purpose, and that everybody is looking for. And not everybody is called to be, the head of an organization or a nonprofit, but they believe in the vision and the mission of what you're doing. And so they just want to come alongside, and they want to volunteer a couple hours, out of their week and give of their time. And so those are huge because it allows you to do what only you can do as the leader of the organization, and focus on those things that give you life. So that way you're not spending the bulk of your time doing the things that really break you down. Because if you do, then you just end up quitting because you're like, I hate this. I'm no longer doing what I love anymore because I'm doing all these things that I hate.
I think that solves. At the beginning, you were talking a lot about like adversity and overcoming obstacles. I think that's one of the biggest things people end up like doing, and the reason that they quit is because they started out to feed the homeless, but now they're putting gas in vans and they're buying groceries at Sam's and they're coordinating people to cook, and when all they want to do is help the homeless. And I think it's really easy to completely overlook, like, I have a vision that I want to make movies, but I forgot that I have to write, I have to produce, I have to direct, I have to fundraise, I have to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's really easy to have a big picture but still forget a lot of what goes on.
Yeah, because you start operating outside of your gifting.
Yeah.
And what your purpose and your gift mix and your skill set kind of go together. But when you're leading any organization, obviously the responsibilities on you, they go way outside of your skill set, especially the larger, you get, the more demands there are. And so that's where, you definitely have to have a team of solid people around you. Like as a pastor, my main focus is on, content creation, study, communication, in either teaching or writing, those are my biggest things. But there's a lot that goes into running a church. And so there's administration and there's, meetings with people and counseling people. And those aren't my sweet spot. Like if I have to counsel somebody for an hour, like I feel like drained,
Am I draining you?
No, this is not counseling. This is just talking about life.
It feels like counseling for me.
Yeah. But it drains me. We're counselors, like that's what they do every day. Listen to people's like problems. And it's like, oh man, let me go get lost in a book. Let me go read. Let me go study. Let me nerd out on something. But other people, they have to be around people. Yep. That's where they come alive, is being around people. And so you want to, spend the bulk of your time doing what you love to do and delegate as much as you can to other people and bring them along in the journey.
How do you find those right people? How do you get connected with the right people that not only can do what you need, but are also going to really invest in your mission and vision?
I wish I knew the answer to that question, to be honest. I think sometimes I think it's finding people who believe in what you're doing and not allowing things that don't really matter for the sake of what you are trying to accomplish. Like there was an individual who was running a anti-human trafficking organization, and obviously this person was a Christian, and they had a board, but there was some people on the board who weren't Orthodox Christians. They might have some spirituality, some belief in God, but they weren't Christians. And so this person had one of their friends saying, hey, you need to get this person off of your board because they're not a Christian and they don't line up with your beliefs. And so they came and asked me about it, like, hey, do I need to get this person off my board? I said, well, do they believe in rescuing girls out of human trafficking? Yes. I said, do they possess a skill set that is needed? Do they bring wisdom to your board and your decision making that is valuable for the organization? And they said, yes. I said, who cares if they're a Christian?
Yeah.
Why would you put up, boundaries where those don't need to be? As long as people can rally around what you're doing and believe in it, that's the only thing that needs to happen. Yep. And even outside of that, some people, they only want to be around people they like or people they're friends with.
Yep.
And like, man, we have staff at our church who, if it wasn't for being at the church, we probably wouldn't hang out. We just don't have a lot in common, you know, outside of that. And that's okay. Like, we don't have to like the same music or the same foods or, you know, have the same personalities. But like, you believe in what we're doing and you're a huge asset to this team. And so some people only want to surround themselves with people who are just like them. And it's okay if it's like, man, outside of the time where we're together doing this thing, we're probably not going to hang out much. And that's okay. You know, you don't have to, you know, be best friends with everybody that is on your team or helping you fulfill it for them to do it. And so don't draw lines and exclude people for, you know, reasons you don't have to, you know. Now, when I'm hiring staff at a church, like, yes, you need to believe in God to do what we're doing. But, you know, for most, you know, nonprofit, you just have to believe in the vision, the mission. And we have people who serve in our church who don't really believe in God, you know, and that's okay. Like, just get around us. You still believe that we're adding value to people, and they say, you know, I can get behind that. I can, and some of them give financially to it as well, even though they're not bought into everything. And so don't look for reasons to exclude people. Look for reasons to include people, and don't divide over differences that just don't matter.
Yeah. What do you think about, so I'm actually releasing a podcast I did with Darla Harms. She's a leadership coach. I know you know her personally. But she gave some really good advice for like setting up a board, which I know you have a little experience with, especially leadership, because you lead, 4,000 staff members, something like that?
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. That sounds good. I like that number. Let's go with it.
Actually, Corey told me to call you senior global pastor.
They made me a shirt that said that, senior global pastor. So that's the goal. That's the dream, is one day I'll be the global guy just flying around on my jet to the different campuses. So if there's anybody watching that wants to donate a jet to the ministry, I will use it.
Just to go to visit the
just
father's house.
Yeah, or just to go get good food. It doesn't have to be like, hey, there's this really good restaurant. Let's just go. Take the Falcon F-50 over there and get it.
So what do you think about people that are... So I actually had someone reach out to me yesterday. He said, hey, I'm thinking about starting a nonprofit. He said, my daughter's a type 1 diabetic, and I need to start a nonprofit. I feel like I need to start a nonprofit to create a community around these people and help with funding for other people that are going through what I am. And he was asking all sorts of questions like, how do I get a board? How do I do the paperwork? Like, and I was walking him through step by step, like some of the, hey, you need to get incorporated. Like, you need to do these small things first. But what advice would you give to someone that's looking at starting a board? Like, would you say, just go to your church and find your friends? Or like, do you have any like super practical advice for someone in that situation?
You know, I don't have a lot of experience in this, in that I inherited a board when I became the pastor of the church. I don't think I selected any of the individuals on that board myself. I'm very thankful for the board I inherited. But I think sometimes, you know, people start doing that before they actually start doing the mission.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I think we should form boards around things that we're doing, not forming a board in order to do something.
Yeah.
You know, is like you just start doing it. You know, you want to get people together around a thing and build a community, just do it. And then once you get doing it, you'll find people who believe in what you're doing, and they'll come alongside and help. And then you can have those people actually form your board because they're actually contributing, you know, to it. They really believe in what you do. There are some people that just want to have a seat on a board, or they want to have input in how things are being run, and they haven't actually done anything with it. And so I think some people are just so quick to put, 18 people in a board. And I'd be slow to put people on a board. You know, I'd be very slow because once you form a board and you put people on it, it's a lot harder to take people off. It's really easy to add them on. It's a lot hard to remove them when they can sometimes cause dissension and division. And I've seen people start, organizations only to get voted out of the organization that they founded, by their board. And it's heartbreaking to see that happen But I'm like, you selected those people before they were actually tested, before they were actually doing, anything, And so find people who are already doing it, already bringing value, already believe in you and are helping you. And then you kind of, you make official what they're already doing.
Yeah.
It's kind of our same process, I guess, and I have more experience in this, is hiring people at the church. We don't hire people to do jobs. We want to hire people who are already doing the job.
Yeah.
We've made the mistake of hiring somebody who wasn't doing a job, thinking that if we hired them, they would do the job. And then we hired them and realized they can't do the job, or they suck at the job, or they don't even want to do it, versus saying, hey, this person's already doing this. If we could, pay you or do something in order for you to give more time to this, would you be interested in that? And so, you want to give more to the doers and not just the thinkers and the talkers. And those boards tend to attract those people.
Yeah.
People who want to sit and talk and theorize and plan, but they don't want to pick up a shovel.
Yep.
They want to put in the work. And I want workers around me, not just idea people,
That was the problem I actually had when I first started the board, because the board for 1334, because I was like, I just need people to help make sure I'm going in the right direction. And then I started and I was like struggling to get everything done. And I was like, I really need people to actually do something.
Yeah.
And so I'm so thankful for Corey, because he's like doing things.
Yeah.
He's going to be recording podcasts for me, and he's going to be, in your message series, you talked about the armor bearer. And that's kind of how Corey and I feel about each other. It's like, we need to do this, so we're just going to figure it out and keep moving. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I think we're really headed in that direction of bringing on doers. And we're actually extending and going to have we're not a Christian organization, but the majority of us are Christians.
Yeah.
But we're going to bring on a prayer team, and really, because I believe, I personally believe that, the only way to do anything is pray about it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're going to bring on a whole prayer team to pray about the decisions we have and pray about where funds go and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm super excited where we're heading 2025. But I know that some nonprofits can be kind of worried about where we're going in 2025, especially with I had someone ask me, what advice would you give to someone who's been working in a nonprofit for a long time and they're starting to get burned out and they're worried going into 2025? And so I kind of wanted to see what you thought of that. I know it's more of a leadership style question. But do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't know what you have to be worried about. 2025 is going to be amazing. It's going to be a fantastic year. And so if you're depressed about this year, I'm like, what are you focusing on? What has got you down? Obviously there's negative things that are always happening in the world, and some of those things will continue. Is to not focus on those things, but to focus on the possibilities of what can happen. But if you're discouraged and you're burned out, then I think it kind of goes back to some of those questions that we asked. There's are you doing the thing in your nonprofit that makes you come alive? And so we can. That's where even with getting the board and getting incorporated and doing all these things, you're adding sometimes unnecessary things by doing them versus hey, let's just do this and then form a board around something that obviously this is working. People are rallying behind this. Now we need this structure in the organization, versus doing it on the front end. So, I would just say, remind yourself of the vision of why you do it. Of the difference that you're making. And that's the thing, is if you're working and it's not making a difference, there's no impact. That's when I would, go back to the drawing board and saying, am I supposed to be doing this? But if what you're doing is making a difference, if lives are being changed, impacted, benefited, if you are providing a valuable service for people, then focus on that. and remind yourself of those wins and those stories, because I mean that's why you're doing it. It's to help people. It's to see lives changed, and so it's really easy to focus on the spreadsheets and the budgets and the money and all this. That's not why you do it. You do it for the life change. So you have to remind yourself of the wins and all that God did. And you have to remind your team and those serving with you, because they experience that same fatigue. And so if you as the leader or the organization are kind of, worn out and burned out, there's a good chance the people you're serving with are feeling the same thing. So just remind them of the difference that they're making and share those wins, rehearse those wins with them. That's what we do with, all of our volunteers at our church. They'll have, a huddle where they'll kind of get together before, and they'll share just a testimony about somebody whose life was changed, and so James is sharing it with the production team of, hey, this person's life was changed. It's because of what you do. Like, we just had this woman who just stopped by the church, very first time coming into the church, but she's been watching online for months, but she had like spine surgery, so she wasn't able to come in. And so like this woman just with tears in her eyes, thanking us for what the message is, what the church has done for us. And it was because of our production team, because they're the ones that are filming and getting those shots and doing that. So even though you think, oh, who's going to see this? Who's going to care? There's some woman that can't get out to church because she's recovering from surgery, who is in tears talking about what it's meant to her, And so that's like, oh yeah, I'll pick up another camera. I'll film another service because they forgot to push the record button on this one, And when you have a strong why and you're actually helping people and serving people and blessing people, then that's when, that's what encourages you and causes you to come alive. So, remind yourself of those victories and don't focus on the defeats or the adversity, or the people who are coming against you, because it can be easy to focus on that because they're always going to be there. But there's always more who are for you than against you.
Yeah, absolutely. So before I go to the next question, that just reminded me, like, I had someone join my board that started a nonprofit like a year or two before me. And she was on the board, and every time I had a problem, she's like, oh, I just dealt with this. And so it worked out perfect. And then she started transition, and I was like, would you be interested in being the secretary, which is like paperwork and organization and keeping minutes and crap.
Yeah.
And she has loved it the past few months.
Wow.
Absolutely loved it. And has been killing it. Like, going out of her way to, like, we have a Google Drive, and she just reorganized the whole thing today. And, like, she's absolutely doing amazing. And she was like, I'm so thankful I did this. And it's exactly what you're talking about. Like, she just moved to a different role that she just fits better now.
Yeah.
And I think it's really good to think about, like, if you have someone that's starting to get burned out, see if their gifts fit somewhere else instead.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I think, Jim Collins in his book, Good to Great, I think that's what he talks about, is like there's getting the right people on the bus, and then there's getting the people on the right seats in the bus.
Yeah.
And so you might have the right team around you, but they might be in the wrong seat. You might have them in the wrong place. And so just that simple shift and change in what they're doing, and it's like, man, they come alive and get excited about what they're doing or love what they're doing versus hating what they do because they're operating outside of their gifting. And I think that's where most burnout comes from.
Yeah.
It's operating outside your gift. I don't think it's because we're not taking self-care and stuff like that. There was a generation where that was an issue.
Yeah.
But like obviously for the millennials, the Gen Zers, the Gen Alpha, I mean, everybody needs it. I need a mental health day. That wasn't a thing for Gen X. It was like, there's no mental health days. It's like your mom's at work, you're left alone by yourself. You have to make your own dinner. Okay. You got to take care of yourself.
Yep.
And so, so I don't think it's just like, oh, you need to relax more. Like, no, we're binge watching enough TV. We've streamed enough content, but it's I think the burnout that most people are experiencing is from just operating outside of their gifting. When people get in their sweet spot, they really come alive.
That one thing I do when, like, I don't want to sit down and edit, I think back to, I find ultra runners fascinating. And there's a guy named Cam Hanes who's like a bow hunter and ultra runner, and he's always like he went and left work one night, drove overnight, and got to where he was hunting at sunrise, hunted, and then turned around, packed up the elk, and then drove home to his kids' practice. It's like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Probably not smart, but it's like, this guy's driven. And if he's driven enough to stay awake for 40-something hours, I can probably sit down and edit for 30 minutes.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah.
It's like these people. Courtney Dauwalter's a ultra runner. She's like one of the greatest in the world, and she just did like a 250-mile race and beat world records and ran for like 78 hours without sleeping or something stupid like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, if someone can go do that, running sucks to begin with.
Yeah.
Let alone doing it for that long.
Yeah.
Like,
and for something that makes no difference in anyone's life, just let's run an insane distance.
Yeah. Just to
that
prove I
no
could.
human being should, just to prove that I could. Like, if you can do that, you can suck it up and edit your video.
You can wake up a little bit earlier.
Yes,
buddy.
you can. Yeah, you can give up a Saturday. You know, you can.
Yep.
You can. You know, you can give up a weeknight to do something that actually matters and is actually making a difference in the lives of others.
For nonprofits that rely on volunteers and donors, how can leaders inspire others to see their role in fulfilling the organization's purpose? I know you talked about when you hire somebody, you're trying to hire a doer that's already doing something.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how you would do it, or do you have any more advice for helping people fulfill their purpose within that organization?
You know, I think you touched on it actually. You want to find people who are kind of already doing it, and then you formalize a position, around it. I think that's best. But then sometimes there's just experimentation where it's just moving people around and saying, hey, could you do this? And then you check back in with them, to make sure that, hey, how is that in a role? So whenever we have a new intake and a volunteer and they come into our church, we say, hey, we throw them in this position and they might serve every other week. And so after 6 weeks, it's queued up to where somebody reaches out to them and says, hey, how are you doing in this role? Are you enjoying it? And we give them a couple weeks because sometimes there's like a learning curve where you're still like figuring it out and what's the order of the service and what's the flow and what's all these things. But then once you kind of get in there for a couple weeks, you can get a good feel for it. Like anytime you do something new, it's going to feel overwhelming because everything is new. But then once you get in there, you can ask them after a couple weeks, hey, how are you? Do you like this? And they can be like, I hate it in here. All right, let's move you quickly because we don't want to leave somebody in a role that is not fulfilling. So I would say put them in that position, experiment, see how they do in that role. Like you did with that woman, and she's loving it. So now she's found like her sweet spot, and you would have never known if you hadn't, tried and did that. And so, feel free to experiment and move people around, but don't do it to the point where like they lose their mind. You can, move things around too much, change things so much that you just drive everybody in your organization crazy because they don't know what's happening or who's doing what role, and it creates, confusion.
How do you balance people wearing multiple hats? Like, this isn't a question I had, but I know a lot of your staff personally, and you'll have one guy that does this, and a little bit of this. Like, how do you balance different people doing multiple different jobs?
That's just part of a growing organization. You're always going to have multiple hats that people will have to wear. And I think it's helpful now obviously you're probably asking the wrong person because I'm the one who's given them those roles. You'd be better off asking them like, hey, how are you doing with multiple things? But sometimes, and this is different too because they're paid. For like, they're being paid. Our volunteers, they want to do it, and so if they've signed up for 3 ministries, it's because they want to do 3. We try to talk them out of it. We say, hey, I'd rather have you like focus in on one and become a really high impact leader in this ministry versus you doing all 3. But they're like, I like all 3. All right, have at it. Go for it. But when it comes to our staff, it's that nothing is forever.
Yeah.
So we have a staff member, Faye Ellen, who loves missions and outreach and serving the community, but she also does events, and she hates events. But she knows that we know she hates events, and that we are actively looking for somebody who can get that role off of her.
Yeah.
And so I have to do this thing that I hate, but I'm like, hey, it's, you know, you do this one thing that you hate, you know, whenever we have an event, and then you get to do what you love the majority of the time. But we need you to hold down this role until we can find somebody who that's their sweet spot. That's what they want to do, and they can step up and do that. So even if they're juggling a role they don't want, is, you know, you letting them know, hey, I know that you don't like this, and this is not forever.
Yeah.
And not leaving them in there. We had a woman who's she's the bookkeeper at the church, and she was asked to fill in for a couple months until they found somebody. And it was like 15 years later, she was still in that role.
Good.
And so a lot of times people will end up leaving an organization because they feel like it's the only way to get out of that role.
Yeah.
They still believe in what the organization is doing. They still believe in the mission, but they hate their role, and they feel like they can't say anything. And so the only way out is to quit and leave.
Yeah.
You know, and so you definitely don't want to do that to people.
Yeah, definitely not. So the last question I have, if you could give one piece of advice to leaders about living with purpose, what would it be?
What do you mean by living with purpose?
So for me, like I work a normal job, as normal as jobs get, typical 9 to 5, but I do this too. And this is where I find my purpose. At work, my purpose is to keep the lights on at the house and feed my family.
Yeah.
But my purpose is much larger doing this. But I know not everybody has the option to, you know, they have something that they're already living with purpose in an area.
Yeah.
But what advice would you give to someone for finding that purpose? Because I know undoubtedly there's people that, you know, have been stuck at the same job for the last 30 years, and that's just what they do, you know?
Yeah.
They wake up and they go to work and they go home, and they're looking for a way to kill time outside of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So I think the only answer to that, it has to be a spiritual one, you know, because when you realize that everything you do, it matters to God, not just the stuff that you do that makes a difference in the lives of other people. You know, Jesus, he was a carpenter for, 30 years, obviously outside of his kid age. He was a carpenter. His carpenter business was longer than his ministry.
Yeah.
You know, he only ministered for 3.5 years. He was a carpenter for much longer. And so you got to think, man, when God sent his son, why did he have him working a 9-to-5 job for the majority of his life?
Yep.
And so there has to be something spiritual behind even the mundane things that we do, and understanding that everything we do is for the Lord. Everything we do is an act of worship, in a sense to God, that it has meaning, it has value, that, it doesn't matter how great I preach or how many books I write if my own kids hate me, if I neglect my responsibility to provide for my family. Like, those things matter. I mean, the Bible says, like, hey, you don't like provide for your family. Like, you're worse than an infidel. You're worse than an idol worshiper, because you're not doing the basic things that are required, of you.
Yeah.
And so to understand that, like, you're not just your ministry, you're not just the thing that you do, that all of it matters, and all of it is, connected. And the people who do it full time need to recognize what a gift it is to have a 9-to-5 job that has, they feel like has purpose in it.
Yeah.
I am extremely grateful for that, because I understand that the majority of the people that step through the doors of our church, they go to a job they hate, work for a boss they can't stand, and they're not compensated nearly enough for what they do.
Yeah.
And that's how they live their lives every day. And so, just to say, but like, all of it matters, and none of it is insignificant. That is just as meaningful in the eyes of God as, you filming a documentary and raising money for church planters in Thailand.
Yeah.
That to God, he's not after what you can do for him, and he wants to be involved in all of it.
Yeah. Is there anything you'd want to add as far as path to purpose, other than buy your book?
Buy the book. That's the only thing that I would add. And not just that book, but if you haven't discovered your purpose yet, pick that book up as well. But I think it would be a blessing and it would help. I write all of my books for people who don't like to read because I'm not like a big reader. I don't love to read. I love to learn. I don't like to read. And so I write books for people who aren't like avid readers. And so they're short, easy to read books. Most people say, man, I've never finished a book in one day, but I finished your book. And so I try to make them as accessible and easy to read as possible.
I read Feel Free last year, and it was amazing, by the way.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. So what's your YouTube channel so people can find your content?
Yeah, just Joshua Copran Ministry, Joshua Copran. Type my name in there on YouTube. It'll be on there. And all my books are all on Amazon. So if you just type my name, Joshua Copran, on Amazon, it'll pull up a list of all my books.
Sweet. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
A new chapter is unfolding, a story of hope, faith, and community. This is a journey of church plants, where others have planted seeds before us and we come along to water. In the face of challenges where strongholds once stood firm, we witness the power of breakthrough, a community rising, breaking barriers, and building bridges where none existed before. Here we're seeing things that haven't been done before, innovating, reaching out, and touching hearts in ways that resonate deeply with the lost and broken people. Join with us as we embark on this incredible journey of faith, love, and transformation. Together we're planting seeds for the future filled with hope and endless possibilities. In the mornings I'd come down from the mountains, bring down the fresh produce and fresh fruit, vegetables, meat. And to be honest, this was probably one of our greatest ways of connecting with our Thai community was meeting people here. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I used to go here a lot. Oh man. Tadikap. Hello. This is Dalat Bandhu, which is our local market here. We used to come and grab majority of our fruit, vegetables, but also it was one of our best ways of connecting with community, which when we first started our church here in Chiang Rai, before we even met anyone, I knew that the power of prayer and the power of connecting and prophesying over this city, and I just had this idea of, as the morning traffic comes in, is praying and prophesying over the city. And so this is sort of the main highway that leads into the north and south of Chiang Rai, from Mae Sai, then through the city all the way to Chiang Mai. Broken families, and you'd just witness a sense of hopelessness. Lord, as I'd walk into the markets with not much, and I just prayed, like, even now as I'm reflecting back upon Chiang Rai, I'm thankful for the goodness of God upon the nation. I'm thankful for the goodness of God upon the city. I'm thankful for what God has done and continuing to do in this city. And so that's a bit of how we did it. It was just being faithful and walking and standing and declaring, Lord, with the people here. And there's a church to our left that gave me hope, and there would be more beacons of light in this nation. And You know, you can see right now we're here and it's the highway, but there's also mountains over here which all the tribes start to come in and flood into this city of seeing what we would believe would be a life-giving, growing family church reaching thousands of people in this city of Chiang Rai. And we're so thankful that God has done a good thing in this season, and we give him all the glory in what he's doing.
Hey, I'm Enoch, and we moved here to Thailand over 7 years ago with my family, my wife Summer, Levi, Asher and Faith, with really a heart to see this nation transformed through the local church. So after about a few months, we were feeling a little more settled, starting to learn Thai language, and we really had prayer meetings at our house. I remember the first prayer meeting, we had 3 people at my house, and we just didn't even have a guitar, and just put some worship music on. And it was at the awkward time where my children had to go to sleep, so my wife was upstairs, Summer, and she was putting the kids to sleep, and it was just a really organic time of going from step by step. And so that was really the heart for us, was to build community, to build relationship, and we did that through prayer and worship. Once we had a group of about 15 to 20 people, we decided to go public with some of our prayer nights and worship nights. And we had the faith to walk through universities and hotel rooms and seeing like, Lord, where would be an opportunity that we could express and share with others what's on our heart and the vision that we have for the church. And so we used to walk through the university and asking many people, could we rent this room or this auditorium or this lecture theatre? And it was such a faith step, because this was a Buddhist university there in the heart of Chiang Rai. But we had something in our spirit that if we could do a worship night or a prayer night within that facility, it would really open up some new doors.
So here we are. This is actually our very first public worship night where we would outreach into the university, and we'd invite them to auditorium too. And it was on a Wednesday evening, and our very first worship night, we had 140 people there inside this Buddhist university, which is pretty incredible to see. So stop here. I'm going to open the door, and then you're just going to try to get a shot, and then even if you have to bolt out, we'll see. There's no one really in there, but there's lights on. Sawasdee Krap. This was our very first worship night ever, public. So we walked into this room with a vision that we would see people worshiping in here, saw the stage, screen. It's crazy to think, because we didn't even have a church. We just were handing out flyers, trying to connect with people. But to be honest, I was expecting maybe 30 people here, but I had faith to rent this room and to see, and we had people all the way about up to here. And the faith I kind of had was actually just to use this room, but I wanted to give a heart of what we would do long term, of what our church would look like. So we end up putting these black petitions all along here, and had a walkway to sort of block this room. And then halfway through the night, we had to have our team pull this back and open up this whole place so people can continue to sit down and worship God. One of the funny things right now, I'll just show you. Follow me. This is a cable that I put in 8 years ago. So you can see here, there's a cable here. I used to string this cable, and I tied it up there, and we string another one all the way, and we had a turnbuckle and made it tight, and we had a cable that hung across. And so still to today, we've still got bolts inside this university of where the church first started. So looking back at this, it's getting a little emotional, to be honest, because this is where it began. This is where God put a vision in someone's life to go inside this university that is Buddhist and allow us to worship the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And I remember standing here preparing my first message. And I still remember the very first message that I was praying about, and the message was that God is faithful yesterday, He's faithful today, and He has a future and a plan and a purpose for every single person in the future, and He's faithful for tomorrow. And so I still remember getting up with all those nerves about prophesying over this generation that there's an incredible future for each one of these people. Okay? Crazy, man. There's like bolts and cables that I used to string curtains. Still there. And all the tires were like, no, John, you cannot do this, you cannot do this. Oh, this is where the first service starts at church. But it looks more beautiful now because they've painted. Before it was a little bit older, right?
They should paint the black one, right? No, kidding.
I mean, it still looked nice.
Yeah. Thailand is primarily Buddhism, about 1%, less than 1% Christian, maybe 4% Muslim, and then the rest is all Buddhist. But I believe the church right now has a real opportunity to reach the nation, because although it's culturally Buddhist, although it's traditionally Buddhist, there is a generation coming up that is more influenced by Western, the Western world, by Hollywood, and also a lot more educated than the previous generations. And so there are a lot of questions being asked by people that are younger right now as for like what makes our religion real, what is there a God? And it's different than, I believe, in the West, where they're not atheists. They know something's there, but they just don't know if Buddhism or Buddha is the right option. And because it's culturally in Thailand, it's very rude to ask those kind of questions because it's disrespectful, dishonoring to doubt. Where I believe the church should be open to the questions, and I believe we have the answer, which is Jesus. Yeah.
Sorry, Carb. Nanda,
Yeah, we really were as organic as it comes. Sometimes people look at me and they go, "Oh, I had it all together. I knew where I was going." The truth is, we just went step by step. And just tried to take the opportunities we can. And a bit of that was really seeing people where they're at and meeting them where they're at rather than inviting them to myself. And so we'd meet people at cafes, at restaurants, in the markets, playing football. And yeah, it really started so organically where we were inviting people then to our house to play Uno and just tried to build friends. One of the things that we really focused on was not necessarily this outreach type of mindset, but really a heart as we were starting to reach out was like, let's make friends. And I truly believe that if you can get into the heart and build trust in the heart of somebody, it really opens up to the opportunity to share about Christ and about what we believe and the purpose and the kingdom of God that is upon them.
Yeah, so I think we had a certain idea in mind when it came to starting a church during COVID, and it would be small, it would be in a house, pretty much that's all we thought we could do. And I remember thinking over this idea over and over again in my head, and God kind of like shut me down one day, like, hey, that's not my image, that's not my vision. And I was like, oh, okay, I kind of restart, like, okay, what's this really going to look like then? And we had no idea. I mean, it was starting in a space like this during COVID was way beyond what we thought was possible, or even necessary. I mean, why? Why do we need a space this big if we're only going to be 10 people? It just didn't really make sense. But early on, God was the one who kind of told me, like, look, this isn't going to go the way that you think it's going to go. Yeah,
because when we, our whole idea was, to find a house and then start doing small groups in the house and then roll out of there. And so when God led us to find the space that we're sitting in right now, and it was beyond anything we could even think or imagine, and definitely beyond anything we could do in ourselves.
From there, we moved then to looking to more of a permanent space. And this is about 9 months in of our church planting journey of trying to find a space where people could find consistency and not from hotel to hotel. And you feel like half the time you're spending so much energy with just trying to communicate where your next meeting's at or where we're gathering next. And so finally, we actually came across the YMCA there in Chiang Rai. Here we are at YMCA Chiang Rai. This is where the journey of New Life Church really started to take ground and the community started to get built. As you can see, we're just behind the building at the moment, and this was sort of what the building really looked like. And it was actually even in a worse state than this, but we didn't have the budget at the time to do this backside. So I want to show you through about really what God did in this season of church planting, and seeing people really encounter God's grace, but also creating a beacon of hope and light in this community that is continuing to succeed today. By faith, kept asking them because they kept knocking us back and said, no, we don't have facilities that we could rent out full time. And finally, after the third knockback, I went in there 3 days later with a piece to ask them one more time. And they finally said to me, oh, we've got this storeroom that you could use. And it reminds me of even like Mary and Joseph, and it's like, we've got the inn, you know, and they were happy with like just finding a place. And for me at that time, it was like, I'll use the storeroom for our church. And but with me, I saw the vision, and behind some bookcases and shelving and different things, I actually saw these bifold doors, which led into another storeroom. And I said to them, could we rent these two spaces and I could knock out those walls? And they looked at me kind of like, you're going to have church in here? It wasn't a large room, but we felt like it would be suitable for the beginning of the church. And then they said, yeah, sure. It wasn't air conditioned, probably hadn't been touched for 25 years. It was built 40 years ago, cobwebs, you know, it was just really a dust bowl and storage. And we really transformed that room. That was our church for the first 2 years. Here we are. This is the very first room that we got to rent full time. Is now our kids' church facility. And we had a Sunday in here, you won't believe it, we had 90 people in this room, standing at the back wall and here. So this was a storage room, and it was not renovated. It had, you can see some remarks, but there was actually bifold old doors that would bring back into this room. And I had a vision, if we could knock this out and then create a space that we could worship and pray and really build into the disciples and the people are here in Chiang Rai about the things that God has called them to. And so during that time, we saw incredible growth, which made us really focus on what is next and where we need to create more space for more people to encounter God's love. Tell me a little bit, before we will talk about development of the church and YMCA, tell me about your observation when we were in the small room, maybe 20 people, right? 20 people, 15 people, and then you see many people come after each year it's growing. Tell me what you're feeling or what you're thinking. Why is it grow like this? From your opinion.
Yeah, at the beginning, when we start in the small room first, right? And this I thought, how come it's gonna work because of few people, and after that you can recruit all your members come to. That's so amazing that how can the member is increased a lot, and then after 20, 30, 50 and then more than so now it's about 100, right? So at that time we just okay.
So could you not come and talk about how about the idea to use a big room for the New Life Church? So at that time we have to think about, because we still need to use the big meeting room for our conference or when people come.
Part of the step-by-step wasn't so much the Sunday services. The step-by-step for us was really focusing on small groups, because I truly believe that transformation of life happens in the context of circles, not in lines. And it's really about us doing life face to face in a group that's open and hearts that are open, and not just hearing a pastor preach from the pulpit in the pews, but for us to do community together, to do life together. And so that was our heart, was, Lord, I really want a church that has a community, that has a place that feels like home, not just on Sunday, but throughout the week. And so we really invested and spent and prioritized a lot of our time as a family and as leaders in our church to be committed to our life groups and connect groups throughout the city. And Lord, pray that I can score a goal tonight. In Jesus' name.
Thai style is like this. The European style, the American style, or the foreigner style is different from Thai style. Sometimes it's quite hard at the beginning when we talk about how to set this New Life Church at YMCA. So, but it's good because Kun Inong is different from other Falang, other foreigner, that you compromise and you accept the culture and you learn our culture, especially you learn Thai. That is very good, and then you know how to how to talk and how to work with Thai. That is, I'm very appreciate that you can a little bit with Thai.
Of course.
That's it. Because sometimes it's culture is different, right? So it's quite hard to adjust at a short time. So
here we're so blessed to be able to use this facility throughout the week and on Sundays, that this very facility had a swimming pool that we could use for baptisms, and even in the middle of summer just have some after church parties and things like that. So this is the home of New Life Church, and we're so thankful that God's still continuing to do stuff through this church after we've handed on the pastoral leadership of this church, and also the blessing it is to YMCA. So it's now a place where literally hundreds of people would come through this building every week to be encountered. They do many different projects through this place, and so we're so blessed to be in here. So this was a significant place because it was quite dated and run down, but now it's really a light, and it's a place where people can call home. So we have YMCA through here, have some offices through here, which is a great blessing, and some of our YMCA staff, not just staff, but great friends to us as well. So it's great. And so this becomes part of the foyer area here moving in, and so we've knocked out spaces here and created cavities, and now a hallway down to our kids' facilities. But before we do that, we'll quickly go through to the entrance of New Life Church. One of our culture statements is we're better together. I really believe that there's gifts upon each and every person, and when we bring those together and see God glorified, we can see amazing things happen for His kingdom. It's not built on the man, it's about the gifts and the talents of many that God graces us with to see His kingdom extended. So here we are now into our foyer area, coming to the outside. As you can see here, there is a floor difference. This was just one room that we got to open up and now create a whole new place. But this is buzzing with hundreds of people on a weekly basis.
Isn't He worthy? Isn't He holy? Jesus, Jesus.
right now we can share
Sure, yeah.
the big room.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other room that you develop,
Uh-huh.
upstairs for the kids
Yeah.
room too. That we can use for another function for meeting, or sometimes we use for training some
Yeah.
group, right? That is quite good.
And the renovation and the development is not just for New Life, but actually
Yeah.
all the room can be
Yeah.
used, like the toilets, the
Yes.
meeting rooms, the space here is now YMCA can use as
Yeah,
well.
from that time, so we don't think that we're gonna have more activity, but we can solve that. When New Life Church here, everything is changed, so we have more people come, use our hotel room and our meeting room, and especially the big meeting
Sure.
room that we can serve for a big group.
Yeah.
Because of we have many staff.
Sure.
Where like a sound system.
Uh-huh.
That's very
Yeah.
helpful for us too. And then about the people, we have a new networking
Yeah.
from New Life Church.
Yeah.
That is very good for
Fantastic.
YMCA. That is fantastic. Yeah.
We'll go through here to another kids facility. We called Little Warriors, which is we just really build in believing in champions of God, and it's a place where they encounter God's love here. And one of the local Thai artists that was in our church did the mural for us with some inspiration I gave them, and it's a place where people are encountering God's love every single week here as little ones. So it's incredible.
After starting relationship with Pastor Enoch and the church, I feel like he trying to be example of how to be Christian, how to be real, and I feel like I find the purpose in life. I want to be better person.
On a Sunday, people will go into kids' church and we have announcements going on here. Again, we put big sliding doors in, so before it was a small doorway, and coming into the church that is now home for New Life Church. It's a place here, and so this is where we had the faith to see this place filled, and we had multiple services happening in this room. And I still remember that we came in and we had 140 people, which was a breakthrough service, and then COVID hit. But it's so good that years on after we broke through that COVID season, to see God continuing doing what he does, reaching the lost and seeing people finding their purpose. And it's incredible to be here today, to see what God has done, what God is doing, and what's God about to do.
So when I went to the church in the first time, it was a little bit of people, but as I have a relationship with Pastor Enoch, he always talking about the dream and the vision that he have. So I kind of can see through the way that God working through the way that planting the church. So like by the time more people come, and finally the small room cannot fit that much of people. So then we move to the bigger room. In the beginning, not just come up with about Jesus thing. He come up with the relationship. So the first thing, he built relationship with me, and he open talk to me, and he also like helping, supporting with many different things in my life. So I kind of feel like, I not really often see pastor like this to share meal together, share story together, share the vision together. So it's easy for me to get into him.
I've never considered myself as someone that knows really advanced what's happening ahead, but I do believe that God gave us some prophetic insight to how to connect with the community and the city, and that was through the real context of relationship. And during that time, we were the fastest growing church here in Thailand for this season, and to see a church from 0 to over 300 in a short period of time of 5 years plus. And it was really, I felt like we came to a place of stewarding this well. We knew that God was actively working through the church and through our team. And so we decided that we needed to steward this well and help to create this church that would be self-sustainable for the future. Often we see, in society there's boom, bust, and there's revivals here, and then they close down and nothing was left. And we felt like that it's really important for us to see a local church that would remain, and that a local church would be able to be self-sustainable in country with leaders, finances, and momentum for the future.
This space, it's way bigger than anything that I could even dream or imagine at that time. Now looking back, it seems small, but at that time it was huge. And I remember telling Enoch about this space, and then I'm telling him about like, oh, this is going to be awesome, you know, and then he asked me the price of the rent. And then when I told him, like, if a look could discourage you, that was the look that Enoch gave me at the time, just because it was crazy. It was literally not the best idea, but it was what God had brought to us, and we just had faith for it. It's because we're like, this is the place, and it wasn't our plan, it wasn't our desire to start out big or have a huge space. Our desire was to start a home church and grow from there, but God had other plans. Yeah. So I think after we started and moved into this place, and after a few months, we started growing, and just by God's grace, like, He was just giving us favor in everything that we did. We didn't have a week that we didn't have a full band. We've always had a full band from the start, which is crazy too. I mean, I had to hop on drums a few times, but outside of that, it was we had a worship leader that God brought to us. We had a worship team, and we just started growing and growing beyond at a rate that was beyond anything I could think about, could even imagine. And so grew after a couple of years into this place where we had one little kids room that grew into like almost 50 kids, and so we were needing to move to another space. And so God gave us a real good opportunity in the same building. So right now we're on the 4th floor, and He gave us an opportunity to get rent the space on the 3rd floor and move down stairs. And so, yeah, it's a lot larger. It's like 3 times the size of the auditorium right now. Yeah, as the total space. Yeah.
So in the last year of us leading our church in Chiang Rai, we knew that we had to make some significant steps, that people weren't relying on us. And so I was less present publicly on the stage, so I was making it very normal for the church to see other people leading. I would invite some of our team to share the devotions in our staff meetings rather than myself every week. And these are the sorts of things that we did intentionally to, I guess, put ourselves out of a job, to lead a team that was self-sufficient and there. And so that was really the process of, from pioneering, starting a new work, to finally transitioning a fully functioning church with facilities, long-term leases that was sustainable, and a team and people with 200 to 300 people there. And so that was our heart, to transition well and to lead a church that was in a healthy place. And so we've got some great pastors there and our team there that are still continuing doing an incredible job. And I still have the privilege actually at the moment of being the director, and so we're in that process at the moment of transitioning that to the new team as well. So we had 1 year back in Australia last year, and now we have just recently moved back to Thailand, to a different city here in Chiang Mai. And really a heart of us is to help church planters and help the local church thrive throughout this nation. To do that well, we really felt like we needed to have a friend and a partnership with something that's close to us. And Pastor Sean and Lindsay and my wife Summer, we are great friends, been doing ministry alongside of each other. We often joke because it felt like we were one church, but we're in different locations during our whole church planting journey. And so now we have the privilege of serving Victory Church here in Chiang Mai to help with leadership development, help to see this vision really explode across this nation, to see people belong before they believe, to see a community engaged with God's grace before they've fully repented, to see people understanding who God is by experiencing His power and not just in a place of knowledge. And so it's exciting to see us here, and we're really excited to see what God's going to continue to do not just through Victory Church, but through this nation through church planting. Yeah, we just recently got to witness and be part of an opening of a church in Doi Sakit area, which is just outside of the city of Chiang Mai. And really coming and celebrating with them the faith and the resilience of believing that there would be a beacon of light in this community. And so with faith and with support and finances and pastors, and we can see that there's now a church deep in the mountains that's a light for that community. And so all the surrounding villages in that area now have a place that they can experience God's presence, be trained up, and released to all God's called them to be. And so that's just an example of what we would really want to see happening throughout Thailand, is these beacons of light thriving in these communities that would reach other people that we couldn't reach ourselves. And so part of us is to be an example of what a thriving, spirit-filled church that's reaching the generations would look like, and helping them and explaining with them the processes of discipleship and self-sustainability of seeing these churches and pastors thrive in those communities.
So right now, we've just moved into our brand new space here for a couple months now, and with that, it's also the continuing of growth, which has been amazing to see God working in our services and also in the kids ministry. And something that we haven't started yet, it was the way that I wanted to start out, was like to start small groups and life groups, and so I think for the next foreseeable future, we'll really be focusing on building a community within the church, in small groups, and because that's in Thailand, part of the struggle is because most of us come from a huge, like a big influence in the religious background, where we have religion and then we have our life. But through Christ, it's supposed to be one and the same, right? And so part of the reason why I believe life groups is so important is because it takes what we're learning on Sundays and to apply it in our everyday life, and which is very different for a Thai mentality as for a local culture. Yeah.
Hey, here we are in Mae Kap Thom, a village just outside of Chiang Rai, and we're here upon your uncle is building a church in faith, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Why don't you just share a little bit about where we are and what we're doing here?
So we are in Chiang Rai. So this area called Mae Kap Thom, and this is the church that my uncle building now.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's still construction, and yeah.
I think it's very interesting for me because actually this is a church plant that is different. They're planting a church before the village is even here. So they want to have a beacon of light here as a local church. As you can see, there's major construction and a suburb about to be built, and they decided to build a church in faith that this place will be filled with people one day, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so.
That we met at a football tournament that his church was doing, and we won, of course. I scored against him, yeah.
I'm still the worst soccer player, honestly.
It felt good too.
Yeah, totally.
So we hit it off right away, especially just our approach in ministry and discipleship and wanting to journey through people, like he was saying, being like the disciple process even starts before people believe. And so we just want to disciple people and champion them to be everything that God has.
Yeah, I think as well I've come from Australia into Thailand, and Sean's also lived a little bit in the US at different stages in his life, but we also haven't taken an approach of running a Western church or an international church as such. We are actually trying to truly connect to the Thai people, and so that's really resonated us with sort of the styles of church, but as much as, we might have lights in our church or whatever it might be, air conditioning and things that people think is a cool church, but it's actually the method of us connecting to people is what really has connected us. And you know, I just think it's amazing that you can serve with a great vision, with great friends, changing the world, seeing His kingdom expanded, and feel blessed that God's brought us together.
Yeah, because our churches at the time, like, and now we're doing it together, but our churches at that time were in a very similar context with a similar tribal people and just a mixed crowd. And so when we connected our churches, we could see that we had the lights, we had all this stuff, but we were both learning. I think he learned and I was learning at that time that it was really, it wasn't about that, but it was about the community and the culture within the church.
Yeah, and so I think sometimes God just brings people together, and you know, we're blessed, and I'm so thankful that our wives love to hang out and our kids together, and you know, outside of direct ministry, we love hanging out and doing life together.
So there's no water, and they also bring the water from their house, so kind of a little bit far away.
So even for construction, they have to bring the water in for all the concreting, everything.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So this will be the church. This will be the stage, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And and you think in the future there'll be many houses and different things in this area that people will come?
Yes, that is how they believe, like that people will be more here.
Wow.
Yeah.
For me, I feel so inspired that people have had faith before there's even people in this area to be a church, and yeah, it's pretty amazing and simple construction, but can still do, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's amazing. So yeah, really believing that one day this place would be filled with people, worship, prayer, and that this mountain area would be filled with people loving, serving Jesus.
So I guess our heart and vision for this church in this city is really to be a place where people can find a place to belong to a community, but also that this community be centered around Jesus and living life in a way that is relevant and for believers to be salt and light in the city.
Yeah, I agree. I think for me, part of Victory is that we love to not see people where they are, but where God has for them. And so I don't look at someone walking in that's broken, and I see purpose and a vision in their life. And we really want to see a church that grabs these people, shares with them the love of God and who they are in God, and seeing them become all that they've called to be in Jesus. Yeah.
Nisopeba new choha majong ala nisopeba ga mi chang badane myala phale ni thungne mi ye jinale nyame ni thungne chulama.
So they believe that they having a church here is because even though nobody here, no village, no community here, but they believe that because this is a big land, so they believe that when the people will come here, this will be full of people. So that's why they build a church here.
Homya ga bu eme ga ji mi ne chula ele choha hom joga le bot e ya le lo e ko nga na mi ye be ni thone mi ye jin na jeng nya me le ni thone tina choha mya la ne du than yu biang la ta le ni thone chwa.
So there's many people have a question that why you guys building a building a church here, planting a church here without village, without people. But they have a heart and believing in God that one day God will bless them with a huge of people and the church will be full by the people.
We really champion the local church to be the local church, and where, you know, like just because we're the pastors doesn't mean that we have some special access to God or anything like that. It's more like we're called to serve the people more, and where the power, the same power that lives in us, the same power that brought Christ back from the dead, lives in them too, and that they can do everything we can do really if it came to the power of God. Yeah.
I think that really encapsulates sort of who we are and what we're wanting to see. And I think one of the beauties about church planting and starting something from scratch is that we don't have to as much focus on what's been done. We are birthing something new, and so we can create the culture that we want to see. And so as new people are joining the church and as our young leaders are growing up, we can model a way and shape them for the future. And so I think that's one of the beauties that I really believe church planning creates, opportunities for seeing new ways of connecting to people. And it's really exciting times here in Thailand.
It is.
You know, this next gen, or the gen that we're in now, people are open. The internet is really creating a lot of access to new ways of doing things. This generation are not just doing and believing what their parents believe, but really questioning faith and religion and things like that. So really excited for what God wants to continue to do in this nation in Thailand. Thank you, Lord. Father, we just thank you for, Lord, what you are doing in this community. And Lord, we just lift up this building, Lord, the faith of the pastors, Lord, the community that has come together and sacrificed their finances, Lord, to see this construction. And Lord, I just pray, Lord, that in faith, Lord, as they have built this building, Lord, to be a light and a beacon in this community, Lord, that there would be people flooding in, knowing who you are, Lord, the grace of God, Lord, in their lives and their family. Lord, we thank you, Lord, that would be transformations of lives and stories, and Lord, a generation and families completely turned to you because of the faith of these leaders, Lord, that have built this church.
This is what we really believe, is that this nation of Thailand right now is in a moment and in the window where we can see churches thriving and planted out all throughout this nation. You know, the dream that we have is that there would be an echo effect, and that was the prophetic dream that I really believe God has put upon us, is that there would be a lingering effect of what we do here in Thailand, of seeing these light in the darkness. All throughout Thailand, there is a stronghold of Buddhism here. 98% of people here are Buddhism. And so we believe that seeing these lights in the darkness, that we need to see a self-sustainability of churches that are thriving for generations to come. And so this is our time. This is our time not just for Summer and I and our family, but the church to rise up in this nation, to see people empowered, to see people released, and see the kingdom of God go beyond we've seen before. And so we believe this is our time to see the kingdom of God expanded.
I can do like one or two.
Do you know me? This one you don't know exactly. But I know you. You watching, right? Yes. You say? I watching you too.
Open up my heart. Let's keep on looking.
2 weeks earlier, I had the perfect life, perfect wife, perfect house, perfect family, everything. And now I'm in the back of a police car going to a hospital for mental issues. You know, in my mind, the perfect family, the perfect life, perfect kids. And was it perfect? No, but I mean, again, it was like everything was just in place. And, again, I'm not saying everything was perfect, but, in my mind it was. And everything was just you just take that photo of, husband, wife, 2 kids in smocks, a dog, and a white picket fence. That was pretty much how it was. 98% of my life was positive, going to look at the positive side of things, and again, just kind of more, I don't want to say arrogant, but like, oh, that's never going to happen to me. I got things under control, go to church every Sunday, Wednesday, time the doors are open, teach youth, whatever it might be, but, it just really, life was perfect, and, I couldn't see how people could deal with depression when life was so perfect. Went through a divorce. It was, first marriage and, high school sweethearts. And, the divorce really, affected me differently than it might affect someone else. And, I'd heard of my friends going through divorce and people I'd known going through a divorce. And, I was just like, okay, well, I'm sorry, I'll be praying for you. And it's just a divorce. It's no big deal. And, that's how I thought about it. And then when I actually happened to me and, your family split up and your kids and, and not saying whose fault it was, I'm just talking about divorce in general and how tough it is to adjust and, you just you lose your whole almost being, because that's your whole reason for, you supporting your family, and you still are, but it's, your family's kind of broken up then. And something negative happened, where before I would be like, it's gonna work itself out. It was like it just spiraled down to like, okay, this failed, so that's gonna fail, that's gonna fail, that's gonna fail, and it just spiraled down.
Shannon died in December 2010. She had the flu, turned into pneumonia. She went back and forth to the doctor, and then I took her to the emergency room thinking it was just going to be a normal, IVs and all that, and she passed away. So from the minute that I had to tell my children that she had passed away, you could start noticing a change in Tyler almost immediately.
So I said goodnight, love you, and I went in the room, Googled whatever medication it was at the time, would this kill you, and what the dose was and the milligrams or whatever it is, and it said yes. And I was like, that put me at peace. I was like, okay. I got to a point where it was almost, I don't want to say schizophrenia, but it wasn't me anymore. That's when I almost came to peace with, like, I was like, I felt like I let everybody down. And I think I'd been in and out of the hospital 2 or 3 times. I think I'd been out a couple weeks, and finally I just had some pills, and
his life right before he committed suicide was pretty stressful. He had had a little boy that was a year old, was having relationship issues, stressful at jobs. And he kind of was getting back on, getting professional help and getting back on medicines again.
So I'm waking up with panic attacks. I'm drinking myself to sleep, and I still don't see anything wrong with what I'm doing and how it's affecting my life. I had a health scare, at one point in my life, and because of that, I had to undergo a surgery. And in the time of the surgery and the healing process and everything, I thought I was fine. I was always kind of the type of guy that just didn't really deal with emotions or feelings or anything like that. Just kind of like go through it and kind of be strong, or whatever. And at one point, probably a year after that whole process, is when I feel like everything kind of like caught up to me all at once. Like all of the emotions, the feelings that maybe I should have worked through at the time, they all came like crashing down on me. And I had a very jaded view of God and jaded view of myself after that,
Took the pills and had water, and they were smaller. They weren't like horse pills. They were just smaller little, pills. And I laid out 42, 43, and took them 4 or 5 at a time. But this was about 7 o'clock at night, and I just remember I got in that small little, like a single bed back there. Like, okay, I'm at peace. And woke up the next morning, I was like, I'm still here. God, I guess you must have a plan for me. And went back into depression. I wasn't excited, I wasn't happy, I wasn't sad. I just was like, I can't even take pills and just be at peace. And then I was still depressed for however much longer it was. And, that was my first thought. I was like, God, you must have a plan for me, but I don't care. I wasn't excited.
I hate to use the word selfish, but it is a selfish death, because the people that get left behind are the ones that are gonna hurt the most. I always think about Tyler, he's not hurting anymore. But those of us that were left behind is really where you need to be thinking when you're contemplating suicide. You are not the only one. You've got parents, you got brothers, sisters, kids, grandkids, whatever your situation is. I would say contemplating suicide is the easy way out.
The daily life for me during that time was I would wake up every day. I kid you not, I would wake up every day with a panic attack for some reason. I would always wake up just really quickly out of my sleep and instantly heart's pounding, afraid for some reason. Don't know why, but just fear. And never got up. I would get out of the bed, in the morning, use the restroom or whatever, but then I get back in the bed, and then right before I needed to really go to work, that's when I get up. I wouldn't get up and eat breakfast, my appetite had changed, and yeah, I didn't really take care of myself, man. There were some days where I didn't shower. There were some days where I didn't brush my teeth, things like that, because it felt like I was just, felt like the bed was my safe space, it was the only comfort I had, so. And then I'd go to work, kind of breeze through that, fake it, like I enjoyed my life, even though I was doing good work, it didn't fulfill me. And I come home, have some drinks, eat some dinner, kinda, because like I said, my appetite had changed, and started over the next day. The biggest thing was shame. I really felt ashamed of myself, and I wanted to hide everything. I didn't want nobody to find out about this. Because I was afraid of what people would think of me. I was afraid they would judge me, so I didn't let anybody in. Like I said, I kind of secluded myself. Somewhat, yeah, but the biggest thing was shame, dude. Like, I was so ashamed of myself and who I'd become.
He's never mentioned anything about wanting to take his life. He would tell me that he was getting tired of it, but I would always tell him, say, well, this is what we need to do to make it work. Coming up with solutions on, on his relationships and his son and he never mentioned suicide, never. And when he did commit suicide, the next Monday, or the next day that I talked to him on that Sunday night, when I got the phone call, it took me, it literally took me out, because I just couldn't believe, that it shot itself. It's just, I have thought many a times that there's an easy way out of all this pain. Because I get tired of hurting every day too, and I get tired of crying every time a certain song comes on. But then I think about how selfish that is of me, especially with my daughters already losing their mother. Now they lost their brother, and my grandkids. You just got to realize that you are very important. God has you here for a reason, and it's not.
So what led to it was, I remember when I had started this new job, and I was loving it at first, and I remember I was having these physical symptoms of something that felt like I was having a heart attack. It's like I was having these physical symptoms of things, and like shortness of breath, chest pains, headaches, eye aches, and things like that. And at the time, I didn't know it was like symptoms of like anxiety or depression. I thought, it's a health thing again, and so straighten up, man, drink some water and try to go for a walk, go to the gym or whatever. But that led to me figuring out what it really was, because I would go to the doctor and be like, hey, I'm feeling this way, blah, 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 but there's nothing physically wrong with me. And so one of my primary doctors did a screening on me, and they opened my eyes to the possibility that it might be some sort of mental, you might be going through some sort of mental issue, and then that's when it all changed.
But yeah, the light really came on whenever we had a visit with Dr. Jackson, and we're talking about putting me back in like a Greenleaf type place, or one of those centers, which I had gone to Archibald. It had been in 3 different mental health institutions, floors, whatever you want to call it. But they were talking about, I was like, I just can't get better, so we were going to put me back in there, and realizing that going in there made things worse, because you were around other people that were either like you or worse than you, and that's never a good combination. So I didn't want to, go back in there, but I was desperate. I was like, well, dang, I know I haven't been to a facility I've liked yet. So we were in there. It was me, my mom, and Ashley, and we were talking, and my mom was talking about how our family had dealt with depression in the past, and and just really tough situation. And I looked over at Ashley. I could just tell she was kind of upset, and I was like, dang, Ashley's been here, and it's like right then, it's like, you know what, I'm not in as bad a spot as I think I am. You know, I need to try to figure this out. You know, and after we get out of this all, you know, at Phoebe and Dr. Jackson's office back there, the little doctor's office back at the veranda, I'm gonna, you know, we'll call Ashley and say, hey, you know what, we'll work on turning this thing around again. I had no weight gain, but had gained 60 pounds, and, you know, was on 3 different medications, and, you know, and sometimes you can't control that. I'm not saying you can or can't, but it's like, that time God was like, all right, you know, we're gonna shift gears here, and we walked out of the office, and I already felt embarrassed because me, my mom, Ashley, you know, and Dr. Jackson, like, you know, grown man here with, you know, trying to, it just made me feel bad. So we got out there, and Ashley was going back to work, and I called her. I said, hey, she was kind of upset, and I was like, hey, sorry, I know that was a lot to take, and, you know, hearing about our history and, you know, family depression, and, but, you know, I'm not gonna go on the counseling. You know, I'm gonna, can't remember if I said give it to God or how I worded it, but I said, you know, I'm gonna work on getting better, and we're gonna get through this.
Like, the concrete thing that actually made me change was I got tired of myself. I was sick of myself, dude. I was so tired of myself. I was like, man, look at you, bro, come on, man. Like, there's so much more to your life. Like, God has so much more for you. You got good friends, you got good family. Like, come on, man, let's make a change. You know, let's do something about it instead of just loathing in it, you know, all the time. And one of the first things I did was I saw this thing on Google talking about how do something for your mind, body, and spirit every day. And I'm like, man, that's corny. They're like, write down stuff about gratitude. Man, I ain't doing all that. That's stupid. What's gonna really help me? And bro, I started doing it, you know, writing out my feelings, writing out my thoughts, doing something for my mind, body, and spirit every day. What that means is, well, what that looked like for me was I would start reading. I would read mind, body, and spirit. So body was like either I try to go to the gym or I cook a meal, like a good meal for myself, like nothing trashy, you know, a good meal. And spirit was, for me, it started out with this thing called the first 15, which meant, because at the time I didn't care about my spirit at the time. I didn't care about growing. I didn't care about the faith. I cared, but I didn't care about doing anything to grow it, if that makes sense. So it started out 5 minutes in the first 15 minutes of my day, 5 minutes of some sort of praying or worship, 5 minutes of reading, and then 5 minutes of some sort of like doing some sort of devotional, you know. So that's kind of what I did to start that, and it grew, and I did it every day. And there were some mornings I didn't do it, you know, but I tried to keep this thing to where I didn't miss 2 consecutive days of doing things, and I was holding myself accountable, man, you know. And I will say one more thing. My wife, man, she saved my life. You know, God is great, and He's always been there for me, even when I didn't think He was, and even if my view of Him was twisted at the moment. But here on earth, and my wife saved my life, dude. Like, she made me aware of some things that I didn't know that I was struggling with. I needed healing from, and she also just made me grow up, you know, and be more accountable, you know, because for the first time in a long time, I saw a future for myself. You know, I was hopeful for things to come, and that was just the spark that lit, you know. It didn't happen overnight, but it was the start of my mindset changing, man, and me going back to you and God is not just this entity, but my father, you know? Because there were some other things I needed healing from too, you know, my physical father, you know, family trauma and all that. You know, we all go through that. But, you know, spiritually, I was an infant, you know?
I'd say it's going to be the toughest thing that you'll probably deal with, no matter what's causing the depression. You're going to feel like you're hopeless, like life is worthless, and like you just can't get out of it. Like there's no reason to get up or do anything. But if you'll just take those baby steps, even when somebody tells you, hey, go for a 3-minute walk, do that. Even though you're like, I don't want to. or go outside and get some vitamin D or some sunshine. Do that. I do not like journaling, but they said start writing down positive things. Even if you don't like writing, write down positive things. Just kind of baby step into just one small step each day, even if it's going outside and walking 10 steps. Just you've got to kind of trick yourself almost and rely on your true friends, and that's top part, I would say. Make sure you have somebody you can talk to that you do trust and that will guide you in the right direction.
Well, he was in the heat of an argument, and I always wish that he would have called me and said, hey, can I come over? Or can you come over? And I think that one phone call would have made my life totally different than it is now. In his kids' lives, in his sister's lives, and my wife's life. And that one phone call that he made to me Sunday night, if he'd admitted Sunday night that he was having issues, then it would have been a whole different ballgame now. I wouldn't be here talking about it. I mean, he was too proud to make that phone call and decided to make a different decision. And ask for help. I would say anyone that's contemplating, especially a man that's contemplating suicide, there's somebody out there you can call. I go to a large church. There's plenty of men at that church that I can call. My pastor I can call, friends, family. You can call somebody, and you got to admit that you need help and not be embarrassed by asking for help. I think that's where the biggest issue is now is men don't want to feel like they're less of a person because they want to call somebody. I would say call somebody and meet up with somebody and talk, because once that decision's made, there's no turning back.
Then getting married, which is strangely, for some reason, dude, it triggered that feeling again. I don't know why. Because I had these preconceived expectations, these notions that how I'm supposed to be as a husband and all this, and then when real life kicked in and I was and I wasn't living up to what I thought I had to live up to, it triggered it again, But she helped me out through that. She helped me out through that too, She reassured me that you don't have to live up to what you think you need to live up to, We just need to take care of each other, love God, and He's gonna lead us, and He's gonna lead you, and I trust Him to lead you. And so, and that made me that made me confident. I don't know what. Well, I was like, you trust God to lead me? I was like, oh girl, stop it. Oh, we can cut that out. But I still take medication. I still see a therapist every now and then when I feel like I really need to. But my life is night and day compared to where it used to be. I'm enjoying my life. I'm thriving. I'm not just surviving right now, because for a long time I was in survival mode. I was drowning and I couldn't swim. I didn't know how to swim. Now I have the tools to, when I get in that water, I know how to get up out of there, But no, yeah, man, my life is night and day different from what it used to be. Dude, it's so much better. Oh my gosh, man, God is so good. So each day now, man, compared to where it used to be, it's night and day, I wake up and I'm excited about what God has given me, what job He's given me and giving me the opportunity to thrive in. I'm excited for my life and my wife, and I'm excited that I get to do this with my partner, my best friend, and I get to make a difference wherever I am. And I feel like God has given me so much favor in some things, because I feel like if it was all left up to me, I would have been out of here, I feel like God preserved me. So, it's night and day. I wake up, I drink a bunch of water. I try to go to the gym every morning, 4 to 5 days a week, and that just sets the tone for my day. Honestly, I didn't buy into all that crap about how wake up and go do something and you'll get these endorphins and this stuff. And I was like, that's crap. I'm sore, you know? But it's crazy how much it helps, man. And coming back home and getting ready for work with my wife, it's just, I'm just so grateful for things now. Like, I would have never thought I'd have this life right now, you know? And even through all the ups and downs, I wouldn't have it any other way. I love my life.
And I've probably can admit that I did not get any professional help. I decided to, and plus I don't take medicine. I just tried to decide that my mind, I was gonna make it strong enough to override any thoughts that I was having, and making my decisions based on just how strong I can be, you know, that to get me through this. And plus, like I said, my family means more to me than anything. And if I got to thinking about it, all I had to do was think, you know what, there's no way. I got a lot of people that depend on me to help them get through this too, because they're hurting just as bad as I am. Well, my biggest issue with me is I travel a lot. I have a lot of windshield time, and it could get bad. Yeah, you really start thinking, and you start thinking stuff you shouldn't be thinking, and then you just got to get in that other mindset and know that you're not the only one. You are not the only one, and I think that's what Tyler got. I think he thought he was alone and just couldn't deal with it, and things, you know, got bad with the relationship, and he decided it was his time. Do I get mad? Yes. And I don't want to be mad at him because he's not here anymore. But you have a lot of anger. You got a lot of guilt. But you also got to realize that it's not your fault. Once you realize it's not your fault, then you start getting that mindset of you are needed and you are wanted and you need to keep on with your life. And I don't think a lot of guys go that extra step to realize you're here for a reason.
Psalms 91. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. Surely He will save you from the fowler's snare and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. You will not fear the terror of night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in the darkness, nor the plague that destroys at midday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only observe with your eyes and see the punishment of the wicked. If you say, the Lord is my refuge, and you make the Most High your dwelling, no harm will overtake you, no disaster will come near your tent, for He will command His angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the cobra. You will trample the great lion and the serpent. Because He loves me, says the Lord, I will rescue him. I will protect him, for he acknowledges my name. He will call on me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life, I will satisfy him and show him my salvation.
Hey, Church of the Groves. This is Richie here at Peace Mountain Ranch. We appreciate all the support. It's going to help so many people's lives, and we're going to show Jesus' love to all the veterans and service members who come up here. We're having a great time. We've done a lot of work. We already built a fence, and we are putting up sheetrock and ceiling tile right now.
Welcome back to the 1334 podcast. Today I'm joined with Ty from the Cities of Refuge Ministries. Could you give us a quick introduction about what you guys do?
Okay, with Cities of Refuge, we call it CORE. We are a nonprofit since 2011, and what we focus on is empowering families, enriching kids. We believe in education is kind of our platform. And we have several different entities that fall up under CORE, which is me, Asher Holistic Living. I am a nutritionist, so I focus on holistic health. I believe that what's put here on this earth is good for you, as far as food, eating the right food. Yeah. So I teach my clients how to have a healthy relationship with food. And we also have Solomon Leadership Academy. It's a daycare, and we are super excited about our daycare because we are transitioning to a new location, so we're expanding.
Awesome.
So that's the new thing with Solomon Leadership Academy. And then we have Core Ed Tutoring. So that is kind of after school thing where we have, students come in and they get extra help with their work.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So how did you get involved with CORE?
So I got involved because it's my husband started it.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Jonathan Johnson, and we are in ministry together.
Awesome.
So the Lord gave him CORE back in 2011 because we believe in serving. So we believe in getting out there and doing something for the community. Yeah. So building relationships, giving back. So that is kind of how CORE got started with my husband.
Real hands and feet.
Hands and feet.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yep.
So part of your part of the organization, you said holistic living, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So how did you get involved in that? Was there, are you a dietitian, a nutritionist?
Yeah. So I actually went back to school to get my master's in complementary alternative medicine.
Okay, cool.
So Asher kind of was birthed out of that back in 2016. So I was doing it kind of part-time because I was working full-time. So I do meal prep. So I fix meals for my clients Monday through Friday. I tell them they don't have to think. I make sure that what they're eating is what they need. So I help people. I've helped people with gout, transition that, diabetes, high blood pressure, weight loss. So that is kind of how my baby got born because we here on this earth and we seem to be busy bees and we don't stop to take time to feed our body what we need. So I was like, I need to figure out something that I can do for the people, not only for me, but what can I do to help people stop and eat? So being able to just grab and go, because I fix most of my meals in mason jars.
Okay.
So just having that concept of having the food ready and prepped, it takes the guesswork out for my clients. So I am a nutritionist. I believe that I'm a motivator. I love pouring into people. But I tell folks, if you just do what I tell you to do, you will see the results.
Yeah.
So Asher Holistic Living is like my baby. I love it so much. It's the tribe.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's awesome. Have you seen any crazy sort of transformations from it?
Yes, I have. I have one client. she actually, and I have pictures to prove it, like she'll send me pictures. I don't want to give too much of her business out, but she basically looked younger. And you can tell she sends a before picture and an after picture. And just by having a healthy relationship with food, and when I say holistic living, I believe in mind, body, and soul, meaning that you have to exercise, you have to eat well, and you have to do some type of meditation, whether you're sitting with the Lord or, you know, going for walks, doing something to ground you. And honestly, by her doing that, like doing that holistic part, she began to look different and people wouldn't even recognize her.
Wow.
So, you know, that has been my biggest joy, just seeing clients like that feel better, being able to bend down and touch their toes.
Yeah.
You know, we take it for granted sometimes, but, you know, it's people that are not able to do that. So, you know, doing that is it just makes me happy, you know, to be able to help people live.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know how much my dad want me to share. But he's on a journey now where he's lost nearly 50 pounds in the past 4 months.
Awesome.
Almost entirely from walking.
Yeah, and that's what I tell, just get out, and you don't have to do anything crazy. Like I'm a big advocate with just walking, just getting out and just looking.
It sounds too simple to actually work.
Yeah,
but it
works.
Yep.
Yes, because I actually, I don't know if too much for me to share, but but I know a lot of people going through perimenopause. You don't know nothing about that because you a man. But it's something that hit me out of nowhere. And, you know, with women, we carry that stubborn weight in our midsection. And I've never really had issues with losing weight. But back in June, like, I thought I was just going to throw in a towel because I started putting on weight and I'm like, I'm the person, I'm the nutritionist. I should know what to do, but nothing was working.
Yeah.
But I decided to just walk, like just be consistent every day or 3 to 4 days out the week, walking and making sure that I'm eating the things that, you know, when your body change, you got to start eating stuff that is different sometimes.
Yeah.
So I started making sure I incorporate more fruits and vegetables. I started eliminating. I actually eliminated chicken and turkey, like just stuff like that just sits heavy on your midsection. And for my women that probably listening to this, I think I cracked the code. Because I don't have any, like I used to be crazy with hot flashes. Like I don't have that many, I don't have hot flashes at all now.
Wow.
And you know the herb that helped with that? Black cohosh. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's COHASH, I think.
Is it like a tea or what?
Oh, it comes in, you can get it in a pill form. You can put it in tea, but I just take it as a liquid.
Okay.
Like every day.
Tincture kind of thing? Like a tincture kind of thing?
Yeah, I just squirt. Yeah, it's just a liquid form of black cohosh. So that's the secret. If anybody listening, take that every day and be consistent with walking.
Yeah.
Just like how you said with your dad, just get out and walk and you will feel the difference.
Yeah.
So
what would you say is the minimum effective dose? So like, do you need to walk for 30 minutes a day, 5 times a week? Or
yeah.
What would you say is the...
So it depends on the individual and how much. So for some, I tell just give me 30 minutes, 3 days a week. For others, I say 45 minutes. So it's between 30 to 45 minutes. You don't even have to do more than that. So if you give me 2 miles, 1 to 2 miles a day,
yeah,
you're doing pretty good.
That's awesome.
And I tell my clients, just give me 3 or 4 days. That's all I ask. Just get out, get moving. If you want to incorporate some light strength training, that's awesome as well. But just walk.
Have you experimented with rucking at all? Like walking with weight on?
Yes, I actually walk with a weighted vest on.
Oh, really?
I do. It's I think it's a 10 or 15 pound weighted vest. My daughter actually got it for me.
Really?
Yeah, so I just started. I've been walking with it for about a month.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to run with it on. No, that didn't work too well. So I typically, when it's my walking days, I put on my weighted vest, and I do tell my clients, if you're able, if you don't do the weighted vest, get ankle weights or wrist weights, because that'll help with the strength training part.
I didn't run for about 1.5 to 2 years, and I only did weighted walks. And then when I went to run again, I was running more consistently at the same pace with a lower heart rate, which I thought was crazy. No running, but walking with a weighted vest improved my running.
Yes, and that's crazy that you say that, because now I'm thinking, because when I do on my running days, I have been seeing like my runs have been more consistent, and I never thought about that until you just said it. And my heart rate, because when I went for a checkup, my doctor asked, "Have your heart rate always been 50 or so?" Like my heart rate is like an athletic, like a person that runs, and I've never had that before. So that's kind of cool that you did.
So I was looking it up, and what I was reading was saying that walking with weight gets you in like a zone 2 kind of heart rate, where you can improve your aerobic foundation from literally just walking.
That is so cool.
And it said you get the most from about 30 to 45 minutes, which is
that's cool.
Really cool.
So does he walk with the weighted vest?
He actually just got a 25-pound.
Oh, he got 25.
Yeah. 2 weeks ago, he did a 13-mile walk. I was like, you are insane.
13?
13. I don't know why he wants.
He just got up one day and said, "I'm just going."
Yeah, just went for a walk and kept going.
Oh my goodness. Well, because when I walked about, it probably was last month, I just started walking and I got to 3, and then I just kept going, and I just ended up doing 6 miles.
Yeah. He was just like, I just want to see how much further I can go.
Yeah.
And so he's just
13 though.
Yep.
Wow.
So I was
how far have you walked? What's your longest walk?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Last week I ran a half marathon.
Okay.
13.1. I wasn't walking it though. I don't know if you want to count that.
Marathon is what?
13.1 miles.
What? You ran that?
Last Sunday. So tomorrow I'll run 6 miles, and then I'll do. I usually do 3 to 4 miles a day for 5 days out of the week, and then the 6th day I do a longer one.
What? Okay, you a beast. You doing it? That's awesome.
So I haven't done any long walks yet. Maybe I should though. Put a weight vest on and go walk.
Yeah.
Let's see how far I can go.
Maybe 15 miles.
I'll try. Take a long time.
How long did it take? How many hours do you know it took your dad to walk 13 miles?
Oh, I don't know. I need to ask him. I think it was 4 or so.
4? That's good.
4 or 5 hours, something like that. I can. But
my friend did 10 miles, and it took her 5 hours, I think.
Really?
Yeah. So if your dad did it in 4,
well, he said he's doing a little over 3 miles an hour, 3 to 3.5 miles an hour. So whatever that maths out to, 4.5 hours.
I don't know. You making me do math? I don't know. Something like that.
I need another coffee.
No.
That's cool. So Cities of Refuge. So you have your part of it for health and everything, but what all do you guys do exactly? More than just health, I'm sure.
Yeah. So like I said, with the Solomon Leadership Academy, that is the daycare. That we go up from 6 weeks to
Merry Christmas, Happy Thanksgiving.
3 years old before they transition to pre-K.
Okay.
So we're actually working on trying to become a pre-K center as well. So like I was saying, I'm grateful for the transition. So that will allow us to basically transition to get more kids and to go into pre-K and all this other stuff. So
is it like a free service you guys are offering?
No, Solomon Leadership Academy is like a private daycare.
Okay.
So it is paid. So the people got to pay. But we do have, because we are nonprofit, we try our best to help those that are not able to maybe pay the full amount. So that is why we have all of these different entities that fall up under CORE, because a little bit that I'm like, what I do, it goes back into the pocket of CORE, so that we are able to help those that are not able to, maybe pay the full amount or
like a separate for-profit arm kind of thing.
Yeah,
Cool.
to help out. Yeah,
That's cool.
I think so.
I wasn't sure, kind of what all is, I guess the service. You know what I mean?
Which
so like your clients. I wasn't sure like how much is paid and unpaid and that kind of thing. Like,
oh, okay.
So if somebody reaches out to you, for the daycare or diet advice or anything, like how much is actually, should they allot to paying for certain services? You know what I mean?
Okay, so I think I know what you mean. So, for example, so if someone reaches out to us as far as like for me, for services with healthcare or something like that, I don't charge for consultations, like to just talk to people and kind of tell them, try to see where they are and give them kind of feedback like that. When it starts going into a charge fee is with the meal services and
gotcha.
stuff like that. But like going out and setting up in the community and like going to schools, like I like going into schools and I'm actually going into a school soon to talk to little kids about fruits and vegetables and farming and how to grow things and allowing them to try different vegetables or stuff that they haven't, because a lot of people don't know what bok chow is or, have seen it or seen actual squash in person. So I go into the school system and do like demonstrations, cooking demonstrations. So those are kind of like free services on the educational part. The same with the daycare. I know that she works a lot with the parents and just doing things outside of the daycare, whether it's taking the kiddos to Mark Mellow Patch. Did I say that right?
Mark's Melon, yeah.
Yeah, they and doing stuff like that. So we try to stay connected with the families outside of like the business, not looking for money every which way we turn.
So you do charge for the meals, but like you're not just giving out free meals essentially.
No, but just like I said, like if we have people that are in need, like we listen to the need. We as a board, we come together and kind of meet, and see what each individual person need, and if we are able to fulfill that need, then we will try our best to do that, to pay for the service for them out of CORE.
Gotcha.
Pay for Asher.
Gotcha. Okay.
So cool. So that is what CORE does. We try to build a pocket where we're able, and that's why we're here today, where we're able to give back to certain people.
Yeah. That's awesome. So so how can people get connected with you and your organization?
They can go to ministries.core on Instagram, and they can also reach out to us. We have a phone number. It's 229-234-0752. And if you want to online, go to our website. It's core.ministries, and core is spelled COR.ministries.org.
Awesome. Is there anything you'd want to add or say to anyone watching?
No, I think we talked about it all. Just please, if you can, check out our website, follow us, see what we're up to. And if you're able to donate toward our daycare, which I said plenty of time that we're transitioning. So we take cleaning supplies, diapers, whatever you can, monetary donations to help towards our cause.
Yeah. Awesome.
Right.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the 1334 podcast. Today, I'm joined by Miss Regina Daniels from the Strive to Thrive organization here in Albany, Georgia. Could you tell me a little bit about your organization?
Yes, what Strive to Thrive does is we work with residents of Dougherty County that are living at a below poverty level to help them become more self-sufficient and be able to better maintain on their own. It is a 2-year program of which the individuals would go through training. Our trainings are 10-week sessions held twice a year. The individuals do take 10 weeks of parenting, 10 weeks of personal professional development, 10 weeks of leadership development, as well as financial literacy before they leave the program.
That's perfect. I recorded some videos with some people that have come through your program and are, for lack of better words, thriving right now.
Okay. And also, we currently administer the tenant-based rental assistance program for the city of Albany.
Oh, really?
Which individuals can receive rental subsidy while they work to become more self-sufficient. That too is could be a 2-year program as well.
That's awesome. So, when you think of success stories, is there a first thought, story, person that comes to mind?
First thought would be Venetia Todd, who came to us as a visa student. Now she is a curriculum specialist for the state of Georgia, has recently got married and has a baby and purchased a 5-bedroom, 3-bath house in North Georgia.
That's awesome. I believe that's who I recorded one of the videos with. We recorded some like success stories for you guys, which is one of the things that 1334 does. We provide free videos and video assistance. I'm gonna have to wrap this up pretty quick. It's starting to rain. How did you get involved with Strive to Thrive?
How I actually got involved was I was actually signed up and joined Strive to Thrive.
Really?
In 2015. But 2 months into the program, I was pulled out to become a volunteer in the office.
Really?
And so my journey began with Strive to Thrive. So I became a volunteer, then a coaching coordinator, then a case manager, and now I am the program project manager for the tenant-based rental assistance program here in Albany.
That is awesome. What do you think is one of the most important aspects of what you guys teach?
The most important aspect is reciprocity, giving back. Once you gotten to the point where you are self-sufficient, then you should be able to give back and pull somebody else up as well.
I think that's how all of society should work. So many people are focused on themselves and what they can do that they forget that the neighbor next to them is where they were 6 months ago. You know what I mean? That's cool. What are some of the programs that you guys offer and teach along that 2-year process?
Okay, during the 2-year period, we do teach parenting. Cause everybody can use parenting tips. I don't care how old you is.
Yep.
You can use parenting tips. We do teach financial literacy. We have one of the VPs from Regional Bank. She comes in and teaches financial literacy for us. Personal and professional development, where we try to get them to better their resume skills and also their life skills as well.
What is the financial literacy program? What does that look like? What are some of the things you guys teach?
So they go through budgeting, which is always good. Working with their credit, being able to work towards home ownership, making sure their credit scores are where they need to be before they go to see a bank officer.
That's awesome. How can people get in touch with you guys if they want to donate or volunteer? Or
if they want to volunteer or either donate, they can either call the office at 229-317-7175 or drop by the office at 225 West Broad Avenue.
Perfect. Well, thanks for joining me today.
All right. Thank you.
I've wanted to do this for a while, but no, life's nuts sometimes.
Oh, it happens. I know it happens.
I'm glad we're able to do it.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's early.
Oh, it's fine. I can't wash my eyes and my face and get
Oh, wait, I didn't do my hair.
I know. Well, like me normally, it's like I normally have my hat on and all that kind of stuff. I said, "No, Keith, you don't be wearing a hat. Don't wear a hat. Don't do that."
I grabbed a collared shirt this morning and I was like, "Nah, that's not Keith. That's not right."
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't put me on the spot. Like I go home and change. I know. I'm like, this is who I am. It's what I do. You know. So yeah, I'm
trying to get more comfortable being in t-shirts on camera.
I know. And that's one thing I've always told the girls. Just be who you are.
Yep.
You know, you ain't got to impress nobody. You know, If you're trying to impress people, you're going about it the wrong way anyhow. You know, just be who you are, 'cause that's where you're gonna flow better anyhow. You know, you ain't got to work nothing up. Just, and as I tell Tony, we you know, in this adventure that we're on and what we're doing, you know, it's, you hear about other people doing this and about other people doing that, and Tony's like, you know, we need to do this. And I said, hold on, no. I said, we need to concentrate on what we're doing. Yep. We need to hone this in and make sure we're doing this to the full capacity that we can. I said, it'll grow. It'll come. We just have to stick to what we're doing. You know, I think it's not necessarily master what you're doing, but just be good at what you're already at. You know, and those resources, they'll come. You know,
I've been helping nonprofits either under the Pivot Foundation, which became 1334, but started that 5 years ago.
That's crazy.
February of 2020. And before that, I mean, I was helping missionaries in 2018.
Really? So you've been at it for a pretty good bit. What's that, 7 years? Yeah, that's good.
I've been doing videos for 10.
Yep.
I mean, it just takes a...
Yep.
It's not like what's the one... the overnight success isn't made in a day or whatever.
Yep.
It's made over years. I mean, it's true.
Yeah.
Like, I'm on almost my 20th podcast episode.
That's cool.
And it just takes a long, and I've been doing 2 years.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It just takes a long time.
It does. It does. It don't happen overnight, and that's what's so crazy about it. This is the same way. I go back to I can go back to certain moments when God was developing this and I didn't even know it. I can go back to people who've spoken to my life, and I'm like, you're crazy, you know. I'm like, but I already knew what I loved to do, you know, and I knew why I loved to do it. But I can literally actually go back to the first time I spoke. Anything that actually that resembles doing missions work, and that was I worked for a guy in Pelham for 13-14 years building his cabinets and running his cabinet shop, and there's a gentleman that come in there, Mr. Jack Willis. He's always overseas. And he said, I remember him talking about what he loved to do. He says, and what I do, he says, I love building the altars for the churches, and I love building the pulpits for the churches that we're over there working on. He said, when I hit the ground, that's what I concentrate on. Everybody else is doing everything else. This is what I'm doing.
That's cool.
And how I met him is he had made wooden pins, and he was always bringing some cool piece of wood from that country with him. I don't know how he got it here, but he would small pieces. And I remember saying to myself, I said, that would be cool. That would be awesome to be able to go to another country and be able to give back and help build churches.
Yeah.
I remember saying that, and I was in my mid to late 20s when I said that. And you know, it's kind of like God says, I heard you say that, you know. And then, you know, things happen, and God moves you from place to place and gets you to where you're at, where you don't even realize where you're at, you know. And what's he's even doing. And we look back now, and it's like, God, I've seen what you did, and I'm thankful that you did it. It hurt a little bit, you know. It was uncomfortable, and we talked about that earlier, about, you know, moving out of a comfortable spot to move into an uncomfortable spot. And I remember the first time I said that, like, I don't mind being uncomfortable, because when I'm uncomfortable, that's when I lean on Him more.
Yep.
You know, and I've learned that over life, and I'm like, okay, God, I'm okay with that. Matter of fact, I've actually got to a place where I love that.
Yeah.
Because I know it's not me. I know it's not me. So, but just things that have been spoken into my life, and of course, when you're married and you have a spouse that's in it as well.
Yep.
They don't just speak into your life, they speak into both of y'all's life, because you're one, you know. And man, I've had we were down there in Florida serving with Convoy of Hope. And man, we had a guy that we had gotten kind of close to, and Tony was able to come serve that time. And he goes, before y'all leave, because we were getting ready to pack up and leave, the day after, he said, hey, I got a word I want to share with y'all before you leave. He said, I want to make sure I share this with y'all before you go. And he basically simply said, he said, when God sees y'all, he said he sees one heart. He says, Tony, you don't have your heart. Keith, you don't have your heart. He says, when God sees y'all, he says he sees one heartbeat. And it meant a lot to us, because it just confirms that where God's carrying us, it's going to be us together. It's never going to be my work or her work. It's always going to be our work, doing His work, And so, but it was those little things that happen in life. You don't forget about those things, and when you get to where you're going for that season, it's like I heard what you said, God. I seen what you done. And I see how it's gotten us to where we're at,
Yeah.
So yeah, but
can you explain the Deuteronomy 646 project a little bit?
So when I first got serious about, all right, I got to do something with what God has placed in my heart, I didn't know what it looked like. I mean, just being honest with you, I did not know what it looked like. I knew what we wanted to do, within what I've done in the past, and the Deuteronomy 6, verses 4 through 6, it talks about loving the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. And through life, I've been able to do that to the best of my ability, and it's because of people that has paved the way and it showed me and pointed me in the right direction. If it weren't for the people in our path, we wouldn't be where we're at, and so I'm like, my God, I want to do the same thing for somebody else. I want to help meet them where they're at, and I want to help get them to where you want them to be at. And when I first started thinking about the work that we would do, it was always about helping them see God's heart for their own personal life, and because missions has been something that we have not always loved to do, but something we have grown to love to do, because we talk about where we're at and how we got to where we're at. We're to most people, they would be like, I never thought I'd be where I'm at today. If you had told me 30 years ago that I'm downtown Albany at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night looking for a guy because I didn't see him today, I'd tell you you're crazy. But it's finding people where they're at and helping them
Can you move the mic
get
a
out
little
of that
bit
place.
closer?
Yeah. But
Sorry.
you're good. But it's loving people right where they're at.
Yeah.
And helping them grab a hold of the love that God has for their life, In
what ways do you? Well, I want to know what ways you've done it in Albany, but how did it start? Because you mentioned Convoy of Hope, so how did your missions work?
So our mission stuff kicked off, the church we were at. We left our home church, not in a good way, because of something that happened. I didn't understand why it happened, but God says, you're not growing here. You're not going to become who I've created you to be. You're not going to do the work that I've called you to do where you're at. And so we found ourselves at Victory of Albany, here in Albany, and initially didn't know why we were there, didn't understand it, but the pastor of that church, he loved missions with all of his heart. He was all about reaching out into the city. He was all about, going to other countries and not even physically going, but financially supporting, other organizations and churches to just help them pick up and grow and become what God's called them to be. And we got a taste of that while we were there.
That's awesome.
And just it's amazing that how God can take you. I grew up on a dirt road 4 miles out of town, didn't have a lot, grew up real simple, And I look back and I'm like, God, you took me from living on the dirt road 4 miles out of town. Didn't ever leave Camilla, you know, except for when I'd go see my dad during the summertime. And I said, I'm traveling the world now, and I'm meeting people where they're at, and I'm sharing the love of who you are with these people, you know. And I understood, you know, that it was definitely something greater than what I was or I could ever be, you know, sharing his love, you know. But it grew from there. It grew from Victory of Albany is where it come from. I'll always go back and say, this is where God started it at, you know. This is where God birthed it. This is where he seeded our life with it, you know. Man, stepping into somebody else's life that's in that's not in a good spot, and they've lost hope. They're at the brink of just literally not knowing what to do, and be able to step into their life and refresh them, you know, just for a moment. It gives them hope, you know. And so the same thing with Convoy of Hope. We got linked up with Convoy of Hope because of COVID. You know, when COVID hit, I was a missions pastor at the church, you know, at Victory of Albany, and man, I got plugged in with them with bringing in loads of food to Albany, you know, and just it ignited something inside of me. I'm like, I love receiving resources, you know, and actually giving them back to where they're supposed to be at. Yeah. And I've made some bold declarations to God, and it's words that I've had to stick to, and it's one of those things where it's like, I've told God, I said, God, if you'll get it to me, I said, I promise I won't keep it. I promise I'll do with it what you asked me to do. You know, that's everything. You know, it's resources, it's money, it's my time. And it's sometimes it's a battle. I mean, it's a fight to keep that in front of you. You people give you things and they donate stuff to you, and you're just like, I can't hold on to that. I got to get rid of it as fast. Who can I find to bless their life with it, you know? Yeah. And that's our heart, you know. Our heart is to take the resources that God gives us, no matter what they are, and make sure we keep them moving. Yeah. Make sure we put them where they're supposed to be at, to where it helps people, you know.
How are you changing downtown? I know fairly recently that's kind of where your heart's been. Yeah. So what sort of things are you doing, and what have you seen?
Man, just that right there has, within the past 7 months, that thing has, to us, it's blew up. To some people it may look like it's something very small. Man, we went from cooking 60 or 70 plates in our apartment and putting them in the back of my cargo trailer and hand delivering them to a church downtown, handing us the key to their church, saying, hey Keith, I heard about what you're doing and we want to help. And what that done for us, it allowed us to go from cooking 60 and 70 plates to cooking 100, 110 plates on a Saturday, using a commercial kitchen. Also, it gave us a location to where those that we were already loving on, telling them this is where we're going to be at this time, on these certain dates. And it gave them a place to come to. It gave us more time with them, because that's what we always wanted. When we were doing it mobile, we didn't have time. We didn't have time to hang out like we wanted to, because we had to set up at this location, then we had to move to another location, then we had to move to another location to get to those that we wanted to love on and care for. Yeah. And so that's grown. And it gives us more ministry time. It gives us more time to share who God is to them through us as well. Because, you know, when you're talking about helping someone understand the love of God and helping them to love Him with all their heart, their soul, and their might, you need time with them. You know, and on our Saturdays that we were doing it mobile, we just felt like we were coming in like a storm and dropping off food and talking with them for just a minute and having to move on to another location. Yeah. While that time it was great, but to us it was like it wasn't enough. You know,
great, but it was getting us by. Mean ideal.
So the cool thing is about doing it all downtown is you get to know these people.
Yeah.
You know, you get to know their name, you get to know their faces, you get to hear their voices. And to us, that's building those relationships, which is what we want. It's not a thing to where we want to drop off some food or drop off some resources and say, hey, see you later. It's one of those things to where we really want to spend time with them and get to know who they are and know their story, you know, and help know where they come from and help them move forward where we feel like God wants to carry them as well. But
so is it are you primarily just providing meals on Saturday? What all is it?
So
I know you did the haircut. Like
man, you would be surprised the simple things that seems to spark hope in somebody's life. You know, within the past couple of months, we've been able to do haircuts. We've been able to do give them opportunity to take showers. Mission Change about 2 months ago, Todd LaDonna Urick hit us up, said, hey Keith, we've got a mobile shower trailer unit that our organization has, and we're not using it no more like we used to. Would y'all like to have it?
That's
and
awesome.
I was like, yes, we would love to have it. And so we've used it 3 times as of right now, and I know how much I love to take a shower and get cleaned up and put on fresh, clean clothes. That's something that we've been able to forward them as well with downtown.
Is it primarily homeless people?
So it's not all homeless. That's what's so amazing about it is people think that you're only dealing with homeless people. Yeah. And we've learned terminology and vocabulary for when you're loving on these people. The Methodist Church has been doing serving them on Sundays afternoon at 4:30 for a long time, and they call them the neighbors is what they call them, and so to us that's what we call them as well. They're our neighbors. We're loving on our neighbors is what we're doing, but no, they're not all homeless. There's a lot of them. They have somewhere to live, but they're in a bad spot. You know, their finances are slim. Some of them live in a place that does not have electricity.
Wow.
You know, most of them do have running water and stuff. Like we've got a gentleman that we've known for a year and a half now, and I hit him up the other day. I said, hey, don't forget we got the shower trailer with us today. And he said, oh, no, I got running water at the house, but I know he doesn't have electricity.
Yeah.
You know, and so, but no, some of these people, and some of them, they live in a home. They've got electricity. They've got water. They've got financial means, but they're just slim.
Yeah.
They could use help. And I've been telling them here lately, I was like, you know what? Even when you're not needing things that we have to offer, we'd still love to see you.
Yeah.
We'd still love for you to come around because these are relationships that we're building that we want to keep.
Yeah.
This is not temporary for us. This is something that, you know, maybe you come and you volunteer. Maybe you come and you help. Maybe you come back and you give back, you know, into somebody else's life or where you come from, you know. And that's what it's all about. You know, I understand, man, through being married for 31, 32 years, you know, Tony and I, we've had some tough spots that we've hit. And, man, it looked grim. You know, it looked like, well, what are we going to do? And it's helped us to turn to God, you know, quicker and faster and lean upon Him. You know, will you tell God you trust Him? He says, okay.
Yeah.
Do you really trust me? You know, I'm like, yeah, we trust you. And we've seen people step into our lives so over and over and over again and just be used by Him. Mm-hmm. And I've been able to see that, you know, firsthand. And I'm like, God, I want to be used like that. I want to be able to step into somebody's life, and I want to be able to just make life better for them. Yeah. You know, what can we do to refresh them? What can we do to bring them hope? You know, I don't know. Maybe they've prayed to you and said, God, I need your help. And I would love to know that I was used by you to step into them to be an answer to their prayer.
Yeah.
To where they said, I prayed for that, and you sent somebody.
Yeah.
And I'm like, God, send me. I prayed that God send me. God, when you call my name, help me to be willing, help me to be obedient, help me to be where you want me to be at, doing what you called me to do. And we've seen it. We've got stories over and over again where it just seems like God ordained that.
Yeah.
You know, He set that up. there wasn't nothing that I could do to set that up and to make that happen, but he did. And I'm like, thank you, God, that we were able to show up and we were able to be your hands and your feet, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions is, well, there's just a bunch of homeless people downtown.
No.
Oh, well. And I think it's really easy for people to forget that your life hasn't always been easy.
No.
It's like, remember when you were struggling?
Yeah.
Remember when you ran out of gas on the side of the road?
Man.
Like,
Yeah.
remember when you only ate ramen noodles for 6 weeks because it's all you had?
Yep.
It's like, imagine how much someone providing a nice home-cooked hot meal would have been.
Yep.
It's like, I think it's really easy to forget where you've been to relate where people are.
Yep.
And I know there's a lot of people that are like, fix downtown, fix, you know, we need more businesses. And it's like, nobody wants to actually be the hands and feet. Nobody wants to actually move.
Nope.
They want to sit on the couch and talk. They want
Yep.
to sit behind their keyboard, but
Yep.
they don't actually want to get face to face and help somebody. And I think that's what's so powerful about what you're doing. And like, you have volunteers every week. You have a bunch of people.
That's what's so cool about that. And that's another thing that just blew up. It went from me and Tanya, and actually one of the gentlemen that was homeless, his name's Leon. He lived on the streets, and he got help. And Tanya and I watched him be transformed, all because we included him, all because we made him a part of what we were doing. And even like today, if we need to know something about downtown or about somebody, hey Leon, hey, have you seen so and so? And he'll go, yeah, I saw them today. They were down here at such and such. And he knows, he keeps up with the people downtown. He really does. But we've literally watched our crew grow from 2 or 3 with me and Tanya. Stephen and Susan folded in with us, and it was just us 4. And then all of a sudden it grew to like 10, 15, 20. And I think we've had about 30 there on a Saturday, you know, serving. And it's just like and what's so cool about that, it gives me time to step back and look at what's taking place. It gives me more time with those who are walking up and spending time with them in good conversation and with them as well. Because we always tell our team, while it's important for us to prepare a meal and get all these resources prepped ready, I says, don't ever get so busy doing that you don't have conversation. Don't get so busy doing that you feel like you can't stop and spend a few moments having a good, solid conversation with some of our people who come and making sure that if they need prayer, let's pray for them.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing we tell them. I says, hey guys, don't forget, we'll pray for you about anything you got going on. Because not only are we here to give you a meal and nourish your natural body, but we want to actually refresh and feed your spiritual body as well. You know, because that's more important. And that's something that we've been able to do as well. We left on a Saturday and literally felt the Holy Spirit prompt me. And he said, Keith, so you know these people pretty well by now. You know a lot of them's name. You know a little bit about their story. He says, but do you know their eternal status? Like, do they know me? What kind of relationship do they have with me? Have they had one, or have they ever been introduced to me? And I had to hang my head down. I said, no, I don't. I had to be honest with myself. I said, I don't. And he says, don't you think it's about time that you know this? And I'm like, yep, I do. And so one of our Saturdays we were serving, I asked permission. I told him, I said, hey guys, I said, do you mind if I share with you the love of Jesus Christ? Do you mind if we talk about the relationship that he wants to have with you? And literally all across the room, you know, and that room probably had 75 or 80 people in it at that time, and they're all like, yeah. And so I went into sharing with them who Jesus was, his love for their life. And I know I was talking to a room of people that knew who he was. But I know how life happens. You know, it's happened for us. You know, to where, you know, yeah, I'm on fire for God today, and then a week later I'm in a spot where I feel like he's distant, and he's never distant. I've distanced myself, you know, and I've let life happen. And so I'm like, I want to make sure when you leave here today that you have approached him again. You have allowed him to be the Lord of your life again, you know, and him refresh you today. And I told him, I said, I'm going to say a prayer, and I want y'all to pray behind me. If you want to, you don't have to. You don't have to do this. And pray the prayer of salvation with him, and literally almost the whole room prayed right behind me. Wow. One of the most beautiful things I think I've ever done, you know, at one time, you know. And of course, we told him this is next month when we're back and we're able to serve y'all and we're love on y'all again. I said I'd count it an honor to be able to baptize any of you that would love to be baptized, and we talked about it. And of course, we were able to baptize a few of them. You know, It was just a blessing, you know, to love on them that way. It's like you've got your own small little congregation, and you're building it. You know, you don't need a platform. You know, you don't need that stage. Where we need to do is just meet people right where they're at and just love on them. You know,
that's evangelism.
Yeah, you hit it a while ago about there are so many people who's sitting on their couch and they're behind their computer. They're busy at work and they're busy tending to their families and stuff like that. And you know, and I get it, because Tony and I done that. You know, life had us in the place where we were building our family. Life had us in the place where we were having to make sure that our two daughters were being raised to the best of our ability. You know, and but when they were old enough to where, not that they could defend for themselves, but when we could fold them into what God was doing in our life, we were able to take off and run with this. You know, we were able to include them in this. But our prayer is that, you know, that others would join the work. You know, not necessarily here in Albany, but wherever you live at. I think about this. I'm like, okay, God, so you're starting this with us here. I think every community needs this kind of outreach in their city and in their town, no matter how big or how small it is. You know, when community comes together, life is better. It's as simple as that. And you can't forget people. And yes, our homeless community, you know, all across Albany, you know, they're forgotten. They really are. They're looked at as if they're not worthy of what we have or what I have. And I'm like, God, I said, they're no better than I am. I'm no better than they are. They're human beings. You know, they're people. They've got names. They've either got families or they've had families. You know, and I'm like, if we're going to fold them into any family, I want to fold them into yours. And I'm a part of your family. You know, I consider them brothers and sisters in Christ. You know, some of them are my age. Some of them are old enough to be my granddad, you know, and I look at them that way as well. You know, I look at, we've got a vet that lives downtown. His name's Mr. James, and he was one of the first ones I fell in love with. You know, just I watched this man walk up, you know, and just was quiet and wouldn't say nothing, but he would receive what you had for him. And it's just one of those things. Like I'm like, God, that's not the life you created him for. That's not it. You know, and I'm like, what can we do? What can we do to help him out of that? What can we do to make it better for him, you know, and create a space for him to live where he's not feeling like he's stuck. And we hear that a lot, you know. People feel like they're stuck. They don't know where to go, who to turn to, what's the next step. And that's something that we're learning ourselves is, what's the next step? You know, what can we do for you to help you get out of where you're at, you know? So, but, man.
I think, like, don't get me wrong. I think there's definitely two sides of, like, the people that sit on the couch and
Yep.
don't actually want to do anything.
Mhm.
But there's definitely people that wish they could.
Sure.
And they're just not in the place to be able to do it, either
Nope.
time or family or
Mhm.
I don't know. They might be a nurse and work 80 hours a week.
That's right.
they're-
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So, but I definitely think there's still a place like 1334 went to Thailand to film
Yes.
the documentary about the church planners.
Mhm.
And there were people like, man, I wish I could go, but I can't.
Yep.
But here's some money.
Yes.
It's like, please help them. It's like,
Yep.
even, I know there's a lot of people that are living paycheck to paycheck,
Yep.
but have donated $2, $3, $4, $5.
Yep.
$10 a month.
Yep.
It's huge.
It's huge.
And I think, not everybody has, I don't know, $2,000 a month to donate to stuff.
No, I know, for real. But like, it'd be cool if you could.
Yeah, exactly. But the difference that 200 people make donating $10, it's insane.
I know one of the most profound things that I heard when it comes down to building God's kingdom monetarily. We were at Victory and we had our missions director with the AG come in, and he had just come back from Fort Yukon, Alaska. And I remember him standing on the platform that day, and our church was the first church that he actually presented this to in trying to help raise money to build a church in Fort Yukon, Alaska. The story behind it was there was a missionary pastor that got sent there to minister to these people, and the community was about 85 people. But the little building that he had, you gotta remember Alaska, it's freezing cold. He has to go and fill this buck stove up to warm up this little small church that they had, or building that he was using as a church. It hold about 40 people. That's max, like packed out. And when Billy went to go meet with him about what he was wanting, he says, I want a building that can hold 85 people. He said, I want a building that we can fit everybody in town in.
Yeah.
And it might have been 185 because it might have been 185 in the whole community. But he said, I want a building that everybody in the community can come at one time.
Yeah.
He says, now, granted, a lot of them will not come right now because we're still ministering to their life because they're not willing to let go and what have you. So, but Billy says we need to raise $100,000 to build this building. That's what we need. And he says, when I came back and presented it to our board, and they're like, Billy, how in the world are you going to raise $100,000? He says, it's simple. I thought about it on my way back. He says, I need 100 people giving me $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Or I need 1,000 people giving me $100.
Yeah.
He said, it's just that simple. And when he said that and come out of his mouth, I looked at Tanya and I says, we're going to sow a seed in this. I said, because I feel like that's what God wants us to do. And, and that has always stuck with me.
Yeah.
There's a mountain that stands before us all. I mean, it really is. And provision's there. But we just got to wrap our mind around and simplify it and make it happen. When we started Deuteronomy, I knew it's going to take financial help and financial support and a recurring flow of it to get it done. Did I know how to go about doing it? No. In my brain, I thought, people love me. People know my heart. They're just going to fold into what I'm doing. No, that's not it.
It's hard.
It's
Raising
very
money
hard.
for-
It's very hard.
It's real hard.
But we've seen God provide. Just it seems like it just happens out of nowhere. You know, it's like 1 minute you barely got the funds there to do what you want to do, and then all of a sudden, 2 or 3 people will come in and they'll donate, or you'll cross paths with somebody, and before you know it, you're not touching money that's in your account because God just provided what you need to take care of what you're doing. And we've seen it happen over and over again. And I hear you. It's like those $10 people. We've got a few that
People think it's minuscule, but it's everything.
Yeah,
because
it is.
But the thing is, the $10 people, there's 100 of them.
Yes,
and $1,000 is game changing.
That's right. I remember pumping gas one day, and I happened to look down and I seen this
piece of food, and pretty nice sized piece of food, and just like easing across the ground. And I was like, what the heck? And it intrigued me. And I was like, what the heck? So I'm at the gas pump pumping gas, and I actually get down on the ground and I look at this, and I don't know, like, you can't count them, but I would think there was 50 ants underneath this piece of food, and they were just marching on with that, like we got this, we're on our way, you know. And it's those little things that you see, like, that's how it happens.
Yep.
That's how you move that. That's how you create that. That's how you move forward with something. Like you pull people in. You pull all the resources you can in, and it happens. It takes place. You know. Just same thing with our community downtown. You know, the most important thing is to share the love of Jesus Christ with them. We can't do it by ourselves.
Nope.
But when you have 30 people show up on a Saturday, and they bring their character to the table, they bring their heart to the table, they bring their identity to the table, they bring the life that they've had to work through to the table as well.
Yep.
And in that moment, there's so much knowledge and understanding that sits in the room, and literally there's nothing that we can't do.
Yep.
Literally nothing we can't do.
And I think what maybe volunteers forget, I know I volunteer at our church, and I forget this all the time.
Yeah.
If there's freedom in your testimony,
yes,
then there's freedom for you and freedom for somebody else.
Yes, absolutely.
Then just you being somewhere with other people and sharing your story is freedom for, like, no, you don't have to go, I don't know, cook or make rice or or move tables and chairs.
That's right.
But just being somewhere and actually sharing, hey, I was in this spot where we had nothing.
Yeah.
Where we were living off credit cards.
That's right.
And we're okay now.
Yeah.
It's like, just that alone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's, it's bad now.
Yeah.
But it won't always be.
No. Mm-hmm.
And let me walk with you.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I had this idea while you were talking. Have you, obviously, the idea isn't for this to stay here.
Yep. Absolutely.
Have you considered maybe some sort of pamphlet or ebook or something of just standard operating procedures of how to do what you're doing? Because I think being able to share the procedures of how you started and how to grow outreach, how to grow this missions type work could be incredibly. What if there's a guy in Michigan who's like, I really, really want to be able to help our neighbors.
Sure.
But I have no idea where to start.
That's right.
Have you thought about putting something together like that?
I haven't, but it sounds like something that does need to take place for sure. You know, especially something that will help somebody walk out and start.
Yeah.
Now we've had a couple of the people that Tony and I have volunteered with within the past year and a half or two, and they were already doing somewhat what we're doing as well. And I remember him and I having conversation, and we had already done our 501c3. We had done walk through it and press through, because it's not easy to do. I mean, you literally got to answer those questions right. That's going to keep your identity moving forward.
Yeah.
And you can't say this is who I am as a 501c3 and get it all done, and you have to stay within those parameters as you walk that out. Yeah. If you want to do something different, you have to open up another whole 501c3 that will actually walk in that direction as well. So we had to strategically make sure that our application said what it needed to say, and would help us move forward in what we were wanting to. We literally had to think about the end results and put it on paper from the beginning. But anyhow,
we had to double check and make sure a podcast still fit within.
Yeah. Oh,
and
absolutely.
it does. But at first we were like, my board of advisors, they were like, hold on, we gotta double check our paper and make sure this, it sounds like it fits, but we need to double check.
But him and his wife were already doing the work, and we just got to talking about having donors and stuff. I said, I'm going to tell you, I said, people will hear your heart and they'll want to give to you, but I think it's going to be limited until you become a 501c3 and people know that they can get a tax credit for it. I mean, that's cool, that's great. But when you start having businesses that actually write you checks, they're going to want to know, are you legit?
Yeah.
And a 501c3 proves that you're legit, that you're serious about what you're wanting to do, and that this is not just some little fly-by-night thing that you're doing. So yeah, for sure, we helped him navigate that.
That's
We
cool.
said, hey, this is what you need to do. This is who we went through. And we had, every time we would meet and we were serving downtown, we'd talk about, you know, their process. And sure enough, man, before you knew it, they wound up becoming a 501c3.
That's awesome.
And we've heard of other people come alongside them and donating and helping them with what they're doing as well. And I said, it's a process, you know, but yes, to help other people navigate that, sometimes they don't know what those next steps are, and somebody who's been through it, share what you done.
Yep.
I mean, share how you went about becoming who you are. And even that, I even think about it all the time. I'm like, so I need to find somebody else who's doing more than I'm doing already now. I need to just go sit down with them and say, all right, this is where you're at, this is where you've been for a while. Not that we want to mimic and do what you're doing, but what are some next steps that you feel like we need to do as well? It's funny that you say that, because I want to say about 8-9 years ago, we went to Atlanta and served along Pastor Paul and then with the Atlanta Dream Center up there. And that was another pivoting moment in our life of just coming to grip with people who need us to step into their life and love on them and care for them. He's got an amazing ministry going on up there, and just within the past couple weeks, I've been thinking, I'm like, I need to hit him up. I need to sit down and just lay on the table what we're doing, and lay on the table where we're wanting to go with this, that I can see as of right now, and hear from him and say, what do we need to do? And I know you've walked this path already. What do we need to do to create somewhat what you're doing here in Atlanta down here in Albany? Even Stephen Young and I, we've talked about it. His heart and his dream is to have a dream center here in Albany. And I told him, and me and him have talked about it. I said, it's going to happen. It's coming. It's coming. I said, I hear your heart. I know my heart. And I know we can fold people in and we can make this happen. You know, and it's like Tony and I, we've got a building that we've had our eye on for a little bit. We're believing God to give it to us. I mean, we really are. And I've had people come up to me that I've shared this with, that I know I can share it with, and they're like, hey Keith, where are you at with the building? I said, don't ask me why I'm waiting. I'm not sure. It's not that I'm scared or whatever. Am I waiting on the timing to be right? I'm not sure. But it's becoming more real to us now that we need a building. We need a building, because we have those that we would love to see them not having to live on a park bench. Or living behind the bush, or throwing cover on the ground at the fountain. You know, downtown, we'd love to be able to give them a place where they can lay their head. And we think that these people aren't scared and they don't have troubles and stuff like that right there. But I hear so many times that at nighttime when they lay down to rest, that they don't get rest good, just for the simple fact they're worried about somebody coming and robbing them and taking their stuff. And I'm like, God, that's not the way it should be. And going to,
I can't imagine.
Going to a building and having somewhere where they can lay their head down and know that somebody's watching over them, I think that's huge. It's very huge. So, but yeah.
I think you have to follow the peace. Like, just because something's the right decision doesn't mean it's the right time for it.
That's right.
You don't know what's next.
No.
There might be something even greater you haven't thought of yet. But the peace isn't right.
I know. I was on my way to, when we were living in Camilla, I was on my way to a men's Bible study at the Temp Coffee Shop one Friday morning, and I had been in prayer, just simply praying, and I literally felt like I heard God says, he says, Keith, you're not dreaming big enough. I mean, he knew my heart. He knew what I would love to do. But he literally told me, he says, you're not dreaming big enough. And I'm like, shoot, you know? And so our dream to us is to love on as many people as we possibly can.
Yep.
Share who Jesus Christ is with them as much as we possibly can. And whatever resources we can get our hands on that would just help them navigate where they're at and help them out of where they're at, to just move them in a direction to where they're healthy, to where they're self-sustaining. There's too many people in our world today that they're just barely getting by, or they're not even getting by.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like week after week or month after month, it just seems like they're slipping a little bit further behind. And I'm like, no, that's not life that God created for us.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about a God of plenty.
Yep.
We're talking about a God of abundance.
Yep.
And I know our
Pressed
life,
down.
I know our life choices affects that.
Yeah.
You know, and I know growing up, you know, I wasn't taught right, you know, in every aspect of life. I wasn't shown how to navigate everything just right. A lot of stuff I had to learn on my own. There's a lot of mistakes I've made.
Mhm.
You know, I go back and like, man, I wish I wouldn't have done that because I did that. This is where I'm at now. You know, or I wish I'd have done this different. I wish I'd have done that better. But I think for what I knew and for what I was taught, I think I managed it pretty well. You know, getting to where we're at. And it's a learning process all the time.
Yep.
You know,
Every day.
to move forward. You know. And I'm thankful for people that are all around our life that we can look and we can glean from and learn and gain that wisdom and knowledge of where we're wanting to go. And like we said a while ago, now it's time for us to turn back and share what we know with other people as well.
Yeah.
And I love one of the things that stood out to me when we started moving into this arena of the nonprofit was network. It's like you got to network with people because you can't go about this by yourself.
Yeah.
If you think you're a lone ranger, you're in trouble.
Not gonna work.
You're setting yourself up for failure already, and that's not us. I'm like, I don't want to do this by myself.
Yeah.
Like, I want to fold in as many people as we possibly can. I want to fold in as many organizations and come together as one, and create this blanket that covers Albany.
Yeah.
As a whole, not in pieces, but as a whole. And I said it, and I believe it. I believe Albany has the potential, and the people that's got a heart for God and a heart for the city have a potential to put Albany on the map for a move of God.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
believe it. I mean, I believe it with every ounce of my being that worldwide Albany can be known and will be known for the move of God through this community.
Yeah.
And I'd love to know that I'm a piece of that.
Yep.
I'd love to know that I'm a piece of that. I've always wondered, God, why do you have us here? Why here?
Mhm.
You know, even back when we talked about moving to Albany, years ago, people were like, why do you want to move to Albany? That place is horrible. There's this and there's that. And I remember telling them, I was like, listen, if all the good people move and leave that city, what's left? But what if good people move in?
Mhm.
What if good people follow the voice of God and come to that place? Imagine the change.
Yep.
Imagine the change. And I think that's what happens to our areas of our community. People see a certain criteria. People move into a neighborhood, but they're automatically wanting to do what? Abandon it. They're wanting to leave it. They're wanting to haul to a new spot and create their life in a better spot. Where you're at, make it better where you're at.
Yep.
Create better where you're at. You know, I love to see what's happening downtown. We've had the opportunity to go run with King Randall a couple of times within the past month or so. And what he's doing downtown, amazing. Amazing. I mean, to run with 200 and 300 people at one time and hear the community.
That's cool.
It's amazing.
I
It's
haven't had a
amazing
chance
to
to
hear
go
that. Yeah, man. You got to go when you can.
I'm excited.
You got to go when you can. We've been twice, and just the community of the people. You know, yeah, they're there running. Yeah, they're getting fit, but to see the different people who are coming, young, old, white, black, You know, whether you're healthy or not healthy, they're showing up.
Yep.
And it's because somebody has says, let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's change. Let's make something happen. Let's come out of the places where we're at, you know, and let's be seen for who we are.
Yeah.
You know. But the people of Albany are coming out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they really are. So
the health aspect is one of the things I'm very passionate about. So I'm really excited that he's doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you seen any miracles firsthand downtown?
Man, golly. So since we started this process and being involved in what we're doing, we've got a young lady that we met probably about 1.5 years ago. When you looked at her, you thought she was 9, 10, 12 months pregnant, like literally. Man, we prayed for her several times. You know, she had a bunch of doctor's appointments, and it just seemed like every time you turn around, those doctor appointments were failing. Like they couldn't help her, wouldn't want to help her. Stephen and Susan had come alongside of us and were helping us as well. About probably 8-9 months ago, and Susan met her, and Susan just had compassion for her in a whole different level than some of us did. You know, we don't get me wrong, we loved her, we cared for her, and you know, and we wanted to see this thing take place in her life. But Susan, Susan dove in all the way with her, you know, and by sharing her story a little bit, before we knew it, we had a doctor that said, I'll see her. I want to see her. You know, and to see God orchestrate that for this young lady, and then before we knew it, it happened so fast. Like, before we knew it, not only did she have an appointment, they set up surgery.
Wow. And
it just, before we knew it, like we blinked our eyes and this whole thing was done.
Wow.
They took her and said, don't worry about the cost, because it ain't gonna cost you nothing. And within the past 2 weeks, she has had surgery. She has recovered from it. She's already back home.
Wow.
All because somebody cared and had compassion for her in a whole different level, and because community come together.
Yep.
Susan shared her story. Susan asked her, "Can I share your story?" Because I believe that there's somebody out there that wants to help you.
Yeah.
You know, and
wow.
Right now, we believe that she walked with that tumor for over 2 years.
Whoa.
And Susan shared with everybody the size of it. Like she was toting a 41-pound tumor. That's what she was toting, a 41-pound tumor with her. That's one of the things that's been huge.
Yeah, that's insane.
I mean, it's huge. And
people say that God's not a God of plenty.
Man,
God's not a God of plenty.
yeah. And you know, and to see him orchestrate that was just amazing. I have not yet seen her yet. I can't wait to see her because she's still recovering. I mean, you remove something like that from your body.
Yeah.
You know, it takes time to recover.
Absolutely.
I know Susan has been by to check on her and make sure she's good and stuff like that. We've been able to make sure that she's got the things that she's needing to, you know, to kind of walk out in her finish out her healing. But other than that, I mean, you say miracle, you know, to take another breath is a miracle.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. To for them to continue living is a miracle. Mm-hmm. I said it to them so many times. I'm like, y'all are a beautiful picture of what perseverance really looks like. You are a beautiful picture of what courage looks like. Because I thought about it. I'm like, God, I don't know if I could do this. Mm-hmm. I'm like, let something life-threatening happen. Let something that would just alter my whole life and put me in that kind of place. I don't know. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't know how I would be. You know, could I even handle that kind of pressure? You know, and here they do it.
Yep.
Here they do it
every day.
I think when we don't see one of them, I wonder where they're at. I wonder, are they okay? I mean, I really do. We see the look on their face sometimes when they come in, and it don't look good. And to see them leave in a whole different light, to me, that's a miracle. Mm-hmm. That's a miracle to us, that they don't give up. That they have not said, you know what, they've not thrown in the towel. They've not chosen to just give up on life completely. Like there's a thread they're hanging on to, and they won't let go of it. Mm-hmm. To me, that's a miracle. That's a miracle within itself.
How many people do you see each week?
So anytime that we serve, man, we know it's at least 100. Mm-hmm. It's at least 100. Sometimes it's a little less, but we know it's at least 100 people that we minister to on a constant basis. Yeah. You know, and then there again, we're in between what we do. We're still downtown. Yeah. We'll ride. I mean, we'll hop in the truck. We'll come in from work and we'll get supper and we'll eat and say, hey, you want to ride downtown? And we're right downtown to see who's out. Yeah. You know, see who's out and about. Because sometimes you can ride downtown and you're like, you say there's 100 people around here that you're ministering to. I don't see but this one and that one. They have places they go. Mm-hmm. And they don't just hang out downtown. Yeah. One of the things that we laugh about is, and it happened this past Sunday, we had rode downtown to go. We had one of our guys that we were looking for. And we pulled up at the library, and we were standing outside, and before we knew it, we had like 10 of our people standing around us. Really? And we were having conversation and just laughing with each other and just having good conversation with each other and just checking on them and just seeing if they were okay. We got one of our guys downtown. He's figured out that he can come over here to where Target's at and where Publix is at, and people will kind of help him, you know. Yeah. And I pick on him. I say, what you doing on my side of town? And we laugh and carry on or whatever. But and there's a cool story with that. One of our youth, the gentleman's name is Auburn. He was over here by Publix, standing in a little Y, you know, had a little sign saying I could just use a little help, you know. Just as simple as that. He wasn't begging for food or begging for money. He just, I could use a little help. That's all his sign said. And this young lady, she felt prompted to pray for him. She told her dad, because her dad shared this story, because I remember when he put it out, he says, I am one proud father. Mm-hmm. And he says, my daughter saw this gentleman with a sign needing help. And she says, Daddy, I don't have no money. She said, but I want to pray for him. Yep. And for a father to turn around and pull over and allow his daughter to get out of his vehicle and walk up to this gentleman and pray for him. Not only did she pray for him, she actually got his name and found out a little bit about him before she prayed for him, or as she prayed for him. Yeah. And I remember seeing the post, and I remember replying back to him. I said, thank you for loving on him and for caring for him. And I actually shared who he was, and of course we had this little conversation back and forth about you know that she found out who he was and all this kind of stuff. It's, to me, for a young person, to see that and then want to respond and want to react to it in that kind of way, here we go again. It's a miracle. Because our young people in our world, you know, there's a reputation they have that they're selfish and they don't they just want to tend to themselves. They want everything for themselves. That's not the case. That's not the case. There are a lot of young people in this world, they have the heart of God.
Yep.
And for a parent to want to cultivate that and help give them the opportunity to express that, that's powerful.
Yeah.
That's powerful within itself.
Absolutely.
So, but
how rare is that?
It's very rare.
Yeah.
You don't see that. And there again, it wasn't a recorded thing. It was just a dad saying, "I'm a proud father."
Yep.
You know, and who knows where that's going?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really. And I remember telling him, I said, if she ever wants to see him again or wants to volunteer, tell her I know a spot.
Yeah.
I know a spot. I know, and when you see somebody's got that kind of heart, you're like, we need to fold her into what we're doing and allow her to grow in that. And that's the thing, when you see a young person or anybody that has that kind of heart for humanity, period, they need to get plugged in.
Yeah.
You need to find a spot for them to grow that and for that thing to be nurtured to where they're another person in our community that brings to the table what they have to offer.
Yeah.
And give them room. Give them room to share what they have. You know, because something's happened in her life that has sparked that.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to keep that fire burning.
I think one thing that what you're doing reminds me of is I think it's Psalm 23 that says, "You lead me by still waters."
Mm-hmm.
It's that peace where it's like is it Psalm 91 maybe that says, "Your rod and your staff protect me."
Yes.
It's like what you're doing is providing. Essentially, you're just what you're doing is you're providing the Holy Spirit to people.
Yes.
Maybe it looks like a box lunch.
Yep.
But what it is you're bringing peace, you're bringing presence, and you're just, you'll know me by my fruit.
Yes.
And it's like,
absolutely.
This is just the fruit. You're just peeling back an orange.
That's it.
There's just those little 9 pieces in there.
That's
you know
right.
what I mean?
That's right. Is there 9?
I don't know. I know there's 9 fruits of spirit. But
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. Yeah.
But yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah.
And I think what you're doing is powerful, inspiring. It's phenomenal.
Yeah. We love doing it.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
I think that's one of the things that people notice immediately. It's like, oh, this is who he is.
Yeah.
He loves it.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's the only way for it to work.
It does.
Because like there's some people that do organizations and set up charities, set up foundations, and they do it for themselves.
Yep.
And you can tell.
Yeah.
But then you see somebody that this is just who they are.
Yep.
I just want to help.
Yep.
That's it. Like I don't have money, but what I do have, I give you.
Yes,
you know?
absolutely.
And it's like I might not have much, but what I do have, I give you.
That's right.
And it's so how can people help you now if somebody's watching and they're like, I really wish I could volunteer. I really wish I could send my $5. Like,
yep. So if you're on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, Tanya's got our Deuteronomy 646 project stuff out there. There's a link on our Facebook page that you can click, and it'll lead you to our page. Yeah. And Tanya's always updating it all the time. I don't know where I'd be without her. I mean,
I should have interviewed her. No,
she does. Like for real. And we talked about that. So, maybe you need to do one with her without me. But anyhow,
I need to get another mic.
Yeah. So she stays on top of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you can go on Facebook or Instagram, click on our links that are on our Facebook page, it'll carry you to our website. And our website is dialed in. Awesome. There's our story on there. There's links on there to where you can sign up to volunteer. It'll shoot us an email. We'll contact you, tell you when our next time that you can serve with us is. There's our Venmo account, our Stripe account. However, I mean, there's places where you can contact us by email. Of course, we don't put all of our information out, like our phone numbers and stuff like that, because then you'll have everybody under the moon calling you. But at our as fast as we can, we will contact you and make sure that you're filled in on what your next step is with helping us. And people always ask us, what do y'all need? We need it all. I mean, literally we do, because when I said earlier that, God, I promise that if you will bring me and you will funnel the resources into me, I promise I won't keep them. Dude, that's a promise I'm keeping.
Yep.
I mean, like, as soon as we get stuff and I know where to carry it to, or know where to give it away at and bless somebody's life with it, that's what we're doing with it. We're very careful with how we spend our money, because we know where we need to go with it. But at the same time, I'm not scared to get rid of it. It's like, just for instance, last week, we provided the meal for over 100 people. That meal looked like it was a hot meal. I'm talking about fried chicken, collard greens, mashed potatoes, bread, and a sweet. We also give them a sack lunch. That is, when I say it's full, it's full. And so we had clothing last week, shoes last week. But outside of that, which is what we do every time we meet with our people downtown, last week we bought probably 5 or 6 bus passes last week.
Nice. To
help people navigate and travel, get around the city where they need to be at. We had a gentleman that we went and purchased him a brand new walker last week, because he uses it for stability, but he also hangs a few bags on it to where he don't have to worry about holding on to his hands. We done that last week. We bought about 4 or 5 pairs of shoes last week.
Awesome.
We bought some specific clothing items for a few people, just for the simple fact because we didn't have clothing in their sizes. So it's we gave away some meat last week. We have an amazing donor, or a few donors that give us meat, like frozen meat, and we put it up and we save it. And yes, we use it for cooking and stuff like that, but we also, when we come across a family that we might not be able to financially help, we say, we've got some meat. Would you take some meat? And that way you don't have to worry about buying meat. And the money you're saving on meat, which meat's expensive, then now you can take that money and you can use it towards something else. So we're always doing,
that's awesome.
So your financial monetary giving would be huge for us. It just it helps us to meet the need as we need to. So but clothing, bikes, pillows, blankets, hygiene kits. I mean, that's another thing. Hygiene kits is really big. We've got a new volunteer that's been with us 3 times now already, and every time her and her family come, she comes with hygiene kits that her and her family put a lot of love in.
That's cool.
And so, I mean, we'll take it all.
Yeah,
we'll take it all. So,
I had a couple ideas. One, do you have a Google form set up?
Do not.
So it'd be really cool if you had a Google form set up, either as a pop-up on your website or something to post online, where someone can go on and say, hey, this is who I am, this is where I am, this is my need, and here's a contact.
I gotcha.
I don't know if you have a form like that or not, but
we have something similar to that, to where if somebody links on our website, there is a spot on our website to where if they do have a need, or have a prayer we want us to pray with them about, they can fill that out. Because that's the thing. If you can be somebody who sees our heart and you're wanting just prayer, or you don't know where we're at or when we meet, but you have a need. If we can fill that need, fill that form out. We'll either do the best I can to fill it ourselves, or we'll find out those that we are already networking with and say, hey, this is a need we got. What can we do? And we've done that. We've got a gentleman that we love on downtown. One of our guys, ain't seen him in about 3 months up until this point. And there again, this is us just riding, trying to find a guy, or trying to find one of our people. And we found him. Says, there he is. And so I got in a conversation with him, checked on him. Yes, he had needed something to eat. And before I left him, I said, anything else you need? And he looked down at his feet and he says, I need a new pair of boots. Yes, we had the money to just go buy him a brand new pair if we needed to. Tony says, you know what, let's include our people in on this. I said, let's include our people on this. The crazy thing is he wears a size 18 boot. That's what's so crazy. He's a big guy. But Tanya shared it on our page. And within 30 minutes, somebody who had been following us said, I already got them coming.
Wow.
Like the need got met within 30 minutes. I mean, she took it and ran with it and says, I want to be a part of meeting the need for this gentleman's life.
Yeah.
And sure enough, Monday afternoon, the boots came in. Tuesday, we had them in our hand. And Tuesday afternoon, he had them on his feet.
That's awesome.
And so you talk about networking. You talk about why is it so important to use media to get this information out there. Courtney, the young lady that she had surgery on her tumor, that was because we shared her story.
Yep.
Now she's 41 pounds lighter.
Yep.
She's healthier.
Mm-hmm.
Not only in a natural sense, but I know her spirit is healthier, because that weight of I'm toting this thing, what's it gonna do?
Yep.
You know, am I ever gonna get rid of this? Mm-hmm. She's got a peace of mind about herself now that she's not had in a long time, and knowing that this thing that she's been carrying around for so long is gone now.
Yep.
I can't even imagine what she feels like, and that's all because we shared her story.
Yep.
All because we included others in on what we're already doing.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's what we talk about, heaven on earth. That's it right there.
Mm-hmm.
The work of God here right now. And when we don't hold on to it ourselves and try to hoard it, you know, we try to include everybody else we possibly can on it that has the same heartbeat that we have. There's literally nothing that's impossible for us. We can accomplish it. We can do this.
Yep.
So yeah.
Do you have any connections with Open Arms?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
I'll get you connected with them.
Not yet.
They have a youth development program set up where if you're between, I think it's 18 and 25, they have a whole program set up to where you need somebody to watch your kids, we help you. You need your car fixed, we help you. You need more groceries, we help you.
That's good.
It's all designed around the 18 to 24, making sure they are off the street and set up to where they can either help their growing family or, you know, move forward where they need to go.
Yeah.
Rosalind is amazing.
That's cool.
I need to get you connected with her.
Oh, absolutely.
Because if you guys run into somebody in that age that really needs help,
that's right.
You can get, because I think they even have places for people to stay. And
that's good.
Temporary housing. They have connections with permanent housing. They are amazing.
That's good. Yeah, because you'd be surprised at the young people who need that help.
Yeah.
I mean, they really do.
Mm-hmm.
In this day and time, starting off as a young adult and growing your family, man, I can't even imagine. I know it can be tough for an adult, like somebody who's 30, 40, and 50.
Yeah.
But for somebody who's young, and I know there are a lot of family dynamics out there that has not started their kids off well.
Yep.
And they need somebody that can just come alongside them and say, hey, we want to really help you because we want to see your success.
Yep.
We want to see you become, you know, very well traversed in your future.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
Do you have an Amazon wish list somebody could go on and purchase for them?
We don't. Now when we have things that come up, when we've got a particular project we're working on, Tanya, she has in the past developed a list and she'll put it out there because, hey, this is what we're needing right now.
Yeah.
So I would.
I did an episode with King Randall about some of his fundraising dynamics.
Yeah.
He said that's one of the best things they do. He said
that's
a
right.
lot of people would rather hand you something or give you something.
Yep.
And purchased it on Amazon.
That's right.
He said we get more donations from our Amazon wish list than anything.
That's cool.
From desks for kids to books and
Yeah.
pencils and everything.
That's
he
right.
He said it's the hands down one of the best things that they do.
That's good.
So it might be cool. Even, I don't know, even having shoes on there.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Jackets and
Mhm.
clothes and whatever.
Yep.
Like,
oh yeah.
Shoot, to go containers, you know.
For
you can
sure.
get anything on Amazon
yeah,
now.
anything, because when we get ready to do our serve, we have our list up and we go purchase it and we go get it. But yeah, for us to move in that in that kind of dynamic to where we have a list out there all the time, yeah, it's something that we've done in the past just for we know what we're needing right now. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's always a list.
Yeah.
There's always a list, for sure.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Is there anything you want to add?
Man. I think we covered it well.
Yeah.
I mean, I really did. I mean, I think we covered, our story pretty good. Just, prayer is always a need for us.
Mm-hmm.
Keep us lifted up, keep our team lifted up, that we would just continue to move forward and navigate and be good steward over what God has given us. I mean, because that's us. I mean, I want to make sure that we handle what we're handling very well.
Yeah.
I don't take it for granted that God brings us to people into our life that we have. I mean, we've seen this thing grow so fast already.
Yeah.
Because we had no idea how fast it was going to go.
Yeah. Less than a year is awesome.
Yeah. Tanya and our heart is that we're able to, at some point, break away from work.
Yeah.
Like literally, and this is what we do full time.
Yeah.
Like this, I've had that conversation with God a couple of times, and He's prompted me. How far do you want to go with this?
Yeah.
I'm like, as far as you want me to go with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing. And it can be a scary thought.
Yeah.
How far we really want to go with it. But it's going to require all of us.
Absolutely.
It's going to require all of who I am. And to me, this is not something temporary. This is something permanent. I can literally see myself doing this till I'm done.
Yep.
And our health is very important to us.
Mm-hmm.
God's blessed me with a body, and I want to make sure that it's able to press all the way through.
Yep.
And fulfill the work that He's called us to do. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, prayer is huge for us. Pray for us.
Yeah.
Pray for us. Lift us up. Lift our team up. And come alongside of us. Because I'm gonna tell you, it's not possible without our volunteers.
Yep.
Man, we love our people that walk with us in this, for sure.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
Thanks for joining me. Could I pray before we end it?
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
God, I thank you for Keith. I thank you for Tanya. I thank you for their team at the Deuteronomy 646 Project. And God, I just thank you for his heart. And I thank you that right now you are helping the right people get into the right place. God, I thank you that you're helping resources fold in. Lord, I thank you that if Jesus can multiply some bread and some fish for thousands and thousands of people, God, that you're able to, how much more can you do for Keith and Tanya? And God, right now I thank you that you're changing Albany. God, you're changing our city. You're changing our county.
Mm-hmm.
And God, right now you are reviving us in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, brother. It was good.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it.
Me too. So now my thing is like, all right, what we got, what me and Jackson Riley got going on at 8:30 this morning.
Welcome back to the 1334 podcast. Today I'm joined by Miss Diane Rogers from the Liberty House. Could you tell me a little bit about the Liberty House and what you guys do?
So Liberty House is the state-certified domestic violence program serving 17 Southwest Georgia counties. We're based out of Dougherty County, but we have several surrounding counties that we serve as well. We serve victims of domestic violence. Our mission is to provide services and support or shelter and support to victims of domestic violence and their children. Most people know us for our emergency shelter. So those that are victims of domestic violence and have no safe living alternative, we will house them in our emergency shelter, short term. But we have other services as well, helping with temporary protective orders. Any victim that needs a temporary protective order, it's a very intimidating process, so we walk that with them and help them through the temporary protective order process so that they have that and for their protection. We provide domestic violence education. We have counseling for individuals who need to work one-on-one with a counselor. Just any really service that a victim needs, we either provide that service or find a community partner who can also help them with what they need.
So what does that actually, I guess I just am not very smart. What does domestic violence actually look like?
So most people think of domestic violence as physical, being hit or struck.
That was my first thought.
Or tagged.
Yeah.
And that is domestic violence. So domestic violence is defined as when one individual in a intimate relationship tries to gain and maintain control of the other. And there are several ways that you can gain and maintain control of an individual, whether it's physical violence, emotional, psychological, financial. So there's multiple ways that someone can be abused. They may never be struck physically, but all financial resources cut off and the abusing partner control everything that person does. That too is domestic violence. So it's when an individual is trying to gain and maintain control of their partner.
Wow. So what does the day-to-day look like for what you guys are actually doing?
Day-to-day, we have an emergency shelter. We have a separate location for administrative office where we serve our outreach clients. But we have a crisis line that's running 24/7. So as we receive calls, our advocate that is trained to provide that service is providing resources or support or telling them how to get enrolled in our programs. Day in, day out in our shelter, it's providing the daily needs to the individuals, making sure that the children are enrolled in school, making sure that the individuals who have interviews, we have transportation set up for their interviews, helping people with the interview process or application process, locating affordable housing and assisting with that, and working with community partners that may have resources for them for long-term housing. It is in and out of the courthouse, temporary protective orders. It's going out to our 17 counties and providing education and prevention programs. One of the things we are really lean heavily towards is, changing domestic violence in future years and future generations means reaching the youth of today. So we have a youth program where we go out and provide what we call a healthy relationship program. It's a 6-week program, which we do free of charge in all 17 of our counties, where we will talk with middle and high school students about healthy relationships at a young age so that they don't end up in a relationship that is controlling.
Yeah. I'm sure it's not all women, but I'm sure there's a lot of women that you do service. So what does that actually look like for someone that's they say, oh, I recognize the situation that I'm in, male or female. How do they get in touch with you guys, and how do they know, like, what are their next steps?
So really the first step to take is wanting to get out of the relationship. And when you make that decision to get out of the relationship, we have a crisis line, and you call that crisis line, and that's how you initiate services. If you have a loved one that's being abused and you want to call and talk to an advocate, we can talk to you, but it has to be the individual wanting to get out for us to really provide a service. We can't pull somebody out of a home. They have to make that choice to leave. So when they're ready, and one scary statistic is it takes a victim 7 times leaving before they actually really leave.
Wow.
And we definitely never want to shame them for that, because obviously when you're in a marriage or in a long-term relationship and there's children involved, it's more than just leaving. A lot of people say, why didn't she leave? Why did she stay? And it's a more deeper question than that. It's hard to get out of a violent relationship. So when they make that phone call, we will find out exactly what their resources are, how much danger they're in, kind of assess that and see what next step is for that individual. What we do for any caller is based on that individual. There's not a systematic, this is what we're going to do. So we have somebody that calls and says, hey, I'm ready to leave. He's out of town. He'll be back tomorrow. I need to get away. I need to get out. I'm not safe. We're gonna work to get them in our emergency shelter as quickly as we can.
Cool.
To get them safe. So it just depends on what the individual needs. Not everybody needs to come to our emergency shelter. Some people have family they can stay with, friends they can stay with, or resources where they can stay in a hotel or move, or there's other options. But for some, they don't have other resources, or it's so dangerous that they don't need to go with a family member. So we just work with that individual to decide what's the best approach for them to make that decision. For them, they have to make the decision. We just provide the different avenues that they can take and the different choices that are available.
Yeah.
As youth, we don't teach. A lot of the times, parents don't teach our kids. We know happy, sad, mad.
Yeah.
But we don't know other emotions, why we feel those emotions, why we're acting the way we act. So really developing emotional maturity is the first step for a young child to have healthy relationships. So that's where it starts. And from there, it builds in different things in the curriculum, building and developing that child and opening their eyes to what is right and what is okay. You know, one scary thing is so many young kids, you know, get in relationships in high school, middle school, and they have a boyfriend that, oh, you know, show me your location on an app and I'll make sure you're safe. Well, it's not a boyfriend or girlfriend in high school's role to follow that young child, and that in some situations it's okay, but it can also be seen as controlling.
Yeah.
For controlling where that person is or watching where that person is. So it's just opening teenagers' eyes to what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. I know if I have boys, but if I was the mother of a young girl, I wouldn't be real happy with a young man following her every location and questioning where she's at. So that's a big red flag. So we talk about red flags. We talk about what's safe, what's not safe.
Yeah.
And just have really good conversations with the youth. They're real good at asking some challenging questions and presenting situations that we can kind of talk through and look at.
Yeah. What do you think is one of the biggest misconceptions about domestic violence?
One big one is that it's only women that are victims. Men are victims too. That's a big one. And I think more than a misconception, one thing that comes to mind, not necessarily misconception, but one thing that our society tends to do is ask that question, why did she stay? There's been several cases that were national news, and it's the victim that is often blamed.
Yeah.
You know, why did she stay? Why is she in it? It is never a victim's fault, ever. They're told by their abuser that it's their fault because they didn't do what they were told to do or didn't do it how they were supposed to do it. But it's never a victim's fault. And I think the victim blaming is one of the most difficult things that we deal with as a community because it's never a victim's fault.
Mm-hmm. How could people get connected with you and the Liberty House, and if you have volunteer opportunities or donation opportunities, how could people start getting connected with you?
So our website is libertyhouseofalbany.com, and we typically have on our website a list of items that we may need that would help us. A lot of the victims that come to us come only with the clothes on their back.
Yeah.
So we provide clothing, shoes, diapers, formula, hygiene items, cleaning items, anything and everything an individual needs. We provide that in our emergency shelter, and we also help our outreach clients with those items if they're struggling financially as well. So, but libertyhouseofalbany.com is that website. You can also, as far as reaching out to us, if it's a victim in need of services, we have a crisis line. You can reach that at 229-439-7065. If you're wanting to help in any way, you can call our administrative office at 439-7094.
Do you have the right way to put it, target demographic, like a primary type of person that is coming to you for help?
We do not. So that's actually, we talked about misconceptions earlier. A lot of people think it only happens to people in certain socioeconomic groups or certain social statuses, and domestic violence happens to everyone.
Yeah.
In our community, we have had individuals that are in our low socioeconomic group that come to us for services. And that is probably who we help more, but that's primarily because they don't have the resources that someone who has a good job and financially stable, they're not going to have the same resources. But I mean, we have had people of all professions come to us as victims.
Yeah.
We have had individuals with, master's degrees and doctorate degrees that have needed our services. We have had people from every race that our community holds in our services. There's no specific demographic that this happens to. It can happen to anyone.
Wow. I think it's powerful what you guys are doing. I'm glad to got to record a podcast together.
Well, thank you for doing this. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Welcome back to the 1334 podcast. Today, I'm joined by Charlene from CASA. Could you tell me a little bit about your organization?
Okay, I'm with Doherty County CASA. We're court-appointed special advocates. We were actually established in 2001 here in Doherty County because there was a need for unbiased parties to help report on what was going on with children in the foster care system during their court hearings. So basically what we do is we advocate for the best interest of a child that's been brought into foster care. We train community volunteers to help us advocate for those children. So they complete like a 40-hour training with us. And then once they complete the training, they're sworn in by the juvenile court judge, which then they are assigned a case, and they'll make monthly visits with the kids, trying to ensure that their safety, normalcy, and that their best interest is being brought forth in the court hearings.
How did you get involved?
So in 2014, I actually volunteered as a CASA. And then in 2015, I became staff and I was a volunteer supervisor. And then in July of 2015, I became the program director. And then in 2022, we broke away from our umbrella organization and we established our own nonprofit. And I'm now the executive director.
Awesome. So why does it matter so much for you personally?
Well, my oldest sister, when she was 17, was actually brought into the foster care system. She had a lot of behavioral issues. And since it was the early 90s, child-informed care wasn't really a big topic, and trauma-informed care wasn't really a thing back then. So she had a lot of trauma from her childhood that wasn't identified. She was overly medicated. She was bounced from home to home, from mental institution to mental institution, till she finally aged out of foster care. And she never got the things that she needed addressed for her trauma. And we lost her in 2017. Awesome. So that's what brought me into working in the foster care system.
Yeah. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
What kind of, do you have like a big win story that comes to mind when you think about CASA?
Actually, I do. So a young lady, when I first started advocating for children in foster care, her name's Shemaine. She actually had a very similar background to my older sister, and I became her advocate, and I followed her throughout the foster care system. When Shemaine turned 18, she decided she was going to stay in the foster care system and join an independent living program. And from there, she became an advocate for foster youth herself. Shemaine has helped change the landscape of foster care because she has advocated for children on a national level. Previously, children that were 18 were leaving foster care without driver's license, social security cards, birth certificates. And we all know when you're 18 years old, those things are heavily needed to be able to get a job, go to school, get a place to live. And so a group of older youth that were advocating for foster children brought it to a national attention. And they helped put in law legislation that every child that leaves over the age of 18 now leaves with identification. Shemaine has continued to go on and speak on a national level as well as state levels. She, back in 2024, spoke at the Georgia CASA conference. A week ago, she spoke at the Kentucky CASA conference.
Wow.
So she continues to make a difference in children's lives, even though she's in her mid-20s now. She's still trying to help change the landscape that she came from to make sure children don't have to deal with the things that she had to deal with.
Yeah, that's powerful. That's really cool. And to see that, how does it feel for you personally to know that you play a small part of that really powerful story?
Well, after Shemaine turned 18, CASAs aren't assigned to their cases anymore. So Shemaine came to me after she turned 18 and said, I want you to be an adult supporter for me, which is kind of the same concept as CASA for a kid over the age of 18. So I've been able to track her and be with her during this journey. She calls me mom. And a little part of me is joyful that an individual that suffered the same things that my sister suffered is able to make a difference and fill a part of my heart that I lost back then.
Yeah, that's powerful. That's really cool. Wow, that's really awesome. Almost divine in a way, I guess. Divine appointment, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's cool. What kind of things would you want to say to just the general population that doesn't really know or understand the adoption process and why this is so important?
So in Dougherty County alone, we are the largest county in the region, and we carry the bulk load of children in foster care. Currently in Dougherty County, we have close to 250 children in foster care.
Wow.
On an annual basis, 15,000 children will enter the Georgia foster care system each year, or be in the foster care system. So it's so important that we help break the stigma of foster care, as well as bring awareness that these children need someone in their corner, because we want to break those generational poverty cycles. We want to break all those cycles that can prevent these kids from reaching their goals, reaching their dreams. And by having that supportive, consistent adult in their corner, speaking up for them in a courtroom setting, in an adult-centric world, makes such a huge impact and difference in those children's lives.
I think I was reading something or heard somewhere that even in like the late 1800s, or maybe in early 1900s, they thought that babies had no feeling. They didn't have nerves. And so they would perform like surgeries on babies with no anesthesia, with nothing. And I think it's wild that even just 100-something years ago, that was happening. And today we have a similar situation where you have kids in need that have actual legitimate needs that are not being met by the state. And I think it's really cool that your organization is filling that gap.
I think for sometimes, like I said, in an adult-centric world, it's hard for us as adults to really understand what a child's going through, especially if it's something you can't physically see, like trauma.
Yeah.
You just see the behaviors and you're like, oh, that child's got bad behaviors. Oh, that child's not paying attention in school, and that's why they're misbehaving, or this or that. And I think we as the adults, because this is a generation that we need to make sure has everything they need and the tools they need, because they're going to be the next generation after us. So it's so important for us to take part in their lives and to make sure that we're just bringing that awareness and bringing them closer to their goals. One thing that drives me is advocating for a child in foster care on normalcy, because it's already hard enough that a child is taken from their home, put into a stranger's home. They don't have any kind of connection. And remember, as a kid, for you probably, and for me, it was like, I just want to be normal. I just want to fit in. So now you've got this child that doesn't feel like they're fitting in at home, possibly even at school if they had to change school districts or change schools in itself. And so one of the biggest things we advocate for on a regular basis is normalcy. And that comes with like extracurricular activities, making sure the child just has the basic needs.
Yep. I think I heard someone say the worst thing to happen to you is the worst thing to happen to you. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's the loss of a child or you are a kid and you failed a grade. You know what I mean? The worst thing that happened to you is going to be the worst thing that happened to you. And I think adults often forget that. It's like, oh, you don't have it that bad. well, it's quite literally the worst that they know. You know what I mean?
And one thing also for individuals that may not be wanting to work with kids, we have so many parents out there that need role models or need mentors to help them through this time of trying to reunify with their children. So I think it's a big thing that people should also look at. If maybe you don't want to work with kids, maybe that's not your thing, but there is a possibility that maybe you can help a parent.
Yeah.
And you are a parent and you want to do something. There's so many different options.
Yeah. That's powerful. How could somebody get connected with you or donate or volunteer?
So they can either find us on Facebook, Doherty County CASA, or they can fill out like an information form on our website. It's www.dohertycountycasa.org. They can send an email, info@dohertycountycasa.org. They can also contact us by phone, 229-573-7027.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the 1334 podcast. Today I'm joined by Matthew Overby from the Albany Amateur Radio Club. They are the longest run nonprofit in Albany, Georgia, founded in 1931. You are the current president, chairman, is that right?
I am the current president for the club, as well as on the board of directors.
Awesome. Well, I would love to get a little more information about the Albany Amateur Radio Club itself, who you guys are and what you do right now, and then we can dig into a little bit about what amateur radio is.
All right, so we're just a group of hams of all different ages, different backgrounds. It's a fairly kind of laid back kind of club. Really just love like general interest. Like you have some clubs that are a lot more like laid back. You go and kind of like sharing around like hobby stuff here and there. Then you have some that are a little bit more like prep oriented, contest oriented, different. Like just like. I guess like the people that like I had started the club are the ones that for lack of a better term, run the club, but not like no one really runs the club. Like one like singular person runs the club.
Yes, community.
But just essentially, it's just whatever they feel like the overall like group interest is, and ours just happens to be just like a generalized thing of like different people have different interests, and we all kind of like get together and conglomerate each other with different stuff.
And you guys have monthly meetings?
Correct. Yes. On the fourth Tuesday of every month, we meet over at the Avalon Methodist Church on Gillianville. Awesome. They have a pavilion building in the far back of the property, and that's where we meet every month.
What are some of the things that the club actually does? I know you guys volunteer for like race coordination and stuff like that.
Yeah, correct. So our club, we every year around March or April, we volunteer our time to provide communications for the I think it's the Snickers Marathon.
Yeah.
And I've been a part of that for the last I want to say 3 or 4 years. I've been a part of that, and every time it's a cool way to be able to like one time, like for one time out of the year, you'll want to say if you get like a new radio or a specific setup that you want to kind of like test out in a field type of scenario, that is the perfect time. That's one instance where it's a perfect time to kind of test that out and see how it works for you in a like a 3 to 4 hour window.
Yeah. So what's so important about using radio for that event in particular, and other races and other things you guys put on? Is it like cellular traffic clogging up, or what is it exactly?
And in my personal opinion, I can't give you like an objective answer to that. To me, it's just one, like, to me it's just like one less thing that the the organizers of the event and stuff, that's like one less thing that they specifically have to worry about. If there's a group that is solely objective is like, provide the communications and relay those communications to, the people that are running it or whoever like the coordinator is. They've got a lot of stuff that they're doing on top of that, and that's just one less thing that they have to worry about, and we can take the load off of that for them.
That's awesome. And I know it's a Boston qualifying race, so it's
correct
a pretty large event. I know some people come from out of town to run it, so I think it's really cool that we have a local group that's here to facilitate the communications. Can you talk a little bit about what amateur radio is exactly, about how it kind of functions and how does it work without any cell towers or anything?
Okay, yeah. So in the very basic explanation, you have a radio connected connected some way to an antenna, and you press a button, and all that energy is being sent over the air, and somebody else, regardless of where they're at, they might be next door, they might be across town, across the country, across the world. Somebody else who is tuned in on that frequency that you're on potentially is going to be able to hear you, and you'll be able to talk to one another. Just as a basic explanation of it, that's in general what it is. Without trying to get too deep into the weeds of the technical side of it, or what I consider the nerdy side of it, which I would really like to get into the nerdy side, but I'm not going to dive into too much into it. But ham radio, we have specific frequency allocations that are allotted to us by the FCC for us in the U.S. All different services have certain frequencies that are allocated to them by the FCC. Film and broadcast, amateur radio, bunch of different ways. Each of them have a different allocation, and depending on the frequency band that you choose, ultimately on top of how atmospheric conditions are and propagation, if conditions are very good, then you can have if you're working on lower frequencies or high frequency HF, you can talk to people across the world.
Yeah.
If conditions are good in terms of localized communication, which is in the VHF or UHF, very high frequency and ultra high frequency, you have a fairly good chance to be able to talk to people locally around you. But if conditions are just right, you do have potentially to go a little further than that, maybe talk to somebody across the state or something that it's not usually you're not usually able to do on a quote unquote normal day.
Yeah. So they're naturally occurring wavelengths that you can just tap into, essentially, right?
Correct. Yes.
So how do I know that Albany itself has a repeater, and a lot of different counties around Georgia and the state and the country itself have repeaters set up, and some of them have repeater chains. I know there's one in California that goes from the bottom of California to the top. So there's repeater chains set up that are all on the same frequency and offset and all that. Could you talk a little bit about why having repeater setup is so important, and why the Albany Amateur Radio Club having their own repeater setup for us is such an important aspect of what you guys do?
Yeah, for sure. Can I talk a little bit, about what you were talking about, the chain repeater systems. They're depending on where where in the country, there are a lot of places that have that kind of linked system going. Florida is a perfect example, and I'll give you an example to the latter question that you were asking. The state of Florida, all the way from Tallahassee all the way down to the south, they have repeaters that are linked to one another throughout the state, because Florida is very prone to hurricanes.
Yeah,
and very important in that kind of instance. If there's a hurricane that's going to be coming by, and communications happen to be wiped out in a certain area of Florida, you potentially, if you have the infrastructure in terms of like backup power, you can relay that information to other hams that are listening in on that link system.
Yeah.
They could give you that you can send information, like be able to like relay information to them. They might be able to relay information to you if you don't know like what happened. Potential to be able to say, hey, I might need, we might need supply, like our area might need supplies for emergency supplies, like water, food, like just depending on how severe that is. They can easily relay that information back and form a connection to be able to get that stuff sent out to them.
That's awesome.
Now, as far as you were asking about the importance of repeaters.
Yeah, and Albany itself.
Yeah. So repeaters in general, they make the local communication. They just make it easier. Because if you ever have tried to talk radio to radio, what we call simplex, on a handheld radio to somebody that's across town, that it can be quite difficult if you're just using like the little like stock antenna.
Yeah.
Or if you're using it, or if just in general, if you're using an antenna that is not elevated up in the air, very good, decent height. So what a repeater essentially does is you have essentially a bare bones explanation is you have a radio that's at a specific area. Usually it's at a radio station, like a tower site, and you have an antenna that's 100, 200, 300, 400 feet up, set to a specific frequency. You tune your radio to that. You talk on it. That is going to hear your frequency, and it's going to repeat that over a vaster area, so other people can hear you in a further.
Similar to a cell tower, essentially, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yep. That's awesome.
And as far as like the importance of it, like just in that to be able to be heard out in like further areas where the repeater can get out for. Now, as important as like repeater systems potentially are, the one big fallback to that is some of them are connected to backup power, some of them are not. So in that kind of sense, repeaters, while they're very good, they may not be as reliable.
Yeah.
So in that kind of sense, like that's why as ham radio operators, it's important to be able to like test out our limits to what we can do with simplex as much as possible.
So speaking on that, I know that you're connected with another nonprofit called the Radio Relief Incorporated. So could you talk a little bit about what Radio Relief is and what you guys do as far as being prepared for emergency situations?
Sure. So Radio Relief Incorporated was founded brainchild of Joseph McKinnon, call sign WE4LAW, and he just saw a need for the Southwest Georgia area in that in no way am I like talking down or talking badly or thinking illy of like any other like organizations or groups within amateur radio. They all have their purpose and they all do it very well. It's just for some reason there's a little bit of a disconnect or a lack of communication with certain groups and the southwest area, but just in the south area in general. Could be on their end, could be a bit of on our ends too, but regardless, like no fault trying to be thrown around or anything. But the fact of the matter is like there is some kind of disconnect, and Radio Relief is attempting to kind of fill that void for the southwest area, potentially around the entire southern Georgia area. And what we want to do is provide the equipment to amateur groups for instance, like we have an organization, Amateur Radio Emergency Services, or just acronym for ARES, that if they have a good working relationship with their local emergency management, we can provide equipment for the amateur radio operators to be able to work on a deployment if needed.
Yeah.
And so far, I believe Joseph had said that we have about 8 radios set up, and we're each filling up in like with go boxes, everything self-contained, radio, battery, antenna, cabling, like power connections and everything, all in theory, all of that, be able to just have everything ready, just flip of a switch, everything's on, connect the antenna, boom, you're good to go. You can go ahead and do your deployment. Go get to work.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, how can people get connected with you and the Albany Amateur Radio Club?
So we do have a website, w4mm.com. On there, we have on some part of the website. There's information for like date, time, and location for our meetings. I believe earlier I gave it Avalon Methodist Church, but I think it's like the second week, I believe, of every month. That information is put on the website. Date, time, location, address, and everything. So w4mm.com for that information. Or if you have the wherewithal, you can look through the club roster and see if you may know somebody that is a part of the club, and you may have their contact information, be able to contact them there. Also on there, it does provide the club officers, president, secretary, treasurer, board of directors, and I believe contact information for all of those are listed as well if you want to get in contact with any of them.
Perfect. Well, thank you for your time.
Blake, thank you very much, man.
Welcome to the 1334 podcast. Today, I'm joined by Joseph McKinnon from the Radio Relief organization, Radio Relief nonprofit here in Albany, Georgia. Could you tell us a little bit about your organization?
Yes, sir. So Radio Relief is a group of ham operators. We got together and decided that in the event of a disaster where, Hurricane Helene, Hurricane Michael, that sort of level disaster comes along, and we need to be able to set up radio communications for ham to help our served agencies, fire departments, police departments, sheriff's department, Red Cross, Salvation Army, whomever. We wanted to be able to provide a standardized piece of equipment that anybody could set up that's a ham operator and be ready to go. And last time we timed it, I could do it in 90 seconds.
Really?
Yeah. And be ready to set up and go, and then put up your antenna, and all you got to do is start talking. You start passing messages back and forth just as quick as you can.
That's awesome.
Help. And one reason we were thinking about providing equipment is, let's say you're a ham and you're like in Jacksonville, Florida, and you come over here, you don't know where the repeaters are. You don't know what the frequencies and the offsets and all that. And so we wanted to have something that was pre-programmed, ready to go, and all they got to do is talk.
That's cool. So do you have a bunch of these set up so that you can pass them out in the event of emergency?
That's our plan. We are still in the nascent stage because we just bought 8 of these Kenwood TK7180s at an auction.
Awesome.
I bought them, and I'm going to donate them to the Radio Relief.
Yeah.
And we'll be setting them up sort of like this. We got some HDPE, high-density polyethylene plates that we're going to cut to fit in either an Apache or Pelican or somewhere box like this. And then we'll have the diagram up there to tell the hams how to use it. And there'll be a battery in here, and they'll hook up for the antenna. And then we'll hope to have an antenna kit that goes with it with like a roll-up, what they call J-pole, Slim Jim, one of those or similar, so that you can deploy really fast.
Yeah. For the audience member that doesn't know what ham is and why it's actually so important, could you say a little bit about what a ham operator actually is and does, and why in the event of an emergency, why this is actually the only option for communication?
Okay, well, first, ham is amateur radio operations. People that just want to talk on the radio and perfect the science of talking on the radio and getting their signal out to other places. Hams do a lot of contesting where they see how far they can talk and on what kinds of equipment, and they build their own equipment sometimes, and they're really inventive with that sort of stuff. And people are always coming up with a new way to do something, that someone else hadn't thought of before. But it's completely nonprofit. It's completely against the rules for us to make money as ham operators.
Yeah.
And so we don't do any of that. But the reason ham radio is important for communications at a disaster is everyone relies on cell phone towers. Everyone relies on communication towers for repeaters for the local fire service or emergency services. Well, if a hurricane comes and knocks them all down or cuts the power out to them, there's nothing left to communicate with. But ham radio operators are proficient at communicating when there's nothing.
Yeah.
They'll take a battery, a radio, and an antenna, and they'll talk around the world.
Yeah.
And so our goal is to be able to help folks be able to talk so we can get fire trucks to you and ambulances and things like that.
That's awesome. Are you going to have a location set up to disperse this stuff? I imagine you'll have already your hams that you'll be able to speak with to coordinate such a thing. Do you have a plan?
What we'll do is we'll coordinate with a group called Amateur Radio Emergency Services.
Okay.
That's abbreviated ARES. I'm the assistant director for the Southwest Georgia area. And what we do is we round up hams in the event of emergency and say, okay, hey, Albany just got blapped off the map. We need some people down there. Can y'all send us some operators? And everybody kind of gets together and comes down. So we get together with that kind of thing. And then there's another group out of Atlanta called OPSCOM that is also very similar, except they work with Georgia Emergency Management. And so if any of those bunch, or even if our local fire chief says, hey, all my radio communications are down, can you help me? We're going to come.
Yeah. So how can their police, fire, how is that sort of infrastructure going to be taken down? Is it like an antenna falling from a hurricane?
Well, antenna falls, you lose power on the antenna gets ripped off the mast. There are all kind of disasters you can think of that prevent communications from happening.
So it can happen in a situation that's not quite as bad as a hurricane, is what you're saying?
Sure. If you think about back to 9/11, for those who remember back that far or old enough back then, 9/11, the communications weren't down. They were just jammed because there was so much going on.
Yeah.
And so we could supplement that with, we can get out health and welfare messages from shelters and things like that. So maybe it's not talking directly to fire trucks. Maybe it's talking to just trying to get a message out to your mom who lives in Minnesota who says, hey, my baby's down here in Albany and they blew away. Are they okay? And you get out the message. Yeah, I'm okay. We're good.
That's awesome. So in the event of a disaster, is your system going to be set up with any sort of APRS beaconing or anything so that you could actually get GPS type data out?
Well, we do have a Starlink that we're going to use in conjunction with these. And so you can send out messages over Starlink.
Okay.
It's like regular email.
Yeah.
But this system is just pure VHF analog. Of course, nothing digital to it. This is about as basic as you get. I can see the antenna over there and I'm going to talk to it.
Yeah.
And we want to make it basic because in an event of emergency, sometimes you got to start out with basic.
Yeah. Is there anything you would want to tell an audience saying that says, hey, I'm kind of interested in emergency communication, disaster relief? Is there anything you would tell them to the first maybe 3 steps to take in order to build up their communication systems?
Sure. The first thing I do is say, go meet a local ham radio club. A lot of them are older and very wise individuals, and they have a lot of information to share, but they're very helpful, and everybody wants to have more ham operators. Probably has declined over the years due to the advent of cell phones and all the other digital technology, but ham is still useful, and if people want to be able to talk when nothing else works, that's the way to go.
Yeah.
And there's 3 license levels: technician, general, and extra. And to talk on one of these, you just got to be a technician. You just got to take that first test.
Yep.
You don't have to be able to talk to Germany and Italy and all that. You just need to be able to pick up a radio and say, your call sign, and here I am. I'm here to help.
Yeah. It's awesome. How can anybody reach you, get in touch if they have equipment they'd like to donate? How can somebody get connected with you and your organization?
Well, I gave you my business card. Feel free to share my email address with the world, but it's mckinnon.313@gmail.com. If anybody wants to contact us about donating equipment, donating money, that sort of stuff. But really, even if we had all the equipment in the world, we had 8 very expensive door stops.
Yeah.
We still got to have operators. And so probably the best thing people can do is go get licensed so that in the event that the disaster doesn't strike their house, but maybe the one down the road, they can help folks down the road.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the 1334 podcast. Today I'm joined by Joseph McKinnon from the Radio Relief organization, Radio Relief nonprofit here in Albany, Georgia. Could you tell us a little bit about your organization?
Yes, sir. So Radio Relief is a group of ham operators. We got together and decided that in the event of a disaster where, Hurricane Helene, Hurricane Michael, that sort of level disaster comes along, and we need to be able to set up radio communications for ham to help our served agencies, fire departments, police departments, sheriff's department, Red Cross, Salvation Army, whomever. We wanted to be able to provide a standardized piece of equipment that anybody could set up that's a ham operator and be ready to go. And well, last time we timed it, I could do it in 90 seconds.
Really?
Yeah. And be ready to set up and go, and then put up your antenna, and all you got to do is start talking. You start passing messages back and forth just as quick as you can.
That's
awesome. Help. And one reason we were thinking about providing equipment is, let's say you're a ham and you're like in Jacksonville, Florida, and you come over here, you don't know where the repeaters are. You don't know what the frequencies and the offsets and all that. And so we wanted to have something that was pre-programmed, ready to go, and all they got to do is talk.
That's cool. So do you have a bunch of these set up so that you can pass them out in the event of emergency?
That's our plan. We are still in the nascent stage because we just bought 8 of these Kenwood TK7180s at an auction.
Awesome.
I bought them, and I'm going to donate them to the Radio Relief.
Yeah.
And we'll be setting them up sort of like this. We got some HDPE, high-density polyethylene plates that we're going to cut to fit in either an Apache or a Pelican or somewhere box like this. And then we'll have the diagram up there to tell the hams how to use it. And there'll be a battery in here, and they'll hook up for the antenna. And then we'll hope to have an antenna kit that goes with it with like a roll-up, what they call a J-pole, Slim Jim, one of those or similar, so that you can deploy really fast.
Yeah. For the audience member that doesn't know what ham is and why it's actually so important, could you say a little bit about what a ham operator actually is and does, and why in the event of an emergency, why this is actually the only option for communication?
Okay. Well, first, ham is amateur radio operations. People that just want to talk on the radio and perfect the science of talking on the radio and getting their signal out to other places. Hams do a lot of contesting where they see how far they can talk and on what kinds of equipment, and they build their own equipment sometimes, and they're really inventive with that sort of stuff, and people are always coming up with a new way to do something that someone else hadn't thought of before. But it's completely nonprofit. It's completely against the rules for us to make money as ham operators.
Yeah.
And so we don't do any of that. But the reason ham radio is important for communications at a disaster is everyone relies on cell phone towers. Everyone relies on communication towers for repeaters for the local fire service or emergency services. Well, if a hurricane comes and knocks them all down or cuts power out to them, there's nothing left to communicate with. But ham radio operators are proficient at communicating when there's nothing.
Yeah.
They'll take a battery, a radio, and an antenna, and they'll talk around the world.
Yeah.
And so our goal is to be able to help folks be able to talk so we can get fire trucks to you and ambulances and things like that.
That's awesome. Are you going to have a location set up to disperse this stuff? I imagine you'll have already your hams that you'll be able to speak with to coordinate such a thing. Do you have a plan?
What we'll do is we'll coordinate with a group called Amateur Radio Emergency Services.
Okay.
It's abbreviated ARES. I'm the assistant director for the Southwest Georgia area.
Mm-hmm.
And what we do is we round up hams in the event of emergency and say, okay, hey, Albany just got blapped off the map. We need some people down there. Can y'all send us some operators? And everybody kind of gets together and comes down. So we get together with that kind of thing. And then there's another group out of Atlanta called OPSCOM that is also very similar, except they work with Georgia Emergency Management. And so if any of those bunch, or even if our local fire chief says, hey, all my radio communications are down, can you help me? We're going to come.
Yeah. So how can their police, fire, how is that sort of infrastructure going to be taken down? Is it Is it like an antenna falling from a hurricane?
Well, antenna falls, you lose power on the antenna gets ripped off the mast. There are all kind of disasters you can think of that prevent communications from happening.
So it can happen in a situation that's not quite as bad as a hurricane, is what you're saying?
Sure. If you think about back to 9/11, for those who remember back that far or old enough back then, 9/11, the communications weren't down. They were just jammed because there was so much going on.
Yeah.
And so we could supplement that with, we can get out health and welfare messages from shelters and things like that. So maybe it's not talking directly to fire trucks. Maybe it's talking to just trying to get a message out to your mom who lives in Minnesota who says, hey, my baby's down here in Ollie and they blew away. Are they okay? And you get out the message. Yeah, I'm okay. We're good.
That's awesome. So in the event of a disaster, is your system going to be set up with any sort of APRS beaconing or anything so that you could actually get GPS type data out?
Well, we do have a Starlink that we're going to use in conjunction with these. And so you can send out messages over Starlink.
Okay.
It's like regular email.
Yeah.
But this system is just pure VHF analog. Of course, nothing digital to it. This is about as basic as you get. I can see the antenna over there and I'm going to talk to it.
Yeah.
And we want to make it basic because in an event of emergency, sometimes you got to start out with basic.
Yeah. Is there anything you would want to tell an audience saying that says, hey, I'm kind of interested in emergency communication, disaster relief? Is there anything you would tell them to the first maybe 3 steps to take in order to build up their communication systems?
Sure. The first thing I do is say, go meet a local ham radio club. A lot of them are older and very wise individuals, and they have a lot of information to share, but they're very helpful, and everybody wants to have more ham operators. Probably it's declined over the years due to the advent of cell phones and all the other digital technology, but ham is still useful, and if people want to be able to talk when nothing else works, that's the way to go.
Yeah.
And there's 3 license levels: technician, general, and extra. And to talk on one of these, you just got to be a technician. You just got to take that first test.
Yep.
You don't have to be able to talk to Germany and Italy and all that. You just need to be able to pick up a radio and say, your call sign, and here I am. I'm here to help.
Yeah. It's awesome. How can anybody reach you, get in touch if they have equipment they'd like to donate? How can somebody get connected with you and your organization?
Well, I gave you my business card. Feel free to share my email address with the world, but it's mckinnon.313@gmail.com. If anybody wants to contact us about donating equipment, donating money, that sort of stuff. But really, even if we had all the equipment in the world, we had 8 very expensive door stops.
Yeah.
We still got to have operators. And so probably the best thing people can do is go get licensed so that in the event that the disaster doesn't strike their house, but maybe the one down the road, they can help folks down the road.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Crazy you're drinking that and you have to work tomorrow.
Oh, dude, I'm a caffeine freak. I'll be all right. I'll be asleep by 9:30 tonight. It'll be okay. I used to like go to the gym late. I used to go like 9 o'clock, bro. When I worked at FedEx, I would slam pre-workout at 9 o'clock at night. Go to the gym, come back home, eat, shower, go to sleep.
That doesn't even make sense.
I don't know.
Let me turn this to your face.
Got a high tolerance, you know what I'm saying?
But so to start, I really want to start at the beginning because the whole idea is I want to share your journey through the Faith Farm.
Okay.
But in order to do that effectively, I think we should kind of paint a picture of where you were first. So where did it start? Where'd your journey start?
Probably, I mean, really the first time I ever did anything like that, I was in 9th grade. That's when I started smoking weed. But I really wasn't like a pothead then. I just had smoked and dabbled, you know what I mean? My summer going to... No, I started smoking weed in the summer going to 9th grade. And the summer going to 10th grade was the first time I was introduced to cocaine. And like, I wasn't like smoking weed all the time. Like that was the only time I'd ever done cocaine at that point. You know what I'm saying? But I think around 11th grade is when I really started like partying, like experimenting with all kinds of drugs. So, you know, weed, little ecstasy, Xanax bars were big when I was in school then. And that was kind of it really till after I graduated. After I graduated is when I started doing opiates, and that's when things got real. I started out with Roxy's. You know what Roxy's are? They were pretty big around here. I knew a ton of people in high school were doing them. I'd never done them because I was always like, "That's crazy! You guys are gonna get addicted. Like, what are you doing?" You know what I'm saying? But I was doing everything else. It doesn't make no sense.
What is it?
It's a.
Is it like Oxy? Like
yeah, it's 30 milligrams. It's like a. But they were originally made for cancer patients. Like it's a pain med is what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a little tiny blue pill. We used to call them blues. You know what I'm saying? They were expensive too, man. They were like $30 a pop.
Good.
Yeah,
Lord.
and then eventually it went up to. I was paying $40. I'd pay $50 if I had to. You know what I'm saying?
How didn't you afford? Because I imagine you didn't just do one. Like,
when I started out, I would do like one every now and then. You know what I'm saying? But I knew the first time I did them, it was different from any other drug I've ever done. I knew I was like, I like this feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Opiates in general?
Yeah.
What's different about them?
So like I guess you could say I'm a downer guy. So like cocaine and stuff like that. I mean, ecstasy, like they're uppers. They're like party drugs, really. So like if you're out heavily drinking at the bars or at parties or something, you know, you might pop ecstasy or do some cocaine, man. It keeps you up. It keeps you going. You know what I'm saying? You're not like sloppy drunk everywhere. You're here to party. But opiates, on the other hand, it's a slow ride, man. Like you're just chilling. We call it getting faded. We were trying to catch a nod. So that's the pills that like are the drugs that make you nod out, you know, like being like a zombie pretty much. That's the feeling that I was chasing. Crazy enough, the first time I ever did them, man, I got sick. It made me throw up. I was sick. But eventually, you know, my tolerance was okay, so I just kept doing them. So I started doing Roxy in 2015. And for a while, like I said, it was every now and then it was daily, and then it was, you know, I knew a bunch of drug dealers. So I was like, hey, you know, let me get some until I get paid. And then eventually when I got paid, I'd already be out of money. I had to just start it over again. I used to sell weed and I would sell pills so that I could afford my habits.
Why do you think, I mean, I didn't really plan on asking this, but made me think about, like, you're saying that opiates and everything are downers. What do you think? Because there's a huge opioid epidemic right now.
Right.
And there's a million reasons why. But what do you think lends people to want to end up chasing those over alcohol or whatever?
I think it's a preppers thing, man. I know people that just can't drink. You know what I'm saying? And I know people that, you know, when they do cocaine, they go for days. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's a preference thing. I think I prefer to be down.
Do you think what? But I mean, like, you've got millions of people addicted to them right now.
Or well, a lot of people. What happens to the body with a lot of these people? They get prescribed them at some point, right? What happens to the body when you're taking these pills is your body becomes dependent on it. That's what I was doing to myself, even though I was doing it recreationally. You ever heard the term being dope sick?
Mm-hmm.
So like one day I woke up and I just didn't feel right. Wasn't necessarily sick, none of that. I just didn't feel right. And then I noticed when I got high, I felt like Superman. You know, and eventually that built up to where I couldn't sleep. My legs were hurt. I could be in the middle of the sun at 100-degree weather, wearing a hoodie, sweating, but I'm cold. You know,
Really?
Cold chills, yeah. You don't want to eat. You feel sick until you got it. So I think a lot of people end up doing that unintentionally because they just had a surgery or their doctor gave it to them and their body just needs it because the doctor refilled their prescription 6 times. You know what I mean?
I bet people do it unintentionally, but recreationally too, kind of like you did, where they're like, "Oh yeah, I mean, I'll try
I'm
one.
sure that happens.
I'll try one,"
yeah.
and then it's like, "Well, that was pretty good. I'll try it again," and then before they know it, they're just stuck.
I used to find people with prescriptions of them, and they'd be wanting to get rid of them because I take it and it makes me sick. Only the way it makes me feel. They were getting high. I just didn't know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's like I said, I'm just one of the guys that liked it. I like the feeling, so that's where that.
So,
went.
where did you end up? Like, you started 9th grade just with weed, and then by the time you're graduating, you're trying to find just more pills, or where did you end up before you realized that something had to change?
Oh, I knew for a long time that something needed to change. Like I knew when I was smoking weed in 9th grade, this wasn't a good thing. You know what I mean? But anybody you talk to about an addiction and all that, they always tell you like I had to find my rock bottom. You know what I mean? And unfortunately for me, it took over 3 years to get there. Then it was a slow but steady spiral. You know what I mean? Like I said before already, like it went from, you know, buying a few a day to eventually I was getting them given to me, then paying them back. And then by the time I paid them back, I ain't had no money. So I'll be honest with you, bro, I was a thief. That's what I did. That was my thing. A lot of people have their own things, how they get money. I was taking it.
Really?
Yeah. Money. I would take stuff from your house, go pawn it. You know what I'm saying?
From people you're close with?
Yeah. A lot of addicts, we're like master manipulators, bro. I know you see me at work, right? Like I'm good at talking to people. You know what I'm saying? I was good at talking to people then. I could probably get a stranger to give me $100 in 5 minutes if I needed to. You know what I mean? It sounds kind of bad, but you figure it out as you go. It's like, I'm going to get this money somehow.
You didn't have a choice. Your body craved it.
Right. Well, I hate the you didn't have a choice thing, because we did. But it's crazy though. If I could explain it the best way is, I didn't care while I was doing it, right?
Yeah.
But once I stole something or got money for something, lied to somebody for something, you go, you know, you get your pills and you get high, and after when you're coming down, man, you just feel like I felt remorse every single time. It was terrible, and a lot of addicts are depressed too. It's like I was depressed. Like it's not a good feeling, you know what I mean? Like I just lied to my grandma and told her some crazy story, and she said she'd give me $100, and all I did was go get high, and now I don't have any money, need gas. I just asked her for money, you know what I'm saying? She's gonna think something's up, but it was it's exhausting, dude. I would wake up in the morning, the only thing on my mind would be, how am I gonna get high today? What am I gonna do? Can I find something to take? Can I get money for somebody? Something. It's a never-ending cycle, dude.
Yeah.
It sucked. It sucked. But eventually it catches up to you at some point. Yeah. As soon as I graduated, I went to go live with my grandma because my mom, she she bounced, like, just like that, you know what I'm saying? I was an 18-year-old kid. I didn't know what I was doing, you know what I mean? I was working, running food here at Harvest Moon, bro, you know, bar back in. That's all I was doing. I couldn't afford to live by myself. So my grandma was literally my favorite person on the planet, bro. But she took me in then, and I don't know, I was angry too. I was an angry person. My mom left, it sucked. It really kind of messed me up, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't care about anything. I would just go to work and I would party. That's it.
Did that feed the addiction, you think?
I think it was part of it. Yeah, a lot of all we're trying to do is fill the void, man. You know, we're empty somewhere. Something. And I didn't realize this till I went through the program we're going to talk about, but something happened to us at some point, you know, and it kind of messed us up. So we're trying to fill that void. We're just filling it with the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Like when you're high, you're just trying to escape reality. That's it. You don't have to. When I would get high, man, nothing mattered at that moment except that I was high.
Yeah.
That's it. And I felt good. Like it'd be a lie to say like, oh, I didn't like it. I liked it. You know what I'm saying? We all did.
If you didn't like it, you wouldn't do it.
Right.
I hate just hate your sin. Like, no, everyone likes their sin. That's
Right.
that's why they do it. Yeah.
But yeah, so like I said, eventually, you know, I was running out of money, and then, like I said, I was a thief. So eventually, stuff like that catches up to you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I went to jail. I think it was October of 17. I went to jail then. My dad came pick me up when I got
For
out.
stealing?
No, it was something else to do with the house. Kind of, yeah. That's a whole nother story. I called charge anyway, went to jail. So my dad ended up, so I sat there and had to go to court and all that. Then eventually my dad came and got me. I didn't know who it was. They just told me to roll up, and I was like, all right, cool, let's get out of here. And it was my dad, which is crazy because me and my dad were close in high school, but we just grew apart. Not really him, it was me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because he was a strict parent, you know what I mean? I wasn't going to be able to party if I was over there at his house. So
your parents were separated?
Yeah, they were divorced when I was a baby.
Really?
Yeah, I never seen them together.
You lived with your mom?
Yeah. We had like every other weekend at dad's type thing, you know what I mean? But no, man, I walked out of the jail and he was there, and he wasn't aware at the time. He thought I had gotten in trouble for selling drugs because somebody had told him that's what I was doing, because I was doing that. I'd done that in high school. I wasn't like a major drug dealer, you know what I'm saying? But I sold a bunch of weed and a bunch of pills. And then eventually I was selling a little cocaine. That all this stuff is just in stages. It just gets worse and worse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he thought I got busted with something.
What did it feel like to walk out and see him, not realizing that that's who came to get you?
Excuse my language, but it was like, oh shit, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Like bad?
Not like bad. I was surprised. That's really all. That's exactly what I thought. I'm so serious. Exactly what I thought. Because I think from the time I graduated up until this point, it's like 3 or 4 years later, I'd maybe seen him 5 times.
Really?
Yeah, that's it. I was out there. But now it's my best friend now, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're tight, we're cool, that's my boy. But yeah, he picks me up from jail, man, and he was like, okay, well, where are you going? I was like, I don't know. I guess I'll go back to Nana's, you know what I'm saying? Be pulled up in her driveway, and like all my stuff's on the front porch, like packed. And that was kind of heartbreaking, man. You know, like I said, we were addicts are depressed, bro, and it's for stuff like that. But it's my own fault, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so I was like, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. And
what did that feel like, seeing your best friend put all your stuff outside?
It's a terrible feeling, man. It's a terrible feeling. But you know, my dad loved me, so like I said, he didn't know what was going on all the way. So he let me come stay with him, and him and my stepmom. So my dad remarried. I was like 7th grade. She was always cool, you know what I'm saying? I had no problem with her or nothing.
Yeah. You like her?
Yeah. But I knew there would be rules over there. You know what I mean? That was my thing. Like, I know there'd be rules, but Like at this point, I didn't have a car, I didn't have a job, I didn't have anything, man. I had a job, but I was shucking oysters at AJ's, you know what I'm saying, for like $140 a week. You know what I'm saying? That's not a job. But I went to go live with them, and I actually got fired from AJ's.
Really?
Yeah, literally, like 2 weeks later, bro. And so I was pretty much jobless. I called my old boss at FedEx. I used to drive for FedEx before. But I called him, and he gave me a job back. So I started working at FedEx again, driving trucks, man. And it was during the Christmas season, so it was busy. And then Christmas season ended, and then I got fired again.
Because it wasn't busy?
Yeah, pretty much. Also, because I was doing crazy stuff out there, right? Like, I was so serious. Like, it's not funny, but I was doing crazy stuff out there. And, like, they can watch you and stuff, man. Like, I would go to Cordell and, like, turn off my scanner, the GPS, and come back to Albany and...
Really?
Yeah, get pills and stuff, man. It was crazy, bro.
Is it true FedEx drivers just throw packages? Or is that just a few guys?
It's a few guys. It's not everybody. I actually ended up working at FedEx again when I came back, and I was a great driver then, yeah.
When you came back?
Yeah, when I came back, yeah. But I always worked, though, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't, I guess, you know, they say like a functioning alcoholic. I was a functioning opiate addict, you know what I mean?
You think that's common?
I don't know. Not a lot. A lot of them that I've seen all work like doing odd jobs and stuff where they can leave as they please and all that.
Yeah.
Get paid cash, you know what I'm saying? The boss man's rich, so we give you some money if you need it, that type. You see a lot of that.
Really?
Yeah. Not a lot of us working at FedEx, man. But yeah, I got fired from there. And then ended up getting picked up by another contract there. So I was right back in like 2 weeks later. But during that time, when we had any money, I started stealing stuff from the house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would take guns. Guns, man. Yeti, you used to get $75 for a Yeti cooler, man.
Really?
Yeah. And then whenever I get paid, I would get the stuff back. But then, like, power tools, all that. And then eventually, I remember one day my dad picked me up after I was running a route. And, like, he was pissed, right? And Ed looked at me and he was like, "Where's all my stuff at?" I was like, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? So he ended up taking, I told him, one thing about me, bro, I was honest, like, as honest as I could be, you know what I mean? Like, I would tell you. So he took me up there to the pawn shop that I took him to, bro, and, like, caused this whole scene. And
can't blame him.
No, yeah, I'm not mad at him for it, you know what I mean? Then he told me, he was like, your next paycheck, you better get all my stuff out, or, you know what I'm saying, I would call the cops. I would do it. I was like, okay, cool. So I did it. Got all this stuff back. I think it went like 2 weeks, and then I took it all back again.
Really?
Yeah. I think the most messed up thing was I took this guitar that I didn't know where it was from, I just found it. But it belonged to my stepmom's father, who has passed away. That was a pretty bad thing to do. Once they found out, it was terrible.
Did you get it back?
No.
Oh man.
Too late. Yeah, but once my dad found out that I took all the stuff again, man, he was like, "You gotta go."
Yeah.
It was like 9:30 at night, random night. I had another buddy of mine that did drugs come pick me up with a bag, man. So I was staying in Dawson. And that didn't last long because he was working on his plantation or whatever. So he really wanted to have people out there anyway. So he called me one day. I was like, "Hey man, you can't come back out here." So I didn't know what to do. I was working. I was driving. I was on route then. So I called. Oh, I didn't call then. I finished work and all that. And for some reason, when I got back, my boss said, "Hey, I need you to go help somebody else." I was like, "I can't. I gotta figure something out, bro." You know what I mean? So I was driving around in my dad's truck, and he was like blowing me up. It was like 10 o'clock at this time. I was driving around the whole city, just driving around. I was like crying, you know what I mean? And then he kept blowing me up. It was like, "Can you like just bring my truck?" You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. But I called my mom because I knew she would talk to Nana. But I told her then, like, that was it, bro. I was 22 years old. I was homeless. I didn't have anything, bro. I had that bag. That's all I had, man. I was finna take this truck back, and I didn't know what my next move was, bro. You know, Blake that we work with, my buddy Blake. The last night I stayed here, he let me stay with him.
Really?
Yeah. But I called my mom. I pulled over. I was on Dawson Road, and pulled over in the Big Lots parking lot. And then I called mom. I was like, "Hey, I've got to get out of here." You know what I mean?
Good.
That was a tough conversation to have with your parents. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but it's not like they were surprised. You know what I mean?
How did it go? Did she say, "Oh yeah"?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So she's like, "We'll figure it out. I don't know when or how or what we do, but we'll figure it out." And but as always, but you can't come here.
Yeah. That's what everyone said.
Yeah. So, which I don't blame them, man. You know what I'm saying? I told them before, I was like, I'm gonna stop. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I'd be high when I was saying it. You know what I mean?
I mean, at this point, they think you're gonna grab something. And
Yeah.
run.
Probably looking for somewhere just to eat and sleep and take something.
Yeah.
Which I don't blame them. It is what it is.
This episode is sponsored by Myler Management Group. Myler Management Group is a professional service that handles the day-to-day operations of real estate properties on behalf of property owners. They oversee tasks such as tenant sourcing, rent collection, property maintenance, and lease agreements. The group ensures properties are well maintained, tenants are satisfied, and the owner's investment is managed effectively. Their goal is to maximize property value while minimizing the stress and the workload for the owner.
Yeah, I called Blake. Just like, "Hey man, I need a place to stay just for tonight." So he let me come over there. Ended up, he let me stay there. I talked to him that night. You know what I'm saying? Got up in the morning, went to church with him. This is when he was at this church right over here. He's like the youth pastor there or something. I don't know. But I was so sick in there, bro. I like called my mom and told her, I was like, can I come stay there for the day or something? You know what I'm saying?
How long had it been since you had anything?
I think I did something like 8 o'clock that night before. So it didn't take long for me, bro. I had to hit a pill every 4 hours.
Really?
Yeah, like I was doing a lot.
Did you
at least 4 or 5 a day.
Were you ever in a tight spot and do something random? Because I've seen like, only reason I ask is I know
like a random drug.
Yeah, I know it's not like new, but it's really, it's all over the internet right now. Guys like puffing aerosol cans and stuff like that.
I never did that. I never like did any like crazy drugs. I like never smoked crack or anything like that.
Yeah.
I think the worst that like I would, if I couldn't find pills, like sometimes you just couldn't find them, man. I would get heroin. I wouldn't care. If I couldn't find anything like that, I did this one time, and like they always say you can't just do it one time. I did it one time. I snorted like a little bit of meth one time.
Really?
Yeah, and it's an upper. It wasn't for me. I knew. I was like, I don't want that. And so I would just be dope sick until I could figure it out.
Really? Until you find anything.
Yeah, any opiate. I don't care if it was a Perk 10. Let me get 4 of them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I called my mom. And I was at church. I was so dope sick, man. Wow. And like I said, I could talk anybody into anything.
You were that sick like 12 hours later?
Yeah. I was like sweating. My body hurt. Like, it's like you feel like you had the flu is what it feels like.
Yeah.
It's just miserable. So I called my mom, asked her to come get me, and like kind of just come stay for the day. You know what I mean? So that's what I did. Ended up taking a handful of hydros out of the cabinet just so I could feel all right. And we all sat there and talked. And my mom had said, I already found Faith Farm I ended up going to. She already found it. She was like, I just got to get time to take you there. So
how did it work? Did she just call and be like, hey, my son needs to go here? Or
yeah, there was a guy here. I'm not going to go into too much detail with him. I don't know what he's doing now, but he went there first before.
Really?
And he would bring people from here there. Yeah, that's how she heard about it. I guess one of her friends knew him or something. So she had called him to get my info, and they called me that next day.
Okay.
And
Is there like an application process?
yeah, sort of. You don't have to do it. You could just call them.
Cool.
And they pretty much accept anybody. There's like $100 processing fee or whatever, but you don't have to pay it either if you don't have it. It's just, I guess, like it's run off donations, so they get it from wherever they can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talked to the guy on the phone, and 4 days later, I'm on the way to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, dude.
Really?
Yeah. They had let me stay there. It was crazy. When I was staying there, I would tell them, I would convince them to take me to go get a pill.
Really?
Yeah. Because
those 4 days?
Yeah. I was like, I'm going to be sick, man. I'm going to be miserable. And I was like, I told them straight up, this is probably one of the worst things I ever said to my grandma. I was like, you can either give it to me and take me, or I'm still going to do it. I'm going to do it.
I mean, it's true though.
Yeah. I wasn't lying.
Yeah.
Which is pretty terrible. But, I was so messed up at that point. So they would take me, man.
Are you supposed to detox before you get there?
Yeah, you're supposed to detox for sure. I didn't have time. I had to go, bro. So a lot of times if you're from far away, man, and you show up there, you're not detoxed, they'll send you to the detox there. They'll take you, they'll come pick you up.
It's like a facility.
Yeah. I just told them I was detoxed because I didn't know if they would let me in or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was like, yeah, I'm detoxed. I'm good. Let's go. So I remember that it was a Saturday that I went on that Friday, man. I'd already quit my job at FedEx. I told my boss what was up. And my grandma took me to go get my last check. So I was supposed to pay the $100 to get in and like give my mom gas money. Dude, I took that whole check, convinced my grandma to let me go cash it, and then convinced her that I was just gonna go get one more pill. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I spent $600 right there that instant. Spent it.
Really?
Yeah. I'm getting high the whole day. I don't care. And then that same night, I said bye to everybody. My dad actually took me out to go eat, and like I said, I was so messed up, man. I had the dope boy pull up, tell my ass while I was there. Like I was on a phone call, you know what I'm saying? I had put money in a mailbox before I left for one of my homeboys to come get it and go get it and bring it back. You know what I mean? Because I was at the house, man. They would lock the doors and like take the key to sleep with them, bro. It was crazy. That's not funny. I don't know why I laughed, but it was crazy, man. But yeah, that was the worst dinner of my life, dude. Like I was sitting there, I just cried.
Really?
Yeah.
Because you just felt bad, or just overwhelming emotions?
I think the worst thing was like I just felt like the biggest disappointment of a son, and that sucks. And like I mean, I'd already hurt them a lot. I don't know, man. I can't believe they still wanted to even take me to go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? But
showed their love, huh?
Yeah. But yeah, man. After that, I spent my last like $20 on some weed. Got back to the house, packed my clothes, man, and the next morning we was out of there, dude. So on the way to Fort Lauderdale, it was like an 8-hour drive, bro. But I remember I told my mom in the car, like I said, I still had stuff left over. So I was smoking weed and snorting pills in the car, and my mom was just super upset.
Your mom was driving you?
Yeah. I was like, I mean, what are you going to do, not take me? You know what I'm saying? Let's just go. Like, it's bad to say, but this car would be a lot better if I can do this. So we went, man. We made it. I remember, one of the main things I remember is crazy. It's like a different world down there, right? It's like the temperature and everything. So it was cold here.
Yeah.
And I was in a hoodie and like sweatpants and all that. When I got there, man, it was so hot. I remember it being so hot. And she took me to this Mexican place to eat before I went. Took me to the store because I used to smoke cigarettes. We could smoke cigarettes there. So I got a carton of Newports and then rolled into the office, dude. And it was, I don't know, man. It was I didn't know what I felt at the time. I didn't know. I didn't know what to expect or what to think. But this guy named Nash, he was doing the intake that day, and I was always like, I grew up in church, man. 'Cause, you know, this is a faith-based program, so like I grew up in church. I never like didn't believe in God. I just thought God hated me. You know, a lot of us do that, and it's just like, why is this happening to me?
Yeah.
But I did it. You know what I'm saying? It was my fault. But I was in there, and I was like looking at this intake paper, bro. We're going all the stuff I brought, make sure I didn't bring anything in, all that. You know what I mean? And I remember I couldn't sign it, bro, because all my tears had dropped on it. And it was like, it was all messed up, the paper, and he just stopped and he was like, hey man, can I pray for you? And at that moment, I don't know, man, I just felt like everything's gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to explain it. I just felt like I had the weight of the world was on my shoulders, and then it was gone. And I was like, all right, well, you know, I'm here. I was like, let's do it.
When you were signing it, did you think, I know you probably know the statistics better than me, but I know a lot of guys don't make it through rehab. Did you think you weren't going to make it out? Like, when you were signing that paper, did you think this could be the last time you saw your family?
I mean, yeah, I mean, that crosses your mind. So it was the weekend, so I couldn't get intaken into the dorms until Monday. So they had this room called hospitality. It was like 2 beds and like a shower in there. And you just had to sit in that room, man. So I thought everything possible for those 2 nights. Like it was miserable, bro.
Just you in your head.
Yeah. I was trying to read books and stuff, but I was detoxing too, so I was just miserable, bro.
How long does detox take?
It took me like almost 2 weeks fully. Like I didn't feel fine until like almost 2 weeks later.
But those first 2 nights were the worst.
Yeah, it sucked. I didn't sleep. I was up the whole time. And plus I was sober then, so I couldn't cover anything up. You know what I mean? A lot of emotions, a lot of thoughts. I didn't know what to expect, what was going to happen. Am I going to leave here or what? Because like at that time, I can honestly tell you, like, I could have met a stranger in there that's from there and been like, hey, we can leave, we can go do this. I probably would have done it. And then I'd have been homeless and stranded in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But that felt like going through hell or purgatory or something, those 2 days. Were you completely alone?
No, there's one guy there named Kevin. There's actually a cool story about Kevin. So he was an older guy, whatever, and I was giving him cigarettes and stuff. And like, I guess because we were in there together, we kind of like hung out together for a little bit. He ended up getting kicked out because somebody got pills in there. But he ended up going to another location, right? So Faith Farm does this homecoming every year for all the alumni and the students that are there now. They go to the main campus and like have this cookout and like a softball tournament and all that. And it was like over a year later, I went to the homecoming, and Kevin was there. He had made it through the other one. He was like, I did my 30 days and went back to Point Beach.
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
But yeah, so that's how I got there. So I ended up there.
So how does I guess first, could you tell me a little bit about the statistics of rehab itself? Because I know when we talked before this, you said that like a small percentage of people actually make it through. Like,
right. I don't know the exact numbers, but I can give you an example. Our very first day in phase 1, the director of the place then, he was teaching that class. I think it was like 80 something people in there. And the very first thing he told us was, he told me how many people were in there, and he was like, almost all of you are not going to make it. So, for perspective, out of that 80, only 12 of us made it all the way through. Yeah, that's it.
How long is the program?
10 months. 10 months to a year. If you come into a middle of a phase, before it switches, you have to do orientation for like the duration of the phase. So some people were there. Some people were already there for like, I don't know, 6-7 weeks and started the program with me at the same
Really?
time. Yeah. It just depends on when you get there. But they say it's 10 months to a year. But during that time, though, for like the first 4 weeks of the program, you can still enter into a phase. So like we were getting people in through there. So it's actually more than end up coming and not making it. But it's a very low number. And I think out of all of us that have graduated, I know one of them, one of my really good friends, he made it, relapsed, went back, and he's doing fine now.
Good.
I know there's 3 more of us on top of him, so that's 4. I only know for a fact that 4 of them are alive.
From relapsing?
Yeah. I know a lot of them, not even just from my class, but just a lot of people I met down there in general. They died. I got a list on my phone. Well, I stopped making it because it grew, man. There was one point, like in a 4-day stretch, I lost 6 people that like I personally knew and talked to and hung out with.
All from relapsing?
Yeah. Two of my very best friends down there. One of them died literally right after we got off the phone one night. Then another one died on Christmas Eve 2 years ago. So the numbers aren't great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's tough because they have numbers for everything. They have numbers of people that make it, how many of them will come back, and how many of them will actually die. And then how like the smallest number of them all is the ones that don't ever come back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What's the deciding factor? Do you know, or is there one? Like,
I don't know how to answer that. I don't know. You see people in there that, I mean, they stay the whole time, but I guess don't really learn anything or don't change anything.
Keep your mindset the same.
Yeah. I got to a point, so after I graduated the program, I volunteered there for 6 months. Dude, I could have people that were under me, and I would know, like, this guy's not going to make it.
Man.
Or this one is. And you have somebody think, oh, I know, surprise you, man. They just leave.